His words, the disappointment of the family and useless junk, became a symbol of his everyday existence. Hermes Kano was the fourth son of Baron Kano. He was called that all the time, but the hero himself didn't care and felt calm and at ease. An excited woman was now calling the man. The hero was now in charge of Kano Manor, but he was not happy in his new position and had no desire to get involved in household duties. Our hero was seated in his chair, reading books that caught his attention. He looked closely at the illustrations and sighed quietly with pleasure. When the sister realized this, she gave her brother the backhand to get his attention. The young man was unaware of the reason behind his sister's physical abuse. The girl who was standing next to her saw that the man was reading again and called him a joker. After learning this, our hero declared he would never read it again. Our hero questioned, after all, there are no erotic books with projection magic, and concluded that everything in this place is unquestionably fake. He then chose to demonstrate to his sister what he meant. The girl was so upset about his behavior that she threw away his book and told him that she needed to stop wasting her life and get serious. "I've always been serious," our hero told her, stretching out in his chair after hearing this. When he offered his sister a chance to examine the tiny vial he was holding, she looked at it curiously, unable to identify what it was. It was an aphrodisiac, the young man clarified, which only affects men but has a powerful half-day-long effect when dropped. As a result, all positive feelings and desires are amplified by this remedy. The sister made the decision to discard it at this point and hurled the tiny, gleaming vial as far away as she could. The only thing that caught the guy's attention was how far the sister could go. She, our hero, simply could not do such things because he had to conform to the status of a nobleman. The girl explained. These were the newest goods from the capital, the young man clarified. The girl, however, was so unhappy with her brother's actions that she attempted to reassure him that he didn't even do it himself. When the young man told his sister that she had been overly active today, the girl said that it was his fault and was obviously upset. She was confident that the young man was deserving of the position of master of Kano Manor and knew that he was capable of more. All he needed to do was mature and quit wasting time. At this point, Mimizu Kalas, the head servant of Kano Manor, eventually located them. He told our hero that he was being called for by his master. The sister also called out to the young man and told him they had to leave after learning it was the troublesome brother, our hero's older brother. The sister was furious and asked the young man to consider what she had said as they were leaving. The man simply responded languidly that he would do his best. The butler, who was standing close to our hero, inquired as to whether he and his sister were going for a walk since it would be beneficial for him to do so as well. He went on to say that the young man's persistent requests for money from the family head were becoming excessively intrusive. Our hero was unaware of the situation, so he borrowed money from his older brother, claiming that the butler had no right to get involved because he and his brother were a family, and that the servant had no business getting involved in their problems. The master didn't want to be given such problems, not because he was a man who was essential to Kano Manor. After hearing this, our hero asked the butler if he could ask him for something. The butler mentioned money and inquired about his needs. Our hero clarified that he needed 100 silver coins because he wanted to play with a lovely girl from the capital. The butler was taken aback upon hearing this, and our hero believed that things had finally improved. However, all he said was that the boy was utterly pampered. A nobleman's fourth son made the decision to lead a trouble-free life. The end of these days arrived very slowly. Naturally, our hero was unaware of it at the time, rereading his books and concluding that he didn't require any more needless hemorrhoids. His sister had now arrived at his older brother's home. Our hero had just been told that he was the Kano estate's heir. Since he was the youngest son and could not possibly be the heir, he assumed it was a joke. Milo's Onisama, Mero's Onisama, and Koro's Onisama had passed away last night, the girl explained. Our hero could not believe what he was hearing because all three of them might be dead. Our hero considered the possibility that someone had betrayed them by killing them. However, the girl reported that they were at another schmear party in the royal palace while laughing. Ultimately, though, a meteorite struck the building out of nowhere. The young man assumed his sister was making a joke. However, the girl clarified that it was a complete coincidence that nobody had anticipated. The sister then took hold of the man's hands and declared that he was destined to be the family's leader. When our hero saw his sister's joyful face, he was unable to determine whether she had returned for hers or what was making her so happy. According to the girl, the young man was astute but soon gave up. Luckily, he reasoned, his sister remained. No one will listen to her because everyone knows how highly she regards her brother. Even if she does, our hero believes there won't be any issues. He turned to his sister and asked if Ono truly wanted him to take over the estate. The girl said that he did, of course, since there was no other option. Even though all of the brothers had passed away, one person remained on the list of heirs, and that person was her daughter, who was the first wife. "I've already taken care of it," the girl explained. Although his sister adores her long, shiny hair, our hero believed that she would forfeit her inheritance rights if she became a nun and burned her hair. It was a natural way to escape the inheritance, as far as he knew. Just then, the girl interrupted his thoughts by giving him a letter and asking him to open it. Our hero was taken aback upon reading the letter, and his sister told him that she had already obtained the crown's approval, putting our hero ahead of the other heirs on her list. In other words, she had everything figured out and no one else could claim the position because she would be his adopted daughter, and he was the next head of the family. Our hero realized he had just been outplayed when he learned of this. In the request, his sister must have mentioned that they hoped the boy would inherit the estate or something similar. Consequently, obtaining permission was simple. This is when his sister once more cut off our hero's thoughts, telling him to be serious. He understood that these escape routes were blocked, and that he would only get into more trouble if he posed. With a heavy sigh, she stated that a hero was to be the head of the estate, and she would be its manager. He changed his mind just before he said he wouldn't take it seriously. He understood that, despite his reluctance to accept the position, he was the story's strongest character, and that, against his will, he would increase his holdings, which would eventually grow into a kingdom. Everyone received breaking news the following day. According to the newspaper, Kano's fourth son had succeeded Lord Pindo's. Many people were surprised by this. The master's servants all knelt before him in a show of respect for their new young master, and everyone greeted their new lord. The young man was happy to see everyone and clarified that he was the head of the Kano family going forward. Our hero had been lounging and enjoying his fortune all his life. He avoided problems all his life, but his life was ruined by an unforeseen chain of events and his sister's antics. Because he didn't want change, he considered how bad it was. After giving it some thought, he spoke loudly enough to have his servants startled by what had transpired. Our hero's sister told him to stop talking like that after he realized he had said it aloud and everyone was staring at him. Our hero asked the girl not to refer to him as a brother, addressing his sister, because you now need to change the way you speak, especially in front of people. Isn't that what they call it? She claimed that he became her brother, but now he's also her father. She simply referred to him as bro-san for that reason. The young man told her that she didn't have to call him right away, and that they would discuss it further and figure something out later. He was shocked when his sister told him that she would simply call him Hermes, even though he was going to argue with her about it for a long time. The girl clarified that she had no right to dispute with her father because she was his daughter. The butler came over to the boy, who was once more taken aback by the girl's slyness. Here, the butlers were supposed to alert their master to an urgent matter. Then our hero inquired as to what the non-urgent issues were. The butler then told him that they owed money. What debts were at issue, the young man inquired. After that, the butler told him about 50,000 gold pieces. Our hero was perplexed as to how 50,000 gold coins, which exceeded their yearly tax revenue, could be so lavishly spent. The butler then told him about the Torakara mine. These were the Torakara mines, which are well known for their non-rusting iron ore. The Kano family owned these mines. However, they discovered that they hadn't turned a profit from this vein for more than a few years. Consequently, there was no chance that this mine would yield a healthy profit. The former lord claimed that the mines had not yet been exhausted and that, with the traders' investment, they had already begun to develop them. Butler believed that the investors were worried that the late lord would take them to his grave, but they want their money back. Our hero needed to make a decision, but he tried to consider what his brother was doing. Additionally, the butler was too distressed by the dire financial circumstances. With a sigh, the butler told them that the master needed to bargain with the merchants because they could not lose the mines of Torakar at this time. Our hero understood that he would have to handle the situation himself. Though serious, it was actually beneficial to him. The girl, who remained silent and simply stood there, caught the guy's attention. There was only one sibling left in Kano's family tree since his sister had no more siblings after becoming his daughter. He must give them the impression that he is a fool. However, he is sufficient to maintain his sister's position as ruler. He might incite a family conflict. Isn't it the epitome of a family conflict when a child usurps his parents' authority? Therefore, I believe that he ought to turn into a tyrant as soon as possible. The young man didn't care and told the butler to handle it. Since the merchant's notification was so extensive, the lord himself should handle it. The butler had no idea what he was supposed to do. Our hero inquired as to whether the butler had told him that he was unable to do it. However, he claimed that only the master could accomplish it. The young man told him that he had been fired after hearing this. Our hero stated that he could not tolerate an inept subordinate, and the butler was surprised by this. Could he not? Since firing Mimizu in that manner would be excessive. The sister arrived just in time to tell Hermes that he had been working for the Kano family for many years. Our hero's strategy was a complete success. When his sister arrived, she did him a favor. The young man reasoned that he would have no excuse not to exploit such a favorable position. He went on to say that his servant could take a week to reflect on what he had said. The servant thanked his master for this. The young man would do everything correctly after realizing that the other employees were staring at him fearfully. The servants will be so devoted to their sister that they will be willing to embrace her. There is only one option available in such a scenario. A cart filled with something suddenly materialized in front of him. Our hero made an effort to figure out what it was. Then his sister told him it was ore from the mine at Torakar. The young man became aware that they were trying to influence him to reconsider. The next time he saw the ore, he felt like he was being bullied and thought it was really dumb. He used his influence while glancing at his subordinates. According to our hero, it was just unthinkable. His sister came to him and tried to help him deal with his frustration after he lost his temper. In order to show his sister the ore, our hero went over and picked it up. He told her it was silver using his power. No one understood because it was some nonsense, but everyone knew that there was silver in there, and there was a lot of it. Repaying the debt would be very simple if it were true. Looking at them, our hero was unaware of how they were all attempting to inspect the mine, and was even unaware of the abundance of silver, which is fantastic. The man went on to say that they are all simply incompetent. After closely examining the ore, the sister was still perplexed as to how it could be silver. The girl then gave the order for everyone to check the mine immediately. Everyone ran to follow her instructions and obeyed. Our hero was praised by my sister. He did a fantastic job and solved the problem flawlessly, which was why the girl didn't think he could see the silver in the ore at the moment. Our hero was so indignant at their ineptitude that he mistakenly believed he did it. That was his motivation. When he was serious, his sister knew she wasn't mistaken about her brother's intelligence. According to our hero, he wasn't trying to be serious. He's certain he didn't mean to be serious, but the way she discussed it wasn't pleasant, and he liked how it all started to make sense when he looked at his sister. The butler turned to our hero and told him that the silver ore could not be refined. There should still be plenty of silver, so the young man was very unhappy about this. The butler was chatty, which is not surprising for a man with his level of incompetence. Now the butler told them that they were only working with ore at the moment. However, none of their mages are capable of refining ore. The butler also told them that people who could refine silver ore had already left, and that they were looking everywhere for them. They only specialize in ore, he reported, turning to his lordship. The fact that there was no money for them here was evident to our hero. The butler asked the servants of the master what they ought to do. For telling him this, the young man believed the butler was an absolute idiot. He was reminded of the lack of wizards by the elderly man. However, he was ignored by the young man, who said that hiring people would have resolved a number of nuances. That is, simply search for more. Then our hero told him once more that he believed the butler was just not capable. The butler became aware that this greatly offended him. According to what his master said and what he could do, the gifted Mimizu would quickly locate a group of people with similar talent. He went to look for his master when he left his office, because he was one step closer to being overthrown. Our hero believed that this tyranny had to end today. Our hero, however, felt that was a little weak. When he realized it wasn't enough, he made the decision to figure out a way. The prodigal son needed to drown in women and alcohol. He was eager to be freed from managing the family business, and he simply needed a stroll for this master plan. So he went into town, where the streets were crowded with residents. Pindok is a place full of people, money, and good things, as one might expect. Life is constantly busy in this large city. Someone was currently looking out the window at our hero. They yelled at him. Orsha waved to the young man when he saw him and offered to play for him. The girl promised to tell everyone later that the young man had never played with anyone, but he didn't really want to. Our hero had to concur the next instant. He saw a girl waiting for him when he entered the room, and she asked him not to pay. Without realizing his mistake, our hero turned to the girl and told her he would not be returning. However, this only made the harlot girl, who was happy with the client, laugh. Playing with him, the girl told him she would follow the client's instructions. I just wasn't in the mood, our hero said. Orsha tried to calm him down by claiming that she had a good reputation and that it would be a good idea. Because of what had transpired earlier, our hero felt a little guilty. When asked, he was powerless. The girl was working at the time, reading his mind and kissing him. The young man was shocked and congratulated him on his new role. At this point, our hero believed that Orsha's actions and words did not irritate him. She is an expert at bolstering any discussion that leads to anything else. Our hero believed that prostitutes use such deceptive tactics. Her girlfriend was thanked by the young man. She could tell by the look on his face that he was excited about this meeting and was not at all unhappy. Our hero declared himself the head of the household. The girl thought it fit Hermes-chan, despite the fact that it was a huge hemorrhoid. Our hero believed that libido and power were nearly synonymous because men who are good with girls are also good at work. The girl was proud of her simple technique when she began massaging him the next moment. Naturally, our hero thought it was good and enjoyed it as well. Distracted, the girl said she had a lot of work to do and asked Hermes, "Is the reformation actually happening here?" They referred to it as that, because it was the first time he had heard of it and he was unsure of how to interpret it. Our hero did not comprehend what she was discussing. The girl went on to say that the number of mages melting silver in their brothel had increased recently. They promised to return and appeared to be very wealthy. The mine was supposed to produce silver for a record, according to a rumor that was circulating the streets. Our hero heard this and reported that it was true. He ought to have joined Tada's group, the girl believed. Our hero inquired about the identity of Tada's group after learning about it. Orsha explained that it was a manager and a merchant who employs magicians. Hermes appeared quite depressed as she was telling him all of this, so she was trying to tell him that something was amiss. At that moment, our hero was considering the manager the girl was referring to. He was fascinated by this. The butler had gathered a group of silver smelters for our hero, and a few days later, he saw them all. They appeared to be very self-assured men. The butler told them that working hard for their master was a success in the dark after introducing them to the young man. By this time, all of the boys demonstrated their ability to melt silver. Then our hero got up from his seat and watched them. Everyone was taken aback by this motion. Alara, Henji, Vanna, Xena, and Themis were among the names the young man started yelling. The boys believed that the head of the household was happy and likely loved them. However, the young man told them that they were incredibly unsophisticated. These guys asked how things were and used Tadesa's money to have fun with the girls. Everyone knew it was true now, and they were all silent. Tadasama wanted to control all the silver, which is why our hero recalled the conversation with the girl in the house. Our hero merely assumed that, but the girl there questioned how that could be if he wasn't an unusual boss. However, in actuality, he was the supplier of the silver smelter's mages, and it was up to him whether or not they would perform their duties. The worst case scenario would be a total annexation of all silver territories, and the entire Kano family would be at his mercy if they did. The girl recognized that Hermes-chan was attempting to curry favor, but the young man requested that nothing be made up. The girl then discussed the effects of the recent wizard influx, but the man clarified that he should treat them as such because they were all his lackeys, and he now needs Orsha's assistance with something that our hero brought. When the butler heard what he was discussing, the young man completely failed to comprehend his master. He clarified, however, that Tadas had employed each of them. The butler believed it would be very helpful to them. But our hero believed he didn't understand anything and told them that Tadas was influencing all of these people. They had to be forced to labor for their own gain, since they were the only ones capable of effectively smelting precious metals. The butler fled from our enthusiastic hero after declaring that he would come up with something. The girl was relieved that everything was over when the young man returned to Orsha. To put it another way, he was really happy with himself and had accomplished a lot because of her. Additionally, sound was transmitted and received by simple magical devices. After asking Orsha for the names of their preferred sex workers, he utilized them to further his own objectives. Our hero inquired as to whether she was facing consequences for betraying their devoted guests. Everyone agreed to the plan when the girl suggested that Tadas could take control of the territory because he seemed like a very conceited man. The girl didn't need the money, but our hero thanked her and gave it to her. He was told by the girl that she was a prostitute and that she only accepted money related to her line of work. However, that wasn't the purpose. She spoke to the young man and merely asked Hermes to visit her occasionally. Our hero made the arrangements with her and promised to shut down the entire brothel the next time. The girl told them she would wait for him after they used their little fingers to seal their promise. Our hero was unaware of how long his sister had been standing there until she entered. It was impressive, but the girl clarified that she had been here the entire time. Our hero requested that we put it out of our minds, and his sister stated that he needed to be serious because he had only taken a detour, and immediately resolved the issue. The young man believed that he was losing ground bit by bit while this sister praised him. He stayed with her because he thought it would be bad if things got more complicated. But it seemed really silly to be serious. Our hero believed that he would never be serious after considering that it was necessary. Orsha was now holding the hand our hero had just touched as he entered the carriage up to her face. The renowned knight, the founder of the Kano family, was a woman who had distinguished herself with her extraordinary accomplishments and abilities. She fought in battles all over the world, led an army of 2,000 men, and never lost despite being a woman. Naturally, the butler also invited our master to participate in the first battle ceremony and learn from the great founder. Our hero paused for a while, and then inquired as to why he suddenly had to do it. It was a test fit for the ancient world in this family, the butler retorted. However, he found it dull and pondered what would happen to him if he didn't do it. Since the test is so easy, no one has ever refused it, the butler explained. But they say that if they don't, the founder's ghost will show up and turn his spirit into dust. Naturally, our hero didn't truly think this was true. Even though legends only have a 30% credibility rate and elevate victory, he couldn't ignore it. The spirit of the hero. He didn't want that to happen because sometimes curses or evil spells prevent the souls of gifted or great people from leaving this world. The woman who founded the company, Nana Kano, took her army wherever she wanted. She is still at the point where she could truly manifest as a heroic spirit, even if there is only a 30% chance that this is the case. It hurts to go through trials. If he doesn't, there might be issues. Thus, our hero was intrigued by a sort of ceremony. And the young man was entirely correct, the butler told him. After putting down the bowl, our hero was about to do it. After that, he met his sister, whose presence I found puzzling. Even after revealing that she was his daughter and that everything was in order, the girl still expressed disapproval of the man and raised concerns. "I'm here to see how skilled our hero is," the girl explained. The girl added that some people might want to bully him because they don't see him as the family's leader. Our hero was uncertain whether that was the true cause, because those who didn't acknowledge him were the enemy in the eyes of his sister, who gave him praise. She bought witnesses and braced herself for the worst, so she asked Hermes to do his best. Thus, they embarked on his trial together. Since this was his first time here, our hero did not know what kind of place the cave was, and he did not enjoy it. The butler then informed his master that he would ask him to go get the coin by himself. Because it was foolish and risky, our hero questioned whether he should really go there by himself. He was informed by his sister that she would be waiting for him outside and that he would be unable to escape if something occurred in the cave. Our hero believed it would be practical. The sister was now looking at Hermes with intense interest. There were only faint indications of human activity, and the cave's structure appeared to be natural. As our hero ran through this cave, he believed that this was merely a custom. Then he discovered that this cave contained a lake. He reasoned that since no one was pursuing him, it was crucial to adjust to being by himself here. Despite the fact that passing this pointless test was the only option, our hero thought this farce was terrible and used his magic to walk along the lake. Additionally, he discovered a coin bearing the founder's portrait. He wondered if this would be sufficient to get back. In an attempt to determine what was in front of him, he chose to examine the cave's other passageway when he suddenly noticed it. After carefully examining the odd coin, the man wondered, but then he understood what the people who had sent him here were up to. There was another coin, the same one as the first one. It was too simple for our hero, who discovered a lot more of these coins while passing different tests. He gathered up the final coin as the journey came to an end in front of him. There is a profound significance here. He believed he had realized. It implies that a coin's prestige increases with the number of stars it can fetch. The coin with 1 star would be the right one in his situation. Thus, our hero emerged from the cave drenched. They couldn't figure out what had happened or why he was soaked when they saw him. The young man clarified that it was awful when there was water. "I brought a coin," he reported. Then, everyone made the decision to find out what the coin was. The boy was already exhausted from the walk and asked to finish it as soon as possible. The butler took the coin at that moment with his consent. Then, because it was a 1-star coin, it dropped out of his grasp. Looking at our hero, the butler believed that this was just not possible. No one could have gotten it, after all. Perhaps, the young man reasoned, the butler was kidding, and invited everyone to visit and take a look. Everyone understood that this was a rank 1 test the next instant. When our hero heard this, he pondered its meaning. The young man meant that it was the hardest test of all. His sister clarified to him. "The spell gets stronger the closer I approach the entrance, according to the creators of the magic draining spell. The first one is more difficult to obtain, and the easier it is to obtain coins, the deeper you go." Our hero was attempting to identify this system. It is said that the founder arrived to witness the efforts of numerous people, even those who lacked expertise. One might be able to get through the cave by going all the way down into it. That was the guiding idea behind this test. This must be some sort of joke, our hero thought. 1-star coin ultimately proved to be the most cursed, indicating that he brought it. According to the girl, she was aware of that and had guessed it from the start of the test. A young man is amazing when he is serious. Throughout the journey, our hero made an effort to clarify that this was untrue and that he was not being serious. The girl, however, grimaced and said, "I suppose our hero meant it, because it was even worth being serious. He had a great deal of experience," she reasoned. Why it had ended this way was beyond our heroine's comprehension. While everyone was having a good time and discussing something, our hero was sitting at his house. He was reading a book at the time when his sister interrupted him once more and inquired as to what he was reading with such fervor. Since the entire Orpheus collection consisted of all of Orpheus' photographs, the young man recommended that she view it. Just then, the young woman threw the book out the window after dropping it from his grasp once more. Because he had read it, the young man was unaware of what she had done. The young man inquired as to whether the girl was aware of this peculiar occurrence. Orphea is the most beautiful woman in history and an adventurer. Many girls are named after her, and her name has come to be associated with beauty. Around the world, enthusiasts risk their lives to collect Orphea's images. He had far more important things to do, his sister told him, so this was not the case. Here, our hero placed a bright red file folder in front of her, suggesting that she had important business. That being said, the girl grabbed them, told them it was hers, and asked them not to bring up other topics, most likely related to the marriage proposal she had received. Who really gives a damn about these minor details anyway? The typical meaning of these sentences was to take control of his family, and our hero agreed. The domain had been in a precarious state ever since their brothers died and the Lord changed. After explaining its significance to the groom and his sister, our hero advised her to look at the folder's final page, where she might find this picture interesting. He has moved up the social scale through marriages and divorces, but she is deftly concealed in his portfolio. A cunning man who should not be trusted. He couldn't allow a man like him to get Kano's property, but perhaps eventually he would start to watch his lying tongue. Our hero questioned whether his sister understood him. Our hero believed that the girl quickly realized the man's true character. She added that he was a man of extraordinary talents who would make a great leader, and that if he became more serious, he would not be less capable than earlier generations. Thinking he must have sparked a hornet's nest, our hero started discussing how the husband would impact the family's father's honor following his daughter's marriage. The girl discussed the actions of our hero. Allowing his sister to succeed served his own interests by allowing him to live his life as he desired, even after he abdicated. When the time comes, he will incite the vassals and succeed his sister as leader. Our hero believed that this was the reason he would never permit his sister to get married. He became aware that he had spoken with a severe expression, and he saw that the man had grown more serious and was starting to press him once more. In a matter of seconds, he witnessed his sister begin to cry and flush intensely. He was unaware of what had transpired. The girl asked him to repeat what she had just said. Our hero told his sister that he would not send her anywhere as a bride after realizing that she wanted to hear him speak seriously once more. He believed that he would never be duped like this again. In any case, the girl requested that our hero refrain from showing the picture to anyone other than herself. She covered her face with a folder that contained all of her fiancés because she was so embarrassed at this point. Our hero understood that she was referring to the haughty expression he had made just moments before. Our hero must have thought, he really did have such a weird face. He found it odd that the following day, Mimizu requested a private meeting with his sister and no other vassals or strangers, believing it to be some odd confluence. Mimizu chose to inquire directly, declaring to his lordship that he had discovered that the young man would turn down all proposals of marriage to Lady Sora, and that this would be detrimental to his family's future, and inquired as to his motivation. Our hero assumed that he must not give a damn, but then he disclosed that he had a theory that Lord Hermes was rumored to be reluctant to part with his sister due to some immoral ideas. When our hero heard this, he was taken aback and declared it to be a mere rumor. His own sister was the subject of this foolish joke, and those who had allowed it to continue. Our hero realized they were maids. As the girl spied them, our hero realized what was waiting for them and looked at them. He realized it was because of yesterday. When his sister blushed during the conversation, they saw it and assumed he was thinking dirty thoughts. They reasoned that this must be a bad thing. Although he would have preferred to be perceived as a lazy dictator, this was no longer the case, and it was actually the most repulsive thing that could have happened in this circumstance. Butler told him he knew full well that this was complete bullshit. It was suspicious that our hero had not provided an explanation, even though it was merely idle gossip from the maids. He wished to know why from Lord Hermes. His sister stepped in at that moment and inquired as to whether he was accountable. Our hero didn't understand what his sister was saying when he heard it, so she assumed he was to blame. However, the girl claimed that her brother had carefully considered the suggestions, and the majority of them merely desired to take control of the Kano house. They were merely newcomers who wanted to seize an opportunity for their own self-interest. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Our hero was unable to comprehend her sister's motivation for saying that. Furthermore, the girl was baffled by the young man's appearance. Yesterday, he himself informed her of this. The sister started telling the butler about the men in her folder after our hero praised it for a job well done. Only the most promising one was shown to him. Hermes discovered that by repeatedly getting married and getting divorced, he had risen up the professional ladder. When the butler heard this, he was taken aback, and the girl asked him to see how everyone was doing. "I will," he said, rushing away. According to our hero, who was observing his sister, she had overplayed her hand and ruined him by speaking to her. The girl laughed and had no idea what he was talking about. Even in private, our hero vowed that he would never again be serious. Observing his sister, who was obviously pleased with the situation, our hero went to the city, and since everyone was staring at him, I believe that's why he was there. He most likely just strolled around in those opulent morning clothes. He was, after all, a wasteful lord, as many locals believed. When our hero heard this, he believed that everything was proceeding according to plan. It wasn't enough for the general public to despise him, but his punk style was deliberately chosen so that the elder generation would denounce him when they saw him. Therefore, he had to keep an eye on everything, so he couldn't just watch a riot or something like that happen. In order to approach them in a moderate manner and keep playing the part of a wasteful lord, he would avoid dealing with this area and instead stick to a balanced passage. For him, it sounded like the ideal plan, and things were going smoothly so far. Here, our hero noticed a store where kids were purchasing tasty, fresh food after smelling it. The salesman then caught sight of Lord Hermes. Our hero inquired as to whether the store was the source of that delightful scent. As anticipated, the vendor stated that their lord has a keen sense of smell. According to the vendor, these candies are known as dorayaki. Recently, they were very popular. Our hero was shocked to learn about them. They were informed that a man from an ancient era created this confection, which was believed to have been forgotten. They were only known to be made with flour and bean paste, but they gained a lot of popularity after the recipe was recently found in ruins. Our hero requested a single piece after hearing this tale, and the vendor kindly provided it to him. Our hero tasted it and remarked on how sweet and delicious it was. Since it's a popular candy these days, the salesperson was aware of this. It's obvious with this flavor, but our hero asked for more because it will become popular. After considering taking some candy for his sister if he were present, our hero made the decision to continue exploring the area. He heard some people arguing the next moment as he was savoring his food and other treats. Not far from him, two men were having a disagreement about a girl and trying to work out a relationship. The fact that they were hanging on because of a girl and the guys were working things out among themselves shocked our hero. After all, with so many girls in the town, it seemed a little ridiculous. Then they decided to fight and pulled out their guns. Our hero approached to observe. It was difficult to leave the guys alone, even though people were pleading for it to stop. Our hero appeared to believe he had to put up with the pain, even though he understood that it was essential to get him out of it. Since everyone was watching the two men, he made the decision to end their argument. In order to divert his opponent's attention from the fight, he shot a tiny ball at one of them and then at the other. Thus, both men received a slap without anticipating its source. The people in the vicinity were also taken aback by everything and began to look around. Our hero thought he had sufficiently restrained himself at the level of a human punch after dealing with them, and he rubbed his hands. They had to calm down a little after waking up because they were already furious. Thus, the two pebbles also parted ways after degrading their targets. It would appear to the audience that they had fallen to the ground by accident. Maybe our hero thought. A child walked into his path as he was crossing the street at that precise moment, glancing at our hero and telling him it was really cool. Our hero discovered that this girl had witnessed everything when he saw a young man shooting a pebble and remarking that it was extremely difficult. He felt compelled to find a way to silence her. I even tried using pebbles to prevent burns, but it didn't work. It was pretty cool that she probably thought that. Our hero understood that his housemates would go around complimenting him on his awesomeness if they found out. Our hero decided he wanted to stay away from that. The girl was offered a treat by the young man. She was taken aback when she saw it, and he discussed giving it to her but asked her to keep it a secret. The girl got really excited when she saw such a dorayaki. She was asked if she enjoyed the treat by our hero. The girl also mentioned that her mother had warned her that eating too many of them would cause her teeth to decay. A whole bag of candy was offered to her by our hero, and requested that she keep what she had witnessed today to herself. The happy girl accepted, and our hero went back to his realm after grabbing this bag. A few days later, the young man was seated in his usual chair when he looked up to see his sister, who was beaming, and he asked her what had happened to her face. The girl claimed that there were rumors and that our hero had received a letter, that two men were fighting over a girl, but our hero intervened. Our hero was taken aback upon hearing this. The sister then clarified that the girl in the letter had written this. According to her, the young man defeated the two men and gave them a lesson by hurling stones at them. In addition to stating that the dorayaki was delicious, the letter thanked our hero for the gift and acknowledged that she had finally told everything. The young man was taken aback upon seeing the thank you note. According to his sister, the girl began learning to write and asked for his address because she wanted to send him this letter. She asked the girl about his act, which caused her to grow, and she told her everything. And the sister questioned whether our hero didn't believe that asking kids not to tell when they saw something really intriguing was pointless. She urged him to simply give up and prove his true abilities to the world. Our hero clarified that he simply had no desire to do so. All he could do, he thought, was hope that it would be dismissed as juvenile nonsense. In addition, he informed his sister that he was too young to refer to him as an uncle. Since he was going to be an uncle, my sister asked if she truly thought it was cool. According to the young man, she must be an aunt because he was an uncle. The girl grabbed this letter and tossed it, claiming that no one else needed it. However, the letter was caught by a dog outside the window and delivered to our hero. He reread the letter and was moved by the girl's writing style, recalling her joyful expression. As our hero sat thinking about how dull it was, the butler approached him. Ultimately, our hero had only been a chapter for a few months. He believed that the chapter wouldn't have to put in much effort as long as it was a routine task. Vassals, who believed they were waiting for a just reward, approached him with reports and petitions from their domains almost daily. Even though locals and officials handled the majority of this, he only needed to grant permission if they were doing something unusual. He would first, if at all possible, simply listen to what they had to say in order to grasp the main points of the issue, then reply that he understood and gave his approval of the request. He would then grant them permission to continue their duties, but he found it to be too repetitive and dull and uncomfortable. Our hero was pondering how dull this was. He was also told at this point that the damage caused by sly, cheeky slugs would be the subject of the following report. Our hero inquired as to which slugs we were talking about when we heard the word mere slugs. Did the slugs in question happen to be the same ones? And when you consider it, our hero made an effort to solve the problem. The slugs were both obnoxious and feeble. All that can be said about them is that they were occasionally extremely odd and bothersome. They are the weakest of all the monsters and hardly ever harm humans. Nevertheless, their capacity for regeneration is astounding. A slug won't die if you don't kill it in a single blow. At first, slugs were dangerous. Therefore, when they capture a woman, they eat her and melt her clothing. They congregate in groups and do damage, Butler said. Therefore, a petition was signed requesting that they halt this and take immediate action. At this point, our hero carefully read the petition and realized that it was about destroying inferior monsters, slugs. Our hero came to the realization that he could turn into a boastful warrior who would take on lesser creatures like slugs. He would boast about everyone's abilities. It would also be a lot of fun, the young man thought, and he would openly exaggerate the importance of it. When the butler started reading him that dull report once more, he told him that he would go and destroy those slugs. Naturally, he was taken aback by the young man's remarks. In the afternoon, our hero mounted his horse and rode south from Pindos to a location amidst the Aegean plains. It seems that he believed that somewhere there was where the slugs were. He noticed 20 slugs at that precise moment. The locals leave simple food to deter the slugs because they lack weapons. He observed that they were planted with meat potatoes, which accounted for the absence of human casualties. The slugs don't think twice. They will be attacked if a human is in front of them, and the pain of losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Therefore, eliminating them all is the best course of action. Our hero warned those in his vicinity not to constantly follow him. He could see that no one was in the area, and no one was pursuing him. He wanted to kill 20 slugs with one because, as he had assumed, no one would dare to defy the head's orders. He could burn them all at once since he knew they were afraid of fire. Our hero then used his abilities to burn the slugs. I told myself that if the slugs would just quit, it would be over quickly. He discovered that one of the slugs still refused to burn as he was burning them the next time, but he still dealt with it. Upon surveying the area, he discovered no witnesses. He had faced these adversaries. Then the hero went back to the manor. He was asked where he got the potatoes by the butler, who was already waiting for him. "I just want to eat some potatoes," the young man said. He declared that he would carry out the task tomorrow. However, the circumstances demonstrated that this was also the ideal moment. "Therefore, I told the butler that it wasn't too hard." When the butler heard this, he was unable to comprehend the young man's topic. He also clarified the significance of his victory over everyone. The butler was shocked to learn that the young man had already taken care of them. Then, although it wasn't required, our hero advised him to go and check it out for himself. In any case, he would report on it tomorrow. He's merely boasting about dispatching some lesser creatures. What a depressing, arrogant young man. And it had to be done carefully because he was doing it. He crushed them with one finger, but the young man claimed that there were 20 of these slugs. The action was simple. After realizing that this sounded like the most typical boast, our hero still managed to come across as a little wordy. Our hero glanced at the butler at this point, assuming that he must have been taken aback and likely had a completely different perspective on him. Thus, our hero made the decision to exploit this circumstance in order to gain notoriety as a despot. According to the butler, there was a slug lord among them, and nobody was able to handle him. The butler then inquired as to whether our hero had actually killed him. When the young man heard this, he was unable to identify the slug lord the butler was referring to. However, the butler also told him that these slugs only show up once every 10 years. He follows his instincts and crawls on the ground to find food, which is how the slugs have accumulated in such a large pile. Our hero glanced at the butler in astonishment at this point, and he suspected that he had heard about this previously. The slug lord's life force and regeneration level are significantly higher than those of regular slugs, but his appearance remains unchanged. It could produce enough slugs to cover a whole city if left unchecked. However, our hero killed the Demon King, a creature that will cause a true catastrophe if I deal with him. The butler was shocked that the young man only realized this now. Our hero came to the realization that things had not gone as planned at that point. The young man had made it so simple that the butler was taken aback. At this point, our hero started talking about how strong this demon was and how he had to put in a lot of effort during the difficult battle. He then made a valiant attempt to explain the situation to the butler. To the butler's dismay, however, his boast simply became an untrue tale that lingered in his memory. Even worse, that was all that was stated in the report when it was summarized the following day. Specifically, that our hero had dealt the slug a single blow. That's what the butler kept thinking about, and word of the amazing chapter kept getting out there. She announced the arrival of the chief inspector while our hero and his sister were seated at the table. He was supposed to arrive today and would be sent out of the country. He was coming to see our hero, the girl heard. The young man was aware of this, but he had no idea why the minister had chosen to visit them. The girl told him that since it appeared that the minister was already present, he probably wanted to see the person who had defeated Slimrod, our hero, by himself, a direct control super elite that combats injustice. Furthermore, he was aware that, in his capacity as chief inspector, he would not typically have paid a visit to a gentleman there. The only thing our hero didn't understand was why his sister learned about everything first, when the chief should have been the first to discover such information. According to his sister, our hero would have simply fled if he had learned first. Since it was true, the young man came to the realization that his sister knew him very well. The awful sister, the same one, merely desired good fortune, according to Hermes. The carriage then opened, revealing a girl and a man who was conversing with her. Our hero realized how problematic it was, the appearance of a cunning and domineering man. In addition to this woman, he saw a recalcitrant man who had a strong sense of justice. He reflects on his prior knowledge of it. The man in front of the girl inquired as to whether Baron Kano, a young man, was ahead of him. The man identified himself as the Inspector General of the Moro Corco's kingdom, and our hero reported that he was. It was a pleasure for our hero to meet you. Her Majesty Lena Mijina, who would be accompanying him this time, was then introduced by the man. Our hero was shocked to see this woman. Was she truly a member of the royal family? Despite her unexpected visit, the girl was extremely appreciative of being welcomed today. Despite her risk, the man reported that Her Majesty had arrived. Her Majesty urged our hero to tell everything he was asked because she values the truth more than any treasure. The difficulty of the balancing act was recognized by our hero. There would be trouble if he relaxed, but he didn't want to be serious. However, there is a negative aspect as well. For instance, the royal family will be unhappy, and the entire house will suffer. After greeting and bowing to the girl, our hero led them to the house where they were to stay. To what extent is it possible? Our hero was asking himself these questions. He needed to be careful and maintain his balance. Our hero then led them into the courtyard as they escorted their guests into the manor. The man then asked how it went and whether our young man had defeated Slimrod. He was burned by fire magic, the boy explained. Her Majesty then gave our hero a close look. If the girl wanted to watch it in action, he asked. The next time, they asked our hero if he knew what it was after placing it in front of him. When it was over, that was the only thing our hero could think about. According to the man, it was a magical tool as well. It is a completely replicable substitute that assesses a monster's strength. Naturally, it ought to be applied when a group of adventurers or someone similar questioned whether he could truly vanquish a monster. The fact that they were genuinely attempting to test our hero with it startled him. He had no choice but to do so in order to maintain his strength. He would learn his approximate abilities after they fought. The man advised our hero to destroy this device and tune in, just as they did during the previous battle. Our hero decided that he had to put in the effort because the reason for the unexpected victory over the Prince of Slugs was never to be revealed. He chose to imagine what it would be like to burn for at least 5 minutes in order to accomplish this. Then he applied his magic to the gadget that was handed to him. As Hermes had anticipated, the creature burned after a few minutes. Everyone believed that our hero was teasing them after witnessing what he did. Everyone actually believed that he was launching a counterattack. However, it was fascinating up until the point at which the slug was thrashing from side to side due to full combustion. However, the man clarified that His Highness had personally witnessed the entire event. They also inquired as to whether there was another strategy for defeating them. He reasoned that they could be brought here after all. Our hero believed that he approved of Morau's suggestion, but the princess simply gave him a close look and concluded that it was obvious that it was only destruction. Our hero thought the ball that night was excellent, and many people were invited. They had accomplished a great deal and were obliged to honor the head of the royal family because of their strength. His dreams were limited to serving until the day he died. He noticed that Her Highness was not at the table the next time he was rushing around the hall to watch the proceedings. The young man made the decision to inquire about her location. Then he noticed that the girl was relaxing on the balcony. Going out to her, the young man inquired as to what she had forgotten in such a location at such a time. Asking the young man if he enjoyed falconry, the girl turned to face him. After realizing that it was aristocrats' entertainment, our hero inquired as to whether Her Highness enjoyed lessons. The girl clarified that although she enjoyed the falcons, she did not enjoy it. The young man then told her that they could take everyone in and see what was going on if that was the case. When our hero approached the princess, he asked, "Are there any falcons so gifted that they conceal their talons?" Then, our hero failed to grasp her meaning. Additionally, the girl inquired as to the young man's arm wrestling background. If you look closely, you can see that there is a lot of room there, and our hero really didn't know how to put it. It appears to be a kind of royal warfare, and in order to feel confident in her skills, she practices it. It's the type of thing you discover immediately, and the princess recognized that our hero was similar to her, and that he was not sincere. The young man became perplexed upon realizing this and began to flush, and the princess urged him to relax, promising not to tell anyone. They only said this to see if the Slug King had actually been vanquished. Our hero was the only one attempting to make sense of the situation. The girl went on to say that she doesn't understand why Baron Kano isn't acting appropriately at this crucial juncture in his role as a leader of his own territory. But one day, the girl said she might even be able to make him be serious by torturing him. Our hero believed it was a lie at the time and attempted to comprehend what was happening. He will be able to reach the core of her soul through the power of intuition. As our hero was strolling through the city, he heard Orsha, a girl he knew well for her easy virtue, calling him once more. She also clarified that the brothel didn't understand day and night, so she invited him inside and said she needed him. Our hero made an effort to comprehend her request and the events that transpired. The young man pondered what money looked like when the girl told him that Hermes was, in fact, the wealthiest of her clients. The girl hurried to his arms as soon as she entered, telling him it was an urgent request. But the guy was so taken aback that he nearly passed out. The girl clarified that yesterday, a significant quantity of alcohol was brought into the town. For a simple worker, one bottle of wine that is 100 years old is equivalent to half a year's wages. She wanted to give it a try at least once, but the brothel only has inexpensive items that are brought in response to orders. It turns out that the girl wanted to drink at the client's expense, as our hero discovered. The young man was greatly taken aback by her audacity when she responded that this was in fact the case. The girl told him that she would become his maid and that he could use her however he pleased if the young man bought her a drink. Our hero believed he could live without it. He then considered what he had initially believed to be a trap. But if it was, there shouldn't be any issues. The girl became very excited and began to shout and have fun when our hero announced that she needed to carry 2 glasses, one of which was wine. When she brought it the next time, they glanced at it absently before deciding to take a sip, and they ended up downing several bottles. When our hero returned home after midnight, the butler was perplexed as to where the man had gone, and it was instantly recognizable because our hero was so inebriated. The butler was now telling him about some imperial decree. He was instructed to give him the snow dragon fruit right away because Her Royal Majesty wants to be in charge of it. The young man remembered Mount Karen's, which is in his family's domain, and the black dragon fruit. Additionally, there is 1,000,000 years of snow that never melts close to its summit. You can only get this fruit there. Our hero has been informed that there is such a thing. Although it wasn't practically possible, he still wanted to taste this fruit. Mount Karen's is a sort of fortress after all. We will need to plan an expedition because it is so risky, and the most important thing is to ascend. Then, while intoxicated, our hero told the butler to put his trust in him. The butler merely glanced at our hero, not understanding what the young man was attempting to accomplish, and fled after he had briefly entered the house. As he looked in that direction, our hero tried to recall whether Mount Karen's was in that direction. He made the decision to fly since he could climb it in that condition. In the next instant, he was on the mountain, close to the fruit, battling the ice and avalanche that were hurtling toward him. He decided to take another fruit as a memento after climbing up and taking one. And he was back at home the next instant. Unaware that he was wearing his normal clothes instead of his pajamas, our hero opened his eyes and awoke in his room. He listened to Orsha's pleas yesterday, and they had a nice drink. However, he drank too much and had a bad memory. After putting on his shoes, our hero decided to wash his face in the hopes of feeling better. He then made the decision to use the restroom, but then his sister appeared out of nowhere. The girl claimed that Hermes was very enigmatic, and the young man couldn't understand why she was in front of him. She had heard that he sired snow dragons while ascending Mount Karen's at night. When the young man heard this, he didn't understand her, and the girl realized our hero had forgotten everything, because he delivered the snow dragon fruit the queen requested so quickly. Fruit is notoriously difficult to obtain. Our hero was taken aback. Had he truly done this? When he attempted to contradict his sister, he suddenly remembered it. The girl explained that Miss flew up the mountain after getting drunk because she was so shocked. After realizing that he had completed everything, our hero returned that same day, according to the girl. The young man couldn't comprehend because he had done something like that. Once more, the sister was ecstatic that Hermes had fulfilled his promise. The young man inquired as to where the fruit had disappeared, and they were all right, too. Now that it's all about Her Majesty's decree, you can act however you like. According to the girl, he was brought to the royal capital right away, and she was curious as to whether Her Majesty had heard the news already. Just going to lie down was all our hero wanted to do. He went to his bed, a little dazed, and collapsed headfirst into his pillow. Seeing him, his sister was baffled as to why he had gone to bed. Hermes was enjoying his solitude while eating sweets and reading a book. His sister was hovering over him now and was hurrying over, but she wanted to ask him a question first. She was discussing a job. He felt very uneasy about the job his sister had given him. He could ask Mimi's, the girl told him, as it was a typical Kano family job. After explaining the nature of the task, he was informed that the carriage was prepared and the young man could leave. When our hero heard about the carriage, he rose from his chair and attempted to determine what had to be done. His sister reassured him that she would inform him about it while she was on her way. The hot springs were their destination. Our hero sat in the hot springs, trying to understand the purpose of the bathhouse and the nature of the job. It's a family spring, so isn't that fantastic? Sitting nearby, his sister remarked on how pleasant the water was. Although our hero enjoyed it greatly, he was unaware of the game's connection to his job. The girl clarified that our hero was unaware of the reason behind her family's barren title. Naturally, our hero was unaware of this, so the girl chose to share the tale with him. First, because His Majesty had made the first generation's representatives masters, from aristocrats to swordsmen. You could say along the path's golden line. Second, one of the first generation turned this hot spring into a sword. The Majesty then gave this sword to the Kano family. Generation after generation of their family had visited this place. Our hero was sitting in the bathhouse at the time, listening to his sister. The young man tried to cool himself by climbing out of it. A maid entered at that precise moment, apologized, and said she had come to give him a back rub. In all his splendor, the young man stood in front of her. The girl was unsure of how to respond to this. Our hero was perplexed the next moment and couldn't figure out why the girl was so shocked. Our hero became extremely embarrassed when the maid looked down and saw that he was without a towel. The girl then requested permission to leave. The girl claimed to have been hired as an assistant and was getting ready to look after our hero, but he had no idea what she was talking about. For her, it was an enormous honor. What the girl wanted was completely beyond our hero's comprehension. His sister arrived at that precise moment and attempted to soothe her. Even so, the maid apologized and sobbed aloud. The sister then questioned whether her brother truly intended to claim that he got into this predicament because he was conversing with her at the hot springs. All our hero was doing was attempting to determine how the springs could be involved in any way. According to our hero, it was a common occurrence. The girl was unable to relax and regain her composure. Although the young man claimed that her sister had no intention of bullying her, he still believed that she was doing so. After realizing that he was tired of the whole thing, our hero declared that he didn't want to know a sister like that. Unaware of the type of sister she was, the young man decided to walk around the neighborhood rather than listen to her. If it weren't for his sister, things wouldn't be this way, but he also believed that this was true for all men, so it shouldn't be that frightening. He chose to check out the locker room in front of the restrooms at this precise moment. There was a great view through that crevice, and it wasn't a bad place to be. The young man most likely made this hole here because he recalled the first generation representative his sister had mentioned. He was a fascinating man. He noticed a monkey climbing into the holy spring while he was watching the slit. And our hero considered the possibility that girls, and most crucially, not his sister, might be spying there. She wondered where she had gone and if she should return because it must be cold. Our hero, who was observing the monkey at the time, believed that it was getting bigger and that its color had slightly changed. As if he hadn't noticed, our hero suddenly grew larger and its fur darkened, and it happened very fast. He was unable to comprehend anything, but he had to deal with this monkey because His Majesty had granted him this place. After all, he wouldn't be able to forgive it if something did happen. He straightened the monkey in the next instant, but as he struggled back, he discovered that the fur had buried itself in his arm. Thinking that this animal had a lot of magical power, he attempted to fight it once more but decided to give it some more thought. The next step was to preserve the location that His Majesty had given us at all costs, and ideally to keep everything secure. Our hero apologized to the monkey and used his magic to defeat it. Thinking that he had no more evidence, he massacred it the next instant, and it was not personal. There was no damage to the hot spring. Our hero was attempting to determine the purpose of this monkey. It needed to be determined. Then his sister showed up and told him that, as Hermes was supposed to do, he had handled the unforeseen circumstance entirely. The young man had no idea when his sister had shown up. She clarified that she came over after hearing a loud noise. I noticed that a large monkey had been thrown into a hollow tree by the young man. The young man believed she could do nothing because she had witnessed it. To find out what was wrong with that monkey in the hot springs, the young man repeatedly asked his sister. She couldn't tell you lately, after all. A magic blade was used to create this spring. Poisonous vapors are released here due to the blade's power, transforming the animals into monsters. Timely problem solving is the primary responsibility of the Kono family. There are typically no casualties in such circumstances, but Hermes made this time different, and the girl predicted that his power would soon be acknowledged by all. Our hero was shocked to hear all of this, and his sister advised him to return right away because lunch was about to start. Our hero made an effort to learn about his sister's activities, but she also clarified that she had nothing planned, leading the young man to believe she was lying. The young man didn't know why he was receiving this kind of punishment. The surrounding area of Pindos. After requesting that the gate be opened while riding his horse, our hero was questioned about his destination. According to our hero, he decided to go for a short walk because he was extremely exhausted. The butler told the gentleman that it was an emergency message a few hours ago when he burst into his study. He witnessed his sister attempting to torment his brother at that precise moment. When the butler saw this, he was unaware of what our heroes were doing, because she had just asked her brother to wear something different. The girl also asked me to let the butler know that she was always wearing the same outfit. She requested that I grant her small wish. I don't want my sister to call me that, the young man told me. Ultimately, these garments were still too small for him. He felt as though he was giving in to her every whim. They fell silent as the girl considered the possibility that he was correct. They then focused on the butler, who entered and inquired as to what had transpired. According to the butler, they recently learned that a meteorite had fallen close to the Great Road on the city's outskirts. No one was able to pass because the meteorite had destroyed the road and blocked people's path. After learning about the meteorite, our heroes understood that similar incidents had actually occurred before and that they were connected in some way. The delivery of the goods will be delayed if the issues are not resolved. Residents must be evacuated immediately, and the damaged area must be restored. At this point, our hero questioned whether the meteorite was actually an ordinary one, but it was probably, and at least no odd occurrences or magical abilities of the stone were reported. After removing himself, our hero claimed to have understood everything and embarked on this mission. Only his sister and the butler kept a close eye on the young man. While our hero left for his destination, his butler and sister waited for him at the manor. He wanted to know what had caused the recent events and the repercussions. After all, he chose to go there because he was concerned that this case would not become a burden, and everything was fine if the evacuation went smoothly. But since that was the purpose of the disguise, he would simply act like a passing traveler and assist if there was any issue. The young man mounted his horse and rode across the plains to the tea house. However, he chose to make sure to check in on his way back because he had no idea that there was a tea shop here. When he got to the meteorite fall site the following moment, he tried to figure out what had happened because everything was broken. It was obvious to him from the scars that a swordsman had worked here. A young man approached them, thinking that Hermes certainly didn't like being noticed, and our hero had clearly realized this. Master Perseus had aided them, the young man explained. They would have had to clear everything for days if he hadn't happened to be passing right here. He ignored him, and our hero continued on his way. Hermes wanted to tell him everything, so the young man did not understand why he was leaving. Hermes feared that he might be found if he remained here. He chose to distance himself from the young man because he simply did not need it. Tomorrow, traffic should be fully restored if everything goes as planned. And lately, he felt that every time he started something, a problem even more significant than the last one would appear right away. As a result, our hero decided that it was best to avoid getting involved in anything. He mounted his steed and rode off in the other direction. He would not unjustly step over the line. He was now humming to himself while riding. He then noticed that passers-by were inquiring as to whether the path was already free. After stating that it was, our hero asked them to move on in silence. After expressing gratitude to him, everyone followed our hero's path. He decided to spend some time inside the tea house after seeing it again and deciding it was what he needed because he was simply hungry. He witnessed a girl attempting to avoid the unwanted attention of a man who was clearly unsure of how to interact with a young, terrified girl. When our hero saw how rude the old man was to the girl, he asked him to stop. The elderly man, who was unaware of our hero, was told that he could visit his wife if he wanted to have some fun. However, the elderly man informed them that was unnecessary. Gazing at him, the young man pondered what sort of an old stump he was. The old man then went up to the girl once more and told her that she was young and could have children for him. However, the young man told him to cease. He felt a horrible aura the next time he touched him, and he knew that the man needed to be dealt with right away. Those who were observing him arrived and were perplexed by his actions. Despite being dropped to the ground, the young man's heart was pounding as he attempted to understand how it had happened. The men who were observing him and the guests were attempting to determine what kind of man it was, but they themselves were unaware of how the grandfather had been knocked down at one point, so they were unable to comprehend what it was or why our hero did it. Our hero was considering how angry he was about it, and everyone was discussing how he used a single blow to defeat Sword Master Perseus. He couldn't believe his eyes when he heard this. Was this old man truly Perseus, the Sword Master? He turned to face the elderly man who was lying on the ground, and upon examining his weapon, he saw that it was a cane with a concealed sword that was slightly drawn. Thus, he was attempting to draw the sword. Then, as our hero had already discovered, he had knocked the sword master off his feet. He was aware that he had given into it once more. Some kind of essence appeared at that precise moment, where a meteorite had just fallen and the stones were still being disassembled. He had previously pinned down the sword master with ease. Our hero questioned why things always ended this way. Everyone was attempting to identify our hero as they stood in the center of the tea room. Since he had removed the sword master, someone reasoned that he might be a divine messenger sent to punish the sword master. The young man knew that he had to think of an explanation before things worsened because there was nothing he could do about it. Everyone was trying to figure out what had happened as Paul's friends trembled. When the girl started to fall, our hero picked her up and inquired about her well-being. A man suddenly rushed in and declared that everyone needed to flee because a horrible demon from a meteorite discovered in the rocks was present. After obtaining a sword cane from the master, our hero headed toward the young man's location. To calm himself, he sat down and asked to be told what was there. The young man told him that they were certain they didn't have to destroy the meteorite, and that the demon had thanked them for releasing him. The young man was standing directly in front of our hero when the demon struck him, and he let out a loud scream as he felt the overwhelming power. This shocked everyone. The cook got up from his chair and attempted to figure out what had happened and why the elderly man was on the ground. Then, in an attempt to battle this monster, our hero leaped out of the tea house. The monster noticed that the young man was strutting around a little. Our hero believed that everything had gone wrong for him. They started fighting the next instant. The young man was attempting to determine how they would resolve the situation. The men began to flee, and our hero decided that it was a wise move and that they ought to get as far away as they could. The demon claimed that the young man was a pitiful person because it appeared that he was in total need. With his meager abilities, our hero refrained from laughing, but he did a perfect job of explaining that he was desperate. Unaware of the man's identity, the demon attempted to attack him once more, observing our hero as he tries to fight him. He attacked the young man the next instant. Our hero used the cane he had borrowed from the sword master to confront him. Even though he was aware that this demon was more powerful than he appeared to be, he was still defeatable. Our hero decided on a plan, assuming that he would keep acting like he was fighting and take the blows that the monster intentionally threw at him. He would do this repeatedly until everyone had left, because our hero was aware that some people were still present to witness his battle at that precise moment. He understood that he could only defeat this demon when there was no one left. Our hero was unable to identify the demon when he saw someone hurling stones at it in the following moment. However, the girl who threw the rock was the one our hero was attempting to protect in the coffee shop. Our hero turned to face her and was equally shocked that he was the only one who had chosen to face the demon. Despite this, the girl was eager to assist the hero in the fight. The demon was shocked to learn that our hero was not being serious. After killing him, the same one took all the bodies to the tea house. However, the demon was sliced in half by the man's powerful blow at that precise moment, and he believed that he had accomplished a feat by saving people for the third time. The guy was able to deliver the final blow because of the girl's intervention, and it was stunning. Even though he had to act like he was totally worn out, the girl thanked him. After everyone celebrated the victory over the demon and vowed to remember it for a long time, the man made the decision to keep everything private and keep his family in the dark. And all of this turned into an amazing journey. The elderly man then attempted to assault him. After realizing that he should attack, the young man reasoned that he shouldn't. The town's residents began to change and lose their normal state due to the dark magic, and the old man was fully taken over by the demonic Milo. The demon exulted and declared that he would use all of these bodies to further his demonic ideas, including using the filthy old man's body to terrorize and kill. The man believed that something was seriously amiss because the elderly man was so blatantly harassing a young girl. The boy was told to get ready to die by the demon. The demon referred to himself as the strongest creature and persisted in his threats. The guy grabbed a cane to fight after the girl told him to flee, but everyone instantly passed out. The demon referred to the man as a fool who would be held accountable for his actions. However, the man concluded that since no one would be looking, he could no longer hold back. However, the demon merely laughed at that. However, the man swiftly delivered a devastating blow while maintaining his strength confidence, and he then proudly stated that, as usual, he was still not serious at the moment. Eventually, the black aura left the old man's body, and he returned to his normal self. Despite hearing the demon's curses, the boy chose to remain composed and observe. The young man believed that people were simply sleeping unconsciously after checking their breathing. He didn't sense the demon's presence, and no one else was harmed either. He believed he could now depart guilt-free. He considered describing his location and his actions. Our hero saw the master when the elderly man woke up. Even though he was a sword master, the master expressed his shame at having allowed himself to be influenced by the demon. The young man asked the master right away what he remembered. Only the beginning was described by the one who reported it. After that, the demon took control of him. He then asked if it was his fault while glancing at our hero. The young man claimed to have picked up his cane as he passed by, but the old man attacked once more at that precise moment. Only his impulse, which caused him to react with a controlling blow, pulled him into this entire mess. The young man grabbed his weapon and decided it would be better to take the hit on himself rather than retaliate. The sword master then struck our hero with his weapon, and since he couldn't resist his assault, he just collapsed. And it was hard for the young man to believe that the swordsman was actually giving up. According to the same person sitting on the ground, a true swordsman can comprehend his strength after having crossed swords with an opponent. he would not be able to cross swords with him, grandfather realized. Grandpa claimed that he was too old and deteriorated for such conflicts, so even if he faced him at the height of his power, he would not be able to defeat him. Our hero believed that my response shocked him greatly because he recalled his initial impression of this man, which was not the best. We had to force this grandfather to keep his mouth shut because, in any event, it was impossible to ignore situations like this. I didn't want to interrupt my remorse, but I wished that grandfather wouldn't tell anyone about everything that had happened today, the young man said, acknowledging that it had turned out that way. Our hero was asked by the sword master if he wanted to recount the entire incident. The young man affirmed what he had said, stating that the entire day would be kept a secret. At this point, the loser only needed to agree that he would carry today's secret to his grave when our hero offered him his gun. He chose not to lie, even though he wanted to invent a legend about the old man vanquishing the demon. Something that would be exposed eventually was a lie. His sister will undoubtedly learn about his case and tell everyone how wonderful he is. Choosing to keep quiet, he made the decision to go home. Our hero learned that the meteorite was undergoing repairs a few days later. After he spoke, the process of clearing the meteorite-strewn road got underway. Luckily, nobody discovered the demon or anything associated with him, nor did the rumor spread about what exactly destroyed the demon. Hermes was certain that grandfather was telling the truth when he said that he would carry the secret to his grave. In any case, our hero made it plain that this man would not suffer any consequences if he remained silent. Therefore, he gave the order to remove any information that might reveal his identity. After finishing the report, his servants made the decision to veer off course. Our hero was so bored by the whole thing that he yawned once more. It ended sooner than he had anticipated, and our hero, who was incredibly bored, got up drowsily from his chair to go do something for himself. Then, through his window, someone bounded into the building. A girl brandished a sword and warned our hero to brace himself because Kana was likely in front of her in Hermes. Unexpectedly, our hero got up from his seat and began avoiding the girl's attacks without realizing who she was. He was completely clueless about her identity and what she required from him. In order to avoid playing dumb, the girl asked our hero what he had done to her grandfather and asked him to stop acting as though he was unaware of it. He could tell by the girl's stance that her grandfather was a skilled swordsman. Hermes understood that she was referring to him. Although the girl claimed she didn't mention his name, the young man knew right away who she was referring to, proving he was the one at fault. According to our hero, it was slander, and inquired as to how the girl initially contacted him. She terrorized every villager until she was told the truth, according to the same source. He looked at the girl and assumed she was kidding. He was unaware that his grandfather had a granddaughter like that. He asked the girl what she wanted because he thought she was even a little funny. With tears in her eyes, the girl begged our hero to stop playing around, due to the fact that she had transformed her grandfather into an ordinary elderly man. The young man was baffled as to why these unfounded charges were made. The girl added that the grandfather had promised to seal the sword the day he returned, but he had since stopped touching it and remained silent. Though he did not anticipate it to come to this extent, the young man understood that his grandfather had promised him that he would carry the events of his life with him to the afterlife. According to the girl, nothing happened when the grandfather sealed his sword. Only an ordinary elderly man remained. As he watched the girl pounding her fists on the ground, our hero was astounded that her grandfather had brought her to this point. The hero questioned whether her tears were truly that intense and why. According to the girl, he even attacked her, and things were really bad. She reported, leaning off the ground, that the young man was solely to blame and that he attempted to avoid a fight with the girl by avoiding his blows. Because our hero was fleeing from her, the girl called him a coward. The rest of the group, however, insisted on their subordinates and would stand behind them like a true cowardly ruler because the fuss had already been noticed. All we had to do was concentrate on defense. Just as he was about to do so, the girl began assaulting our hero once more. Our hero also made an effort to buy time. When she attempted to assault the young man this time, the girl took it. It was simply not feasible, and it was discovered that our heroine was just more powerful than her grandfather. Our hero recalled the time they engaged in combat with the elderly man, at which point he gave up and believed that this girl was the one. She rushed to question the girl because she couldn't believe it. The next instant, she slaughtered every guard in the palace and fled, taking care of it. Our hero finds it hilarious to watch the girl's trail disappear and is shocked by what he just witnessed. The clouds grew thicker as he watched this performance, which was something that had to be seen. Our hero was reading aloud and attentively about swords while seated in his chair. Upon noticing it, his sister approached our hero and expressed her amazement. She pointed to the book our hero was holding and told him that it was very unusual for him to read books like that. The young man explained that he chose to read the book because it was in the office. Though he read it without giving it any thought, he found it hard to believe his grandfather had written such a dull book. Our hero then inquired as to why his sister had arrived. I came with a report, she said. Our hero inquired as to the whereabouts of their butler, unable to comprehend the reason behind her actions. But recently, he has been signing different documents about any action pertaining to cases like the meteorite and the recent attack by his crazy granddaughter, Muconia Muscle. Her location is becoming known, and she is 15 years old. Since she is the granddaughter of Sword Master Perseus and has fully inherited his power, the girl recently broke into his house like a boar into a vegetable garden to get tomatoes. Surveillance is being done to stop her stormy visit because, based on what she said before leaving, she is certain to return and cause him trouble once more. The sister then inquired as to whether our hero had made the decision to become a family man and live a life of seriousness and dignity. It is, after all, magnificent. When our hero heard her cry, he had no idea what his sister was talking about. She was truly happy for him, and she thought, without even listening, how wonderful it was that he could not conceal his desires. His sister talked about how she knew the girl had captured his heart right then and there. After realizing it was pointless, the young man decided to ignore his sister and carry on reading. Once the sister had calmed down, she discovered that the girl was actually the granddaughter of Perseus, the sword master. She was, in fact, quite strong and had reportedly attacked him as soon as his house was broken into. After hearing all of this, his sister assumed that because she had attacked him and was so strong, she was in charge and believed Hermes was moving quickly. As he listened to his sister's chatter, our hero made another attempt to comprehend her words. Since the girl is a skilled swordsman and is regarded as the most talented and powerful of Perseus's 128 granddaughters, the young man read the report about her. After learning of the 128 grandchildren, our hero attempted to figure out how many children the elderly man had fathered. He believed that all of his problems stemmed from his hands. His sister inquired as to how our hero discusses such issues after he realized that Hermes had misspoken. The young man attempted to change the topic in order to ascertain whether it was feasible for the elderly man to have given birth to 128 grandchildren and how many children he must have had. Perseus, the master of the sword, is directly related to Medina. She learned from him and always believed that her grandfather's lessons were the best and most indisputable. She would be betraying her faith and honor in those teachings if she defeated the person who created them. She seems to be upset with our hero because of this. Additionally, the kids from the yard, who are her friends, claimed that she names her favorite things. They discovered a lot of information about her, but most of it was superfluous. Hermes was so uninterested that he chose to ignore all of those lines. Our hero asked the sister again what she wanted to say in her native tongue at that precise moment. The girl, who most likely had a crush on our hero, realized that he was seeking something specific about her. The next thing he knew was that the girl was innocent and a size 3. The sister threw that report out the window once more at this point because she believed it contained some extremely important information. Unable to comprehend this response, our hero asked his sister why she was repeating the action. After all, it was crucial information that he could utilize. However, the girl refrained and stated that the information was not crucial. However, according to our hero, it was crucial since all the information regarding the new family member had to be found. Another thing the sister reported was that the girl had a terrible fear of being tickled. It was adorable to see the look on her face when she couldn't stand being tickled. Just stop it, our hero urged her. There were other details, she realized. He understood, however, that his sister was now utterly enmeshed in her bizarre fantasies. Our hero didn't know why things had gone this way or how to break her illusion. Just then, a girl rushed through the window and spoke to our hero. The report that his sister had just thrown out the window was in her hands. Exactly why she was here at all was his question. The girl had read everything that was written here, and the young man did not understand how she could even ascend to the second floor or why she was holding his report in her hands. Our hero then inquired as to whether she was referring to tickling. However, the girl claimed that her size was incorrectly listed here because it was not that small. According to the girl, the drawings were incorrect due to the incorrect body angle, the stance, and the fact that the photo was taken from the front. She seems to be thinking about the photographer and discussing how she will eliminate him. Asked him to speak after noticing his expression. She was told by our hero that she was likely still a child and would likely grow up. He made an effort to look away from her at this point. However, the girl, feeling ashamed, asked how dare he hate her after asking him to say it in front of her. The girl shouted that she was talking when our hero's sister asked her to get up from the table. When the sister saw this, she wanted to make tea but was unaware of the girl's destination. Our hero came to the realization that his sister was so frightening that she could frighten even this girl. The girl appeared to be about to call her mother when she said that this stranger was just as serious as our hero. The girl had just entered through the window when our hero abruptly asked if she thought the mansion was too unsafe. Ordia was resting on the floor when our hero arrived. At this point, Ordia was staring out the window when she reported seeing a spooky girl with a terrible face. Spooky? Really? Watching from the corner of the house where she and our hero were. About the eerie face, our hero inquired. According to Ordia, the girl was staring at her instead of her face for some reason. Our hero assumed that was the case. "Do you know her?" the girl asked. The young man attempted to say something along those lines. Ordia approached and gave him a slap at that precise moment. According to Ordia, some people make gullible girls envious of themselves, and only girls like her are able to appreciate it. He went on to say that they are acquainted with this girl, but not romantically. Ordia became calmer upon hearing this, and our hero declared that he was leaving. The young man had just arrived, so Ordia was shocked that he was already departing. The same told him that something would inevitably happen if he sat here any longer. Ordia then approached and planted a kiss on our hero's cheek, declaring that she was excited to see him again soon. He had actually been aware of the surveillance from the start. She probably wanted to validate her suspicions about his power, and he could easily hide if he so desired. However, doing so might raise her suspicions and further perplex her, which was needless trouble. Our hero therefore concluded that the best course of action in such a circumstance would be to do nothing. He was able to eat and flee without paying while he was back, and he didn't even bother to break up the local hooligans' fights. Even though numerous kitchen utensils were thrown at him, he bravely took them on his face and kept doing nothing. He also refrained from interfering with the Laud family's domestic issues. He wanted to enter the gate as well, but he was stopped by Perseus' granddaughter. It was odd for our hero because he didn't sense the usual murderous aura when the girl ran at him, but he thought the girl wanted him to attack her back. She attacked him for that reason because he would do nothing if he kept to the plan's script. The young man stood there doing nothing because he was sorry that this had happened, telling her in his mind that her plan had failed. When the granddaughter attacked our hero, when the medium saw this, she bowed down at our hero's feet and requested that he take her on as an apprentice. When our hero saw this, he was taken aback because it was definitely not what he had anticipated. The girl responded that her grandfather had always told her that the person who does not reveal his blade will be skilled. But she had not fully understood these words before. It was not what he had anticipated. She now understood, however, that he was referring to our hero. After all, he is not afraid of challenges and does not need to take any action to overcome them. Referring to our hero as a master is what true strength is all about. The girl grabbed his hands and said that she truly asked him to do this because she would become a ward if she didn't become an apprentice. Our hero told her that he didn't need anyone to fill these positions. When our hero heard someone shouting from behind a closed door at home, he tried to figure out what she was saying when she said that he was a clever and skilled man who did not carry a blade. He reasoned that if he simply hung around town doing nothing, he would cause her to lose interest in him. Our hero exhaled, saying that he purposefully ignored her and didn't stand out in any way, which worked against him even more. The girl then turned to face the master and inquired if he had any tasks for her. The girl stated that she would definitely give it some thought and would be delighted to comply with our hero's wishes. The problem is that she hasn't backed him up, according to our hero. Better than before, isn't it? She no longer harbors malice, is sincere, and regrets dividing him in two. He was sitting in front of the girl who had broken a window to get into his house. She now refers to him as master and is prepared to comply with his requests. She is straightforward, her feelings are obvious, and it was immediately apparent that she no longer wishes him harm. However, when she is so direct, it frequently leads to issues. However, she turns into a nice and decent person if she has good intentions. Our hero initially believed that his sister and this girl were similar, but he later realized that the sister was more cunning and that this was not the first time it had happened. The girl then inquired as to whether our hero was genuinely referring to her appearance. The young man requested to listen to her because he didn't give a damn about her appearance. In fact, he thought that without these facts, she would be a more nimble hunter. When the girl heard what is required for a great swordsman, she broke down in tears. Then he recalled that their family's first founder was a plump girl. She was regarded as the strongest person on the planet at the time, if you recall. The girl yelled that she didn't want to hear it and pleaded with our hero's sister to stop when the sister said this. The young man said his throat was getting dry from all this talking. The girl went on to say that she had something ready for him, and asked our hero not to be shy while pulling out a small barrel. After explaining that it was in their keg, the girl asked him to try it after scooping some. Our hero thought the drink they gave him looked like alcohol after tasting it. It was her grandfather's favorite kind, the girl said. The grandfather claimed that if he had a lovely girl by his side, 12 liters of alcohol, and a faint blood odor, he could call his life a success. According to her sister, her grandfather was clearly some sort of philosopher. The girl didn't understand why her grandfather insisted on drinking alcohol if her mouth was dry. She brought it because, according to him, it made him stronger. She had no idea how she could strengthen someone. She turned to faceless Hermes at that moment and inquired as to what was wrong. They were going to begin practicing their swings, so the young man turned to the honey and told him to get up. The girl stood up and began to follow our hero's instructions. As she watched, the sister questioned why the young man's abrupt order for Medea to get up had disturbed her so much. As it happens, he was merely trying to teach her a lesson by claiming that our hero was simply intoxicated, and that her brother was incredibly nice. When our hero saw the girl practicing, he asked her to stop, and then he went up to Medea and asked her to picture a real danger ahead. She had to imagine that her family's lives were in danger from the person in front of her. The girl heard the danger, imagined it, and began to practice. She slashed the tree the next instant. This shocked her sister, who recognized that it was, in fact, the sword master's granddaughter. Then she rushed to the master and asked him what he thought. She was asked to form a stance by the young man. The girl nodded, and then he grabbed her to correct her. She even let out a startled shriek. The girl was unable to focus as the young man attempted to correct her posture because our hero was obviously unaware that he was acting incorrectly. The young man asked her to try harder and suggested that she retract her ass and stick out her chest because that's what her rack should be. After observing how our hero was instructing the girl, the sister concluded that she ought to have betted them both. She had, after all, made the same mistake twice. Even though it was extremely difficult for our hero to speak, the media took notice. The next time she got it right, her body seemed to turn into a mountain, and she strutted flawlessly. Media could now throw punches, according to our hero, and the girl attacked the tree in front of her with a powerful lunge. The tree was sliced in two the next time she attacked it. The girl turned to the master and said, "It was just amazing because my foot just went forward when I thought of taking a step." She seemed to merge with the wind. A little embarrassed, the young man told her that she only needed to adjust a few spots in her old stance. He told her that she needed to force her body to remember that strut and practice daily. The young man knew she was far more talented than her old man the moment he touched her body, and he would show it. Our hero was so drunk that he collapsed to the ground the next instant. Our hero opened his eyes and saw his sister. The girl informed Hermes that it was evening, assuming he was at last awake. Our hero made an effort to acknowledge his previous actions. He recalled that as he sipped from the media, he could hear her rehearsing. Medea was moving well, according to the young man. Medea said he simply didn't notice when the young man fell asleep, but he was relieved he was awake. She was currently studying a more ideal stance and attempting to straighten her posture from various perspectives. The speed at which the girl mastered it was astounding to everyone. The girl claimed that her master's guidance was the reason for everything. In this manner, she hoped they could keep practicing. Although the sister believed the young man was doing well and would take over as the family's leader, it turns out that he is also a superb teacher. Our hero did not fall short of her expectations. Watching the girl, the young man attempted to figure out what he had done wrong by claiming that she would demonstrate the world's best swordsman. Nothing could stop her now, thanks to the master. When the young man inquired as to whether the butler had mentioned Orsha, the butler replied that it was that girl. However, he also found such behavior unacceptable. His reputation was not at all enhanced by dealing with girls who were easy to get along with. He ought to have found a wife who was on par with him. As he listened to him, our hero thought he was sick of the butler's lectures. Our hero even choked the girl who had just burst through the window, saying, "How dare the butler so talk to her master?" Wondering if the butler knows anything about the master and his emotions, the girl stormed into our hero's office and turned to face him. She turned to the old man and asked to turn on her brains while they worked. The butler believed that he knew the head better than anyone, so he didn't understand how the girl dared to say that. They started to quarrel at this point. The girl clarified that the master had probably heard such hurtful remarks in his address more than once. He endured a great deal of suffering while being told over and over again to take a regular wife. He really can't stop seeing Orsha in secret, and the reason for this is that he secretly loves her. The girl was asked to stop making such plans by our hero. The fact that our hero could truly love this woman astounded the butler. She was asked by our hero not to come up with any more strange ideas. Then our hero requested to be left alone with this beauty. Our hero turned to her and told her that their conversation was not yet finished as the butler fled. He requested that the girl cease deceiving everyone. However, the girl believed that she believed the butler had misinterpreted. Once she had twisted his head off, she would use her fingers to jam this information into him. Seeing such a furious girl made our hero feel uneasy in some way. Then he went to the window and told them that the girl refused to unscrew anything while he was working. According to him, nothing should be unscrewed, in fact, only the head should be. He had repeatedly instructed us to enter through the doors rather than the window, after all. In order to prevent the grandfather from climbing in again, the young man attempted to close it at this point. He then cautiously sat down in a chair and turned to face his ward, who was standing there staring at him through tears. At this point, our hero was attempting to decide what to do with her. He explained that he had been actively teaching Media how to wield a sword since he had heard from his sister the other day. Media reported that she was able to demonstrate a lot about herself in training today, and she always began to look at him with respect after the lesson. Media is incredibly skilled at fencing. She will eventually establish a reputation that will be known worldwide. The media began referring to him as a master at some point, which undoubtedly noticed that his name was also growing more and more well known. This led to the spread of rumors throughout the city that he was aware that the media had a master and that he was simply great, which made his issues worse. Then, out of the blue, he chose to include in the media that she had heard the expression an experienced predator who never shows his fangs initially. That's what the young woman claimed to have heard. How long could she hide her fangs? The young man asked. Until the appropriate time, the predator appeared helpless. His experience is characterized by that. It's comparable to her grandfather, who has an odd appearance but can flash teeth that instantly make you shudder. It was our hero's hope that the girl would grasp his meaning. Our hero warned the girl not to go around town shouting that she was Hermes' apprentice because she was so shocked. The girl was trying to decide what title she should give herself and when. Our hero wasn't telling her to completely give up such a title, so he asked her to calm down. Naturally, she had to go by a false name when she was out on the street. Additionally, our hero would adopt a false identity. The girl understood our hero's meaning now. Her grandfather, after all, had previously fought under a false name, and she contemplated what she ought to call her master at this point. Our hero observed the media and pondered. He didn't think of anything at all because she would rebel if he used something that was completely out of reality, and it would be very simple to identify if he used something that was very close to reality. At this point, he opened the desk drawer and examined the coins, his baptismal coins, closely. The actual evidence of unsuitability was this. He recalled that he believed this coin to be the most valuable when he discovered it in the dungeon. In the end, he brought a single star coin as evidence of his bad character and weakness. The coin with the star, however, ended up being the best. After making up his mind, our hero handed the girl the coin. Since her sister claimed that it was the dignity of the family head, the girl felt flattered. He was the only one with one. After glancing at the girl, our hero explained that the 7 stars on the backside meant that it was part of the Great Alluvium. After hearing this, the girl reflected on how cool the master was now. She would respond that she was Nanosu's apprentice when asked her name. Our hero approved of this moniker. The girl became very excited as she looked at this coin and declared that the master's name was Nanosu. She was so uncomplicated that our dot was pleased. Seeing how excited the media was about this coin was making her heart warm. However, there was one subtlety. The name turned out to be more of a nickname than a fake name, which caused some confusion. A few days later, our hero and his sister were sitting in the gazebo. The young man sighed deeply as his sister read a book. The sister looked at his brother and inquired as to what was torturing him and what had happened to him. The hero chose to tell since the sister had inquired, and he believed that the media had been absent for a while. The fact that our hero was unaware of it shocked the sister. This girl has been searching for the strongest in various dojos lately, and she has destroyed every participant in her path while demonstrating her skill, extraordinary strength, and quickness. She was similar to the antagonist from the manga, so our hero didn't understand why she was destroying the dojo. She promised to spread awareness of Nanosu's name globally before embarking on her adventures. At first, not even my sister understood what was happening, but she eventually came to see that Nanosu was our hero. When she arrived at the new place, the guys were attempting to recall her identity. According to the media, all they needed to know was that she was a student of Nanosu, and that she had come to exterminate everyone, to spread awareness of the name, and the girl eventually came to the conclusion that it ought to be known everywhere. She wishes for the world to recognize this name. She takes greater pride in it than in herself. She fought now, threateningly, establishing Pindos as the starting point for communications about this Nanosu's identity and character, even to nearby cities. Media's overcommitment was recognized by the man who made her his apprentice and, according to different rumors, our hero. According to her sister, this Nanosu is extremely strong, so strong, in fact, that he defeated a real sword master with ease. The sister mentioned that there were numerous stories circulating about her Nanosu. How his sister had figured out that he was Nanosu so fast baffled the young man. Media would make sure that name never left his lips as he returned. After all, if this continues, who knows how famous she might make him. He will not be able to calm things down with his powers alone. The sister was genuinely unmatched at this point, so she asked our hero. Strong and intelligent individuals who choose to use a pseudonym do something that might be connected to their exploits. Fans of the character will naturally want to do everything in their power to understand the character's personality, including human nature, and occasionally they are successful. The man who refused to reveal his name then unexpectedly becomes famous. He was not a respected individual if he is a fake. Following disclosure, he will continue to be well known for the remainder of his life. Speaking to her brother, who is well known worldwide, the sister advised such individuals to exercise greater caution. The young man needed to establish a reputation that had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't understand why everything always worked out so well. The girl turned to Hermes and told him that this was all she wanted. Lying in Orphea's chambers, the young man claimed that it was already her only request. According to the girl, it was a very important request. The girl always had something very important, according to our hero, but he couldn't help but ask her to tell him what she wanted. After that, the girl expressed her desire for Thelma's pearls. Our hero inquired as to the nature of this pearl after learning about it. Ordia told him that shells found close to Mount Licton's warm springs are the source of these pearls. They glow very beautifully in the dark, the girl added. Our hero asked Ordia if she wanted to turn them into an accessory. The girl stated that she will be unable to complete her work without an accessory like these pearls when she meets with a significant client in the near future. Our hero asked his men to get her those pearls because it was already sold out everywhere, but buying it wasn't a problem. The girl was very enterprising, according to our hero, who also mentioned that Mount Licton was close to everything. She believed that obtaining those pearls would be his first action. Is it really that difficult? Our hero asked. It certainly wouldn't be difficult for a man. Ordia told him. She wasn't at all like his sister, but I still considered the possibility that it was a trap. Looking at Ordia was pathetic, and because she asked so earnestly, I didn't want to turn her down. The girl actually turned to face the hero who was praying next to her at that precise moment. The young man had to agree because he had the feeling that he might actually be attracted to this woman in some weird way. The girl was overjoyed. When our hero came back, Media rushed to him, joyfully greeted her master, and inquired as to his presence. Our hero was unable to recognize that he was in a brothel from the happy girl's eyes. He then made up the story that he was just going for a walk. The young man then inquired about Media's knowledge of Thelma's pearls. According to the girl, they were pearls that were in Thelma's shell and had a stunning dark glow. Then our hero inquired if they were difficult to obtain. It was very easy, the girl said. The young man already believed that in order to obtain them, he would need to travel about 39 lands. This trek did not call for him to show his strength, for the matter would not be difficult. The media then questioned why our hero required this knowledge. According to the young man, he was considering going to extract them tomorrow. When the media learned that our hero was going to do it himself, they rushed down the stairs in shock. Then, she questioned, why was a butler required? He could have trusted him after all. According to the girl, it would be equivalent to cutting bacon for him. Our hero was attempting to determine the connection between that and it. He was trying to get the girl to stop making things up. The girl told him it wasn't hyperbole, even though he knew it would be nothing. She was attempting to catch up to her master, who was leaving her on the steps of his estate. Our hero reasoned that it must have taken a long time to get the pearls because the girl was upset that he didn't trust Mimi with the situation. It was terrible, but it was simple to go get the pearls and give them to Orthia. Our hero had to locate those warm keys before he could go to retrieve the pearls the following day. He hoped that the creatures there wouldn't become monsters. Pursuing the woodland he was traversing on his way to his destination. When he finally arrived, our hero glanced ahead and concluded that since the ground was so slick, digging would not be an issue. Our hero then discovered a shell. It was unique because the pearl was only shielded by wool. Looking into the shell and seeing what was inside, our hero thought, somehow, this is very easy. He was even a little let down because he would have gotten those pearls the same day he was asked if he had known they were so simple to obtain. The shell spat out something for our hero at that precise moment. He assumed it was poison, but when he smelled it, he discovered it was simply warm spring water. Even though it seemed like he had been duped, our hero returned home with this shell. However, the young man was once more attacked by the shell. He tried to figure out what it had done. It irritated him greatly, and desired to act on this disgusting creature right away. Ordia wanted the pearl itself, he realized. He therefore made the decision to bring her a single pearl. He saw the pearl when he opened the shell the next instant. However, there was another shell inside the shell in addition to the pearl. When our hero first saw it, he was taken aback because it resembled another shell. Since the pearls were already visible, he chose to take them without further delay. Our hero was attacked by a tiny shell just as he was reaching for the pearls. He was shocked to see this because the shell nearly tore his fingers off. The young man surmised that the shell would attempt to devour him if he attempted to take the pearls. Then, out of spite, he chose to remove all the pearls. Our hero came to Ordia and told her that he had brought her the stones after taking the pearls and putting them in a chest. After the girl thanked our hero, he presented her with a chest filled with pearls. The girl, unable to believe her eyes, asked our hero if all of the pearls were Thelma's. They were, our hero informed her. The girl then asked, "How did you do that?" With a great deal of curiosity. The question was unclear to the young man. "I just pulled them out and took the pearls out of the shell," he told her. Ordia informed him that the inner shell would break the pearl if he attempted to simply pick it up. The pearls are typically extracted after the shell has been left alone to dry out and eventually die. Why he couldn't simply take it and open it was beyond our hero's comprehension. Once the girl told him it was possible, a defense mechanism kicked in, playing hundreds of beats per second as soon as he opened the shell, aimed at the person who was cracking the pearl. Ordia was shocked to learn that our hero had actually removed them on his own. When the girl asked to check it, he wanted to say something. The next instant, she opened the chest and drew the curtains. A dazzling radiance poured out of it. When our hero opened the curtains once more, he was shocked because that is how they should have appeared. Additionally, Ordia told him that fresh pearls extracted from dried shells would be brighter than dried pearls. Even though it was a common pearl, she was surprised to see its glow. However, the young man was able to obtain a new one. The jewelers seemed to be able to simply obtain the shell. He simply pulled it from its shell, but they still needed to figure out how to get it out. It couldn't get any scarier, Hermes realized. What he gave her was a secret, the young man told her, and he asked her to keep it that way. Our hero was squatting at this point, and Ordia leaned over to give him a forehead kiss while expressing her gratitude and expressing her happiness. When our hero saw this look on his face, he was embarrassed and asked not to repeat the action. As Ordia savored these pearls and stared at them close to the window, he was unable to say anything more after that. The Trikara mine. At one point, monsters began to show up on the border every night. In addition to roaming the area, the monsters demolished the hand mines. The workers were unable to decide what to do because their hands were tied. Abruptly, a single man emerged, annihilated the monsters, and restored justice. And this hero was the patriarch of the Hermes Kano family, thus sacrificing himself to vanquish evil. Hermes appeared daily, saving lives, and then vanished without a trace. Ordia inquired as to the veracity of the rumor that circulated the city about our hero. The young man requested permission to correct her at that precise moment. They were engaged in a card game. He wanted to start by discussing the Trikara mine. His family owned a mine called Trikara. Ordia added that she had heard it had been an iron deposit at first. However, a young man discovered silver in it by using magic. The girl turned to Hermes and asked, "Is this true?" According to our hero, it was accurate. Then he wanted to know what sort of monster Ordia was referring to. Although she was unsure, she had heard that a monster known as Auric Germ, also known as Workers, had started to appear. The workers were having a lot of trouble because this monster was destroying everything in its path every day. Our hero had never heard this from his employees, so he was taken aback. Since he had already made all the decisions, Ordia believed it to be natural. Additionally, this information was probably useless to him because he had already made all of his decisions. The youth had already stated that he had no memory of it. According to Ordia, who had already heard it from multiple people and told our hero about it, it just couldn't have happened. She also told him that he would be going to fight Auric Germ again today. However, our hero clarified that he would not be going anywhere today, meaning the girl had come to the realization that he truly knew nothing. According to the young man, this was accurate. She then inquired as to whether our hero was aware of the rumor that the young man destroys him daily, as well as the fact that this Auric Germ is immortal regardless of how much you destroy him. Our hero pondered the purpose of this absurdity. He was attempting to ascertain whether this immortal monster was actually prowling their territories. Therefore, it is not a weak monster, rather it is an immortal monster that is simply unfit for human consumption. He would never do such a thing, though, even if it's only a rumor, and anyway, it would enhance his reputation, which is something he's trying to avoid. They talked about this information. or the one our hero had received, which made her unbelievably happy. At this point, while they were playing cards, the young man was aware that he had lost to the girl once more, but he had to address this rumor right away. Gazing at the card joker he was holding, our hero started to consider the fact that he needed to address the rumor that was disturbing him as soon as possible. The young man visited his workers at the mines the following day. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw the head, claiming that everyone had to assemble to welcome him. Our hero had carefully considered his strategy to intentionally lose to Auric the Younger in order to reveal the supposed powerful and unbeatable leader to be a weakling who had never wielded a sword. It was the ideal strategy. The young man believed that the working day had already ended when the employees bid our hero farewell. The guys have been working really hard lately, and the constant presence of monsters has left them exhausted. When our hero heard this, he realized that the issue had already arisen and that there would be fewer witnesses in the future. Our hero was told not to worry by the workers. They didn't skip work. The work schedule for today was already finished. However, our hero understood that this was not his true intention. The interior mine was completed flawlessly, but I meant to say that everyone should remain calm because the monsters that keep coming in will remain inside the mine and cannot be harmed while they are outside. It is unfortunate, according to the workers, that the monsters did not appear today because they would have had the opportunity to test the chief's sword. Since they would undoubtedly be in trouble if they were attacked, the guys decided they didn't need to return. It appears that there won't be any monsters today, so we apologize to our hero for waiting so long for them. Our hero reassured his employees. It's been a while, indeed, since these monsters never appeared, and moving by himself was quite challenging. He made the decision to return home. He asked his subordinates if they heard the sound after he abruptly heard something. Some people didn't hear it at first, but they later discovered that the mine was indeed making some noise. After that, our hero urged them to relax and waited for his opponent while drawing his sword. The young man near the mine started to wait for him when Hermes declared that he was finally approaching them directly. A monster suddenly materialized in front of our hero. Auric Jr. was the one. Our hero yelled for his wards to flee immediately upon seeing this monster. The young man asked the monster to attack him because he believed he would put it in its proper place. However, the monster simply walked by him, and our hero realized, aimed at these escaping men. As he made his way directly to all the other guys, Hermes shouted to the monster to keep it a secret. Our hero managed to punch him the next time, attracting the monster's attention to himself. He came to the realization that the monster was still attempting to attack the workers while ignoring him even more. He will no longer be able to appear like such a helpless weakling if it never attacks him. He will then simply need to buy himself some time until assistance comes. However, considering the workers, our hero stated that they would not even be able to flee this morning. Just then, a worker who was fleeing from the monster called out for help. The hero wanted to follow the plan and believed it didn't matter. He then began attacking and managed to cut the monster in half after chopping off its leg. Our hero was directly in front of the monster when it fell. The young man believed this and, once again, was unaware of his actions. The men were yelling that the rumors were real, and their leader killed a half-meter monster in full moon mode with a single sword swing. The guys were talking about full moon mode, but our hero didn't get it. They were shocked that the young man was able to defeat it despite not even knowing its modes. After all, based on their observations, they concluded that this monster's strength varied according to the moon. It would reach its peak power during the full moon, which was sufficient to destroy their whole working town. They had made it clear from the start that they didn't want this monster to arrive today for that reason. The young man didn't understand, even though he knew it had been told directly to him. Not understanding why this was happening to him again, the young man realized that his hearing had not only not developed, but had repeatedly confirmed and even exaggerated it. The young man pondered why everything had happened the way it had and why he had killed this monster as though he had been sent specifically to do so. Everyone was wondering where our leader had disappeared to at this point, so he promised to check around and return later. Although the workers apparently knew how to deal with the immortal monster that was hiding in the Tricar mines, they chose not to build houses and other structures knowing that such an aggressive monster was close by. However, it is clear that the workers were powerless to stop it. Therefore, it had to be either a particular type of monster that coexisted peacefully with people or a monster that had been called forth. Both were feasible. He had been informed that this monster appeared deep within the mines, so it was odd that it showed up today close to the exit outside. It was odd that it attacked the workers so relentlessly, as though it had been given such an order, evidently so that he would be forced to rescue these workers, which would ultimately result in the monster's demise. Maybe, our hero reasoned, it was a coincidence. Then, only the second choice is left. More specifically, this monster had been made by someone to compound his troubles. Right now, this criminal was in a very deep mine. Only one question remained unanswered. Who began spreading untrue tales about Hermes destroying all the monsters in the mine by himself. Hermes came to the conclusion that it was most certainly not Medea. The girl was a fan of his, of course, but she had vowed never to tell who Hermes was. He looked for someone who could spread such lies besides her. He noticed a man standing with his back to him in the center of the shaft at that precise moment. The man turned around, happy that our hero had come at last. He identified himself as Tarados and said he thought this was their first in-person encounter. However, Hermes was unaware of anyone with that name. Furthermore, the young man was aware of our hero's identity. The boy claimed that because it was not very kind of him, our hero treated him coldly. After all, he had already proposed to his sister, but she turned him down because of our hero. The young man made an effort to recall the suggestions for matchmaking. Then he thought of the young man. Immediately, our hero recognized that wedding scammer. The man believed that our hero was being too harsh in his expression. He is a person who makes the most of life. When our hero heard this, he called the young man a con man, implying that he must have been too ashamed to show his cards. The man burst out laughing. He claimed that since the young man was already aware of it, there was no use in it. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for any emotions in this circumstance. However, after removing his weapon, the man declared that our hero could no longer discuss this with anyone and launched an assault. Additionally, our hero pulled out his weapon and started to dodge. They got into an altercation. The young man wanted to ask our hero some questions at this point, so he turned to him. Our hero told the young man that he could question them because they were fighting anyhow. The young man questioned how our hero had deduced his presence. It was evident, the young man said. The story goes that monsters began to appear in the middle of the mine, but this time one showed up outside. That indicated that it had been purposefully summoned and sent there. Everything else happened by chance. The young man wanted to ask the second question because our hero used smoke in this scene and he had to avoid it. The boy questioned why our hero had come here and whether he was aware of all of this. He, too, had questions, the young man explained. The man went on to discuss asking them. Hermes questioned whether the man in front of him was the one spreading these rumors. It was to lure him here, he explained. A second question came from the young man. This man also immortalized the jug of Oricta. The young man asked the man not to pretend, even though he didn't understand what our hero was talking about. The young man believed that the man had woken up Auric Jr., who was being held in these facilities, threatened the employees with him, then beat him to death while posing as him and then put him back together. In order to mimic his immortality, do that each night. It was true, the young man reported. Our hero was unaware of the significance of this. Whether there was a connection to his sister was his third query. The young man claimed that it was only natural because he was pleased to learn that the Kano family's head had been replaced. Furthermore, the family's disgraced fourth son took his place. He thus rubbed himself in people's trust every day in an attempt to gain power, and he even asked for his sister's hand in marriage. But the young man turned to our hero and told him that everything had been ruined by Hermes. The young man reported that it was very unfortunate because our hero didn't care, and he believed that the man was really upset with him. The man told the young man that he could say anything he wanted because Hermes' sword broke apart after absorbing a curse from the monsters he was destroying while he was running around the mine. Our hero's final query was whether he truly intended to utilize his sister solely for his own gain. The man then inquired as to whether our hero felt embarrassed to acknowledge his sister's foolishness. He yelled at our hero, of course, who would take that stupid woman as a wife. When our hero heard this, he immediately jumped out of his chair, startling the young man, who then attacked him. Everything happened quickly. According to Hermes, thieves typically defraud victims gradually before abandoning them and taking their stolen goods, and that Hermes would settle for one blow because the young man greatly irritated him. Fearing that the young man was truly that strong, the man warned our hero not to approach him, and then inquired as to whether our hero wished to clarify that he was not sincere with Auric Jr. He became very frightened when the young man extended his hand in front of him as he approached. After telling the young man that he was mistaken because he was still not sincere, our hero gave him a slap that was so forceful that the man fell to the ground. When our hero considered leaving him in the mine, he realized that doing so would only cause him to suffer from conscience-related torment. Then I heard that the name of the crime is tattooed on the faces of criminals. Hermes believed that he had to follow suit. Then, our hero summoned a young man who was a wedding con artist. Our hero reasoned that way he wouldn't defraud anyone else. One day, the villain Torados showed up in the Tricar mine and defeated the monsters. Work in the mine was halted when they started to rebel. However, their hero, Hermes Kano, came into view. With a single blow, he broke Torados' signature sword, Sipho's, and vanquished all the monsters by himself. Then, like a coward, he ran away into the woods. Ordia informed him of it, stating that such rumors about Hermes started to circulate at this precise moment. The hero was then asked if the rumors were accurate. The young man became aware that he was creating a wall there, where another name originated, and he pondered the nature of Sipho's sword. The girl clarified that it was a very good and powerful sword that Torados had taken from an aristocrat. Recalling this sword, our hero inquired as to whether it required justification or proof. According to the girl, they claimed that lullies were present to witness their altercation. Our hero came to the realization that he had overlooked these people because he was too preoccupied with the enemy. Ordia recognized the truth as she glanced at our hero. The young man also understood that she might catch him lying. Our hero stated that it was true, but they slightly misrepresented the fact that he was the only one who had vanquished all of the monsters. The girl claimed that everyone was content and that she was clear. Everyone is relieved that he was apprehended because this man could get away with anything, especially by using force. Our hero questioned the young man's strength. According to the girl, he was extremely strong and could join Sipho's and the Five Fingers. Our hero believed he was unaware of the young man's strength. The girl questioned whether our hero truly intended to imply that this man was weak because he had achieved this without exerting much effort. The young man, who was of average strength but not particularly strong, asked her to forget about it. Ordia was shocked to hear this, and our hero asked her to keep it a secret. The girl consented since our hero had been a great help to her and she occasionally wanted to help him as well. The girl struck Hermes as a very good person as he looked at her. She was unable to comment on the people outside the door at this time. Behind him, a group of girls watched the young man who was seated. It was all the girls standing outside the doors, watching them play. Our hero became aware that they were being watched and was shocked to learn that they were being overheard. The girls claimed that it was intriguing when someone so well-known showed up, and since they frequently enjoy themselves here with Ordia, they assumed they might be prying. Our hero urged them to stop as they fled the next instant. One by one, I began to catch them. With a unique signature, a rumor circulated the city that the young man defeated the enemy without exerting himself. Our hero was organizing books in the library. I assumed that he had completed everything when I looked at the shelf. After all, he tried new things a few days after the incident because he was so exhausted. After the young man remodeled his office and filled it with both new and old books, it was ideal. He would look like a cultured person, at least in something. Our hero was enjoying his studies at the time when his sister discovered him. According to the young man, this study was absolutely fantastic. The young man's appreciation made the girl happy, and she didn't think Hermes would alter it too much. That it even possesses magical engineering, philosophy, and architecture. I also questioned whether he was truly interested in becoming a naturalist, because naturalists were once referred to as universal scientists, geniuses who knew everything. That is to say, he had no intention of becoming one, but there are no such people anymore. Despite the sister's assurances that her brother had potential, our hero refused to comply with her provocations. The sister was shocked by what she saw when our hero took one book the next moment and asked to see it. The girl clarified that this book only contained one image of a woman. It was a collection of photographs of Orthia residents by age, the young man explained. For 13 years, the best of Orthia collection has been assembled annually. According to the young man, they are all of the same age and are all very attractive. His sister then threw this book far outside their estate after hanging the curtains and opening the window. The girl mentioned that she had heard that books could be concealed by changing their covers, but our hero was unable to identify what it was. The girl questioned whether the books were truly beautiful, as she couldn't comprehend how our hero could be so enamored with them. She then opened one of the books, and the young man started talking about panties, explaining that the clothes she saw in the book were created by a man called Yuki, also known as Scarabs. The girl swung her hand at this moment, wanting to open the book, but she realized that wasn't the reason she had come, and expressed gratitude to our hero. The young man, who was looking at his sister, was perplexed as to why she had done so. According to the girl, she thanked Rados after learning that she was the reason the young man was upset with him. The sister believed that it might have been a coincidence, but Hermes saved her for the second time, and she was extremely appreciative. Our hero recalled that you were witnesses there, so it is not surprising that they remembered it. She was told not to worry by our hero. He had only acted in a fatherly manner, after all. How could he allow this scoundrel to have his daughter? The girl approached our hero after laughing when she heard about her father, and requested that he shield her from future unsuitable suitors as well. Only because he was planning to prepare her for a potential vassal uprising and leave the Kano family to her did our hero agree with her. The butler visited our hero a few days later while he was seated at his regular job. By the way, our hero asked a surprisingly busy man what he needed. The butler said that our hero needed to return to the conversation because he was sending out announcements to all the lands. After our hero glanced at him, he heard a few every day and decided to ask directly which ones, the butler said, adding that he couldn't recall who they were referring to. The others were abruptly interrupted when Mada, a girl, burst through the door. She turned to her mentor and apologized for disturbing her. The girl told her that there was a stronger competitor than her and that she wouldn't be able to complete the task today. After stating that he was busy, our hero asked about the president. It's possible that the butler guessed it was the groom. The butler inquired as to whether our hero was truly unaware. He was taken aback, and the butler informed him that the young man had declared that whoever could defeat him would receive his daughter. He also requested to be sent throughout the kingdom. However, according to our hero, he had not done anything of that nature. However, according to the butler, Mrs. Sora claimed that the young man could shield her from unsuitable suitors. Since he said precisely that, our hero came to the conclusion that his sister was very crafty. Additionally, according to Mimisu, the woman added that our hero personally ordered it. According to Mada, she chose to handle them herself because only weaklings showed up. Then they began discussing how today's challenger was the only person present. A man could be heard yelling outside the door at that precise moment. He was told he couldn't enter our hero's office because no one wanted to let him in. Abruptly, they noticed a young man asking where Baron Kano was. He was directly in front of him, according to our hero, who asked the stranger if he had any questions for him. The man identified himself as Henner, a devoted opponent and friend of Hermes Torado who had fallen short against him. Our hero apologized, but he was too busy today as he glanced at his opponent. Henner then raised his sword and yelled at our hero that no rejection would be tolerated. Mada hurried in and told him that she could withstand the young man's blow and that she would protect her mentor. The boy told her that since she hadn't learned her lesson, there was no point. He dismissed the girl at this point. She talked about how amazing it was that she tried to keep her mentor safe even after losing. However, the girl flew out of the way and struck our hero's desk in that manner. The man commanded our hero to swiftly lift his sword and turn to face him, promising to exact revenge on Torado. Our hero attempted to clarify that he was too busy to work in that manner. The man yelled that Miss Sora would be his next moment. After kicking the man and sending them both flying out of the office, our hero claimed to be busy, gazing at his opponent, who lay directly before him with a mark on his face. The young man claimed that the fact that the man had come for retribution didn't bother him. After all, he was a stupid jerk in front of him, so how could he, in someone else's territory, interrupt him while he was working and make assumptions about marriage? Our hero said that the young man who had attacked his opponent had told him that he no longer had the right to enter Kano lands and that he needed to strengthen his brain before he could strengthen his muscles. Everyone, including Mada, the butler, and the maids, watched this scene intently at this point and then cheered for our hero. Everyone praised the young man for punishing this guy and said he looked really cool. When the young man asked them to settle down, his sister showed up and expressed gratitude to our hero. She tried to figure out what had happened here as she peered out the broken window. To her, our hero attempted to defend himself. He clarified that he did his best to keep her safe and not to give possession to individuals such as this one. The girl turned to her brother and told him that he had only shown his greatness in front of the whole kingdom, and that he had sacrificed himself. Once more, our hero attempted to defend himself. Mada, however, asked her mentor what should be done with him at this point. Even if our hero begins to act more serious, he will still be unable to stop her bullying, so he will have to put up with it. And our hero told his protege to expel this man from their property. The young local landowner then made the decision to go for a walk and overheard people talking about issues, specifically a spell that was causing harm. Then the man met two girls out of the blue. Since Igina stood in for the kingdom, the boy naturally recalled the incidents that linked him to the girls. The girl clarified that she didn't even bring an escort to get to this city, and that she occasionally came for fun on her weekends off. The girl clarified that she felt liberated because she had deliberately escaped from the guards. It was odd, and the guy questioned why she was even attempting to hide. When would the guy get serious? The girl asked. However, the attractive girl asked a straightforward question, and the guy's response was extremely violent, shocking her. With the girls from the royal capital, the girl promised to put on a fantastic show for the guy. However, the man naturally declined to be caught intoxicated because he did not want to be caught. When the girl started breathing heavily and feeling really ill, the guy became concerned and vowed to call a doctor right away. However, the royal girl requested that she not go anywhere and attempted to explain the situation to her, taking a piece of paper and a pen with the intention of drawing something significant. Ultimately, the girl stated that she possesses a similar entity, which is probably an ancient magical creature. It can cause a person to slowly die from the inside out. The girl claimed that she unintentionally displayed recklessness and opened the carefully sealed box, which was impossible to open. The girl began to groan loudly from the terrible agony inside, and she had only herself to blame. The man made the decision to call a doctor in spite of all safety measures and confidentiality. However, the girl made the independent demand that no one be called. The man came to the realization that all of this was needless pride, which can be costly at times in life. Our hero pondered whether the princess would comprehend if he used his magic to change her drink in some way. He therefore offered her a drink of water and told her that he would not divulge her secret to anyone in an effort to divert his attention. After agreeing, the girl tied the glass in her hands. At this point, our hero reflected on the fact that he had previously seen a creature in a book. It was a parasite. It enters the victim's body and gradually drains their vitality, drawing death nearer. If they don't know how to fight back, its power is undoubtedly terrifying. Additionally, this battle is straightforward. Can more than usual be poured into life energy, which is magic power. Since this water contained 10% of his power, our hero would be terrible if he absorbed that much. The parasite emerged from the girl at this point. With a single snap of his fingers, our hero killed it. Sitting there, the princess tried to make sense of what had happened. After all, it happened so fast that it was difficult to believe. Our hero then inquired as to her health. The girl clarified that she simply didn't feel better, not that she felt better. This was wonderful news, according to our hero, who appeared to do nothing. The young man was asked what the creature was by the princess. After all, she explained, the books she had studied made no mention of this creature. It was referred to as a parasite in the old book. It feeds on the magical abilities of people. He had added some of his power to this water, the young man told her. He believed the girl realized the direction of this. One request was made by our hero. The girl was not to tell anyone about him, but he would not tell anyone about what had happened. The girl vowed to keep her identity a secret. The young man believed he had nothing to be concerned about if she swore on Her Majesty's name. The princess also requested that no jokes be made about it because the Ajin family keeps their vows. The young man then turned to face her and stated that he needed something else. She would now need to ask for assistance from others rather than bear everything alone. Our hero then bid her farewell and departed the scene. The princess agreed. The scene that our hero witnessed came to a happy conclusion at this point. Our hero had a lot to do while he was sitting at home studying documents. At this point, the princess joined our hero as he was going through his files. "Why is there so much work?" he asked. According to the girl, it is actually her body of work. But our hero had to assist her because she is unable to handle things on her own. The girl said that the young man himself had informed her that she would need to seek assistance going forward and not handle everything on her own. Our hero understood that he had said these things. The princess then gave our hero a medal after a man entered the room. It was a medal for Lord Slughorn's destruction and service to the fatherland. The highest honor is the Order of Xiphos. When our hero first saw it, he was astounded. This order, he was informed, was given in recognition of his noteworthy military service. Actually, you had to kill a slime lord in order to get it. But the man whispered in our hero's ear that the princess had pleaded with the king for it, and told him it was only between them. At this stage, the girl, seated in a chair, advised our hero to accept it and not to be bashful. The young man turned to Lena, unable to comprehend what was going on. The girl asked our hero to relax because she said everything was good and she recalled their promise. She claimed to have set everything up to defeat the Slime Lord because she knew. Note that she was from royalty and remember to express your gratitude. Lena addressed our hero in her statement. Because our hero knew that he would be viewed as rude if he refused, the young man decided to let the item be a common trinket in the closet. Our hero was to put this order in the most visible location for everyone to see, the princess told us. The young man became aware that he didn't want it after hearing this. Once more, our hero was seated for his reports, and he safely dozed off during that time. The maids then singled him out and expressed regret for disturbing his sleep. Unaware of whether he was sleeping or not, the young man stretched. The girl then mentioned how sweetly he was sleeping. It was raining outside the window at the time, so I was unable to go outside before dozing off from inactivity. Rain is a terrible force, I thought. Her Highness had come from the capital, the girls reported. When the young man inquired as to why, the maids replied that they had no idea. Our hero understood that the princess could not be asked what she needed in their estate by mere maids. Our hero got up from the table idly and asked the girl where she was. They told him that they were in the reception area down the hall and wished him luck. After expressing his gratitude, he proceeded down the hallways toward the room where the princess was waiting for him. Why she had come this time was a mystery to him. It was difficult for him to think because of the rain, and all he wanted to do was go to sleep. Then he stopped down the hall at the reception area, his eyes closing and his head completely still. Rain and all its pleasures. He assumed that nothing was broken and didn't realize what the strange sound was until he tried to open the door the next time. When our hero came in the next moment and called Lena, he discovered that the princess was wiping her hair and was completely nude. Naturally, the man was taken aback and gazed with intense interest. He became aware that something was amiss the next instant, and Lena screamed when she saw him. This sight also startled our hero, who started to scream loudly. Although the maids simultaneously realized that they had neglected to alert our hero to the princess's changing clothes, everything was okay because there was a lock. Our hero was sitting on his knees directly in front of the princess the next second. She gave him a downcast look, pondering whether our hero understood what he was doing. After all, she had gotten caught in the rain while traveling from the capital, climbed into the reception room, and changed her attire. After being drowsy and stupid, our hero broke the lock and discovered the princess nude. "Have you really seen everything?" the girl asked. The young man turned away and said he had, but then he chose to tell a lie. When the girl asked again, our hero knelt down in front of her and pleaded for her forgiveness. The girl said that it was a major issue. Our hero inquired after learning about the issue. The girl went on to say that an unmarried princess must be faithful to her future husband, which means she should not expose her nude body to anyone without her husband in bed. When our hero saw this, he had no idea what would happen. He ought to have received a death sentence, the girl said. The girl said that wasn't the issue, but our hero was shocked. The princess then disclosed that this was the situation with common people. The young man was a baron of the kingdom of Aegina, so things were different with him. He must be reported to the king before he can be put to death. The Kano family will be shunned at this rate. Our hero couldn't believe what he was hearing. He didn't want to be the head, of course, but he also didn't want to ruin the family. All he wanted was to help his sister get back on her feet, take charge, and live a peaceful life. He promised to do everything in his power to make that happen. Hermes pleaded with the princess to feel sorry for him. The girl replied that she had a request, and the same person asked him to do everything he could to keep her from telling the king. When our hero inquired about her desires, the princess told him that was why she had come. 3 days' ride to the west is a village called Toltri, where the monster Sandros has just started to go on the rampage. His Majesty had given her this task, but she was unable to complete it, so she wanted to ask our hero to handle it instead. After realizing what was going on, our hero told the princess that he was going to stretch his legs and would return shortly. He bolted out the door at that very moment. As she watched him make his getaway, the girl was incredulous that the young man would be making his way on foot to the village. The entire village would starve to death if they didn't harvest their crops, so the people were pleading for mercy. The same demon believed that the only people in this village were ignorant, undeserving of his attention, and could quietly perish. In any case, the rains have already rendered these fields useless. When he attempted to plow this land for them for the upcoming planting, the people requested that they not do so. The monster continued to plow because he was being kind, even though he believed they were being impolite. After realizing that the monster Sandros was in front of him, our hero leaped on him. The monster was shocked that someone could leap on him and that the person was so powerful that he was powerless to stop them. He was lying in the muddy ground the next second. When he said that the monster was foolish, the young man was disappointed because he was shocked that the creature couldn't avoid him by leaping from a regular tree. The monster attempted to rise and attack our hero at this point, but it was defeated, and the young man struck it again, throwing it into the ground. The monster then started to vanish and declared that he was not a fighting bull. The young man believed that he had caught a very small fish, and that everything had gone very well. He had to tell Lena that his plan to save his family was now over. Every villager expressed gratitude to our hero and asked if they could return the favor. However, he expressed gratitude that everyone was safe and said nothing was needed. When our hero began to leave for the house, everyone was remarking on what a good man he was. Our hero was happy to be working and be able to return home without incident. When our hero ran to Lena the following day, the girl asked if he had received any praise because she thought he had been there for a while. An hour went by, and the young man reported that he was still receiving praise. The girl also noticed that the young man appeared to be liked by the king. He added 2 more positive statements. He was a willing assistant. He had come urgently from the capital, and he was an example to all aristocrats. When the princess heard this, she remarked that she had never received such a high level of praise. Lena didn't need to tell them anything, so our hero asked, not understanding how they knew. The girl clarified that since eliminating monsters always leaves traces, the Lord of Slime was no exception. The capital then recognized that Hermes was responsible, making it clear that he had also vanquished Sanders, and she expressed gratitude to our hero for saving the residents from starvation. The young man had no idea where the term voluntary helper originated. When they heard it, the princess told them that she had no choice but to tell them. Despite the fact that he could see she was nude, he assisted her. It was all for the Kano family, but our hero believed that if it weren't for this helpful assistant, nobody would have suspected. He once again accomplished a feat in the name of the kingdom as a result of his frantic actions. As usual, the media was boisterous, vivacious, and dressed oddly. The man asked her if she planned to fight again. Media then declared that she would go fight someone about whom Mrs. Zodasora had informed her. Recently, in the town of Pindos, a man by the name of Roto Rhodes was snooping on girls without their consent. She wanted to bother him a little, so he told her to go be extremely careful. A contented media reported that she had learned everything and had heeded Nano's advice. The girl can do it, our hero told her as he gave her instructions. Next, he examined the figurine of clay slime. As she celebrated, the girl pondered the characteristics of her opponent. The man then handed her this toy, claiming to have infused it with magic, which revealed it to be an amulet of sorts. The fact that her mentor had given her a gift made media incredibly happy. The girl thanked him and assured him that she would return victorious. As he bid her farewell, the young man warned her to exercise caution. The sister then came up to our hero and told him that the girl was bursting with vitality. When his sister had time to visit, the young man was unaware. She asked me to take a quick look at the object she was holding. He pondered what his sister wanted him to do with the pills when he saw them in her hands. According to the girl, she wanted the young man to verify their authenticity. When the young man asked them what they were for, the girl wanted to hear his response without all of that, but she was unable to give him a reason to be biased. Our hero recognized the seriousness of the situation. According to him, it didn't appear to be poison based on its color and scent, and the creator didn't appear to be malicious. My sister inquired about the malice, and our hero responded that when someone creates something, they are putting their feelings and emotions into it. A common example is a sword, which absorbs the souls of its maker or victims. Nothing like that exists here, according to our hero, who instead felt a sense of blessing. The sister was overjoyed to hear this, and our hero believed that this emotion might prove that these pills were real. He was aware that it wasn't poison. However, he was attempting to determine what was happening to him the next moment. The girl then attempted to yell at him after he fell. The sister then turned to Hermes and inquired about the young man's well-being. After rising and glancing at the girl, Hermes inquired as to whether his aunt was a visitor at his father's home before inquiring as to whether she was related to him because she bore a striking resemblance to her mother. However, he had never seen her before. The girl then inquired about our hero's age. He thought he was 7 years old. Naturally, Sora was relieved that the medication was actually an anti-aging one. But they also revitalized the mind, so she made an effort to control herself. According to his sister, there will always be 2 issues in this world: idiots and aging pills. At that point, our hero turned to face his sister and put his hands to her face, telling her that she was already beautiful and didn't need any more medication. The young man claimed to have good hearing, and the girl was shocked that he heard what she said. After realizing that she was an innocent child and no longer concealed her true abilities, the girl made the decision to exploit it. And I pondered whether our hero had an odd feeling. Our hero described how he felt a medication taking effect. However, the young man remained healthy. "I have a request," she said, and asked our hero to show her the city. He then nodded and grinned at his sister, who thanked him and made an effort to figure out why the child was so adorable. She therefore told him that she had to change into new clothes. However, she threw away the pill she was holding before doing so. She understood that these pills were unnecessary if they also revitalized the mind. Now that she had to move out, she collected herself while holding the child on her arm and asked him to show her his favorite spots. It was the flower market, the young man told her, and that's where they were going next. They visited the market for flowers. Our hero identified them as flowers by pointing to them. The girl understood that they had successfully ventured outdoors and that all they needed to do now was wait for an event in which Hermes would demonstrate his strength. The next instant, our hero halted and said he felt uneasy. Then he was running somewhere. The sister understood that something had to be wrong. The guy, who was currently fighting the girl, was shocked to learn that this was the extent of her abilities. After declaring her desire for another battle, Medea engaged Roto Rhodes in combat. "I'm okay with that," the young man told her. However, she would stay with him overnight if he prevailed again. Since she had never encountered such men before, the girl was shocked when the man told her that he would demonstrate to her the power of a man's body. The man was described as a bad person by everyone who witnessed this fight. The girl was sitting on the ground when she noticed the talisman slipping from her grasp. She knew she didn't want to lose, but she simply lacked the strength to do so. As a result, she simply sobbed and grabbed the amulet before calling her mentor. Our hero then showed up, telling the opponent to stop and striking him in the face. The origins of this young man were incomprehensible to everyone. Medea recognized it right away as her mentor. When the man saw the child, he began to attack him. However, the young man broke his sword and managed to withstand him with just 2 hands. Then he ripped off the young man's garments, and everyone witnessed Roto Rhodes' actual nature. The boy couldn't believe his own eyes as everyone laughed at him. The next instant he grabbed his sword and attacked the girl and our hero. The next instant, after the young man had been massacred, our hero emerged from his clothing and addressed the crowd, accusing him of being stuffy. The young man was trying to understand what was happening while everyone else was cheering. Medea thanked our hero and grabbed him at that precise moment. When his sister arrived, our hero inquired as to why there had been so much noise and what had happened here initially. Then she told him that her pills made him small, and that he then vanquished the villain. The young man understood that he was solely to blame. Despite acknowledging this guilt, his sister told him that she was deeply concerned about him. Because he was young, it probably didn't happen very often, so our hero didn't understand why she was worried about her. In addition, the girl claimed that since she is his sister, she has the right to be concerned at any age. Still, she was to blame. All I had to worry about was her asking me to forgive her, turning to Medea and herself as well. With a heavy sigh, our hero told her that he was simply hungry. He then turned to face the girls and inquired about their food preferences. Medea expressed her desire for meat to her mentor. According to Sora, a servant girl had recommended a reputable establishment to her. Our hero concurred, telling them to go there and that they needed to let their butler know they wouldn't be eating at home. When the butler arrived, he told our hero that they had spotted the Dragon King's shadow. When our hero heard this, he pondered the situation. The butler knew he would have to explain it to the young man because, predictably, he had no idea what it was. The dragon's shadow, which is said to be the strongest in legend. And our hero recalled that rather than singing a lullaby about his ability to wipe out an entire nation at once, it appears that his mother used to tell him stories about him when he was a child. Who knew that this dragon would be real? Our hero assumed it was a fairy tale. He was told by the butler that his previous appearances had occurred prior to his birth. It only takes one impulse for the 3-headed black dragon, who comes from a fairly tranquil family, to go on a rampage and demolish everything in its path. Any interference with his habitat is prohibited by law. Therefore, our hero requested that there be no chance that the king would order his destruction. The butlers attested to the fact that the law of non-interference had been upheld for 2 centuries because breaking it would result in the wrath of every nation on the planet. He then requested to be excused. Similar to that order, our hero reflected on how this conversation had become somewhat unsettling, demonstrating that nothing was straightforward. The service for today ended there. The young man considered accompanying his sister to the tea room to enjoy some sweets and hear her stories. He pondered her whereabouts, and then, as he rose from his seat, he became aware that the chair had fallen away from him. It was unexpected and extremely strange when our hero sneezed and the entire wall collapsed in front of him. Looking at his hands, the young man was unable to comprehend what it was because he did not anticipate such a thing from himself, and it was extremely frightening. Then a maid and an ecstatic butler rushed into the house, and everyone tried to figure out what was making the noise and what had happened to the young master. The young man escaped and was among the exposed rocks a few kilometers from Pindos. He hoped that there would be no casualties on this day. There comes a time, once every few years, when he temporarily loses control of the force. The output becomes erratic, giving out either 100% or 10%, indicating that it is challenging to control the power portion. He once created a hurricane by blowing up an entire mountain with a single breath while attempting to lick. The fact that it lasted only an hour saved our hero, and he chose to pass the time alone in a deserted location as a precaution. Our hero informed them that it was a drill after realizing that a wall collapsing due to a sneeze signified 20%. There had been times in the past when monsters would charge at his magic, but they would instantly take flight, so there was no issue. The young man was obviously very sorry because he had made plans to visit the tea house today and had made the decision to eat something as soon as he got back. A terrible dark dragon loomed over our hero as he tried to identify the noise that had just been heard above his head. When the young man looked up, he saw a dragon in front of him, and it started attacking. It had a crushing aura and was a black dragon with 3 heads. It was the Dragon King's shadow. This was a terrible moment, and our hero recognized it. He thought he could slam into the dragon as he was falling down the mountain, but our hero decided against it after realizing he had nowhere to land and that evidence would find him. The young man's mind raced with ideas, and he believed that he could be tamed, but he had no idea how to deal with animals. Our hero then became aware that he was about to be devoured, and a moment after that, he was in a dragon's mouth. Since it was a life-threatening situation, quick action was required. Our hero was able to escape and save his life when the man did the unthinkable by tearing the dragon with the aid of amazing magical power. When our hero realized the dragon was dead, he and the dragon were lying together in the opening they had created. When the young man was able to stand up on his own, the military recognized that this was, in fact, the person who had vanquished the dragon. The guards approached him to inquire about the well-being of our hero. When the young man realized they had witnessed everything, the guys told him they had been there from the start and even wanted to assist. The young man decided that he had to tell them that he was possessed by a demon, that he had broken the wall while unconscious, and that he wasn't the demon that had vanquished the dragon because if they saw everything, there would be no way to get rid of it. I also decided to ramble on here a bit more just to be safe. They had to separate because they believed the possessed baron had done everything. They were just regular soldiers. He then pulled a frightful face, and since they weren't scared of him, all the soldiers had to leave. His Highness was here. It was the Prince of the Kingdom of Aegina, Shuzi Aegina. They pondered whether that dragon had been vanquished by the young man. Was Hermes Kano actually there? As they gazed at our hero, they inquired. The fact that the young man was facing the prince himself startled him greatly. He had not anticipated this in the least. Hermes, who used his unbridled power to vanquish the Dragon King's shadow. He chose to trick the soldiers who were observing him, but their commander, who happened to be the 3rd Prince of Aegina, swung around and greeted our hero right away. The young man approached Baron Hermes Kano and requested permission to dismount his horse so that he could reintroduce himself. All our hero needed to do was introduce himself after realizing this was a bad thing. He asked our hero to look up when he saw this. He also understood that he couldn't fool the prince, so this was bad. Ultimately, his lineage would be terminated if he were exposed. Our hero made the decision to pause at this point and inform the prince of what he had discovered. Using her unique markings from the story, the prince recounted what his younger sister had told him about him. He knew who he was. Our hero considered what the girl had told the prince earlier. The prince added that he was completely convinced after our hero defeated the dragon because he had heard that he was extremely strong. He reasoned that they must have an experienced speaker, and the prince was happy that inspection was a helpful service that should be done occasionally. It was an honor to meet the young man, he said as he greeted our hero, and they also took care to ensure that the Dragon King's shadow was not disturbed. But ultimately they were unsuccessful. As a result, the prince became curious and asked the baron how he had defeated the dragon. The prince claimed to have witnessed the young man deal the world's most dreaded dragon a single, incredible blow. The prince was certain that the young man's strength was a secret. The prince was now speaking, making frantic gestures, and observing him. Our hero was considering how animated this man was, and after his story, he understood that the young man had regained his composure. The young man realized he was passionate about something and apologized because the protagonist of his sister's story was now standing right in front of him. All our hero could say was that this man was interested in him, and since it was such an awkward coincidence for him, our hero made the decision to speak with His Majesty. He asked the young man only to act as though the prince and the soldiers had not noticed anything. They now separated themselves from the other soldiers and watched these two, attempting to ascertain their activities and the topic of their conversation. Once more, our hero asked the prince to acknowledge that he had vanquished the monster, but to keep it a secret. The young man couldn't comprehend why our hero didn't want anyone to know because he would become a hero if they did. However, our hero knelt before him and begged His Highness to grant his wish. It was exactly as his sister had described it, the boy realized, claiming that Hermes is incredibly strong. However, he makes an effort to conceal this power and doesn't explain why. Our hero understood that this was already what his sister had told him. Since only he and Lena are aware of the young man's abilities, the prince asked our hero to get up from his knees and relax. This was probably the case, and he asked him to pardon Lena because she is so secretive that he occasionally worries about her. However, anyone who has witnessed something spectacular will want to tell someone about it. She told him about him because she had spent time with him since she was a young girl, and had shared secrets with him. The young man asked if the young man could pardon her naivete out of respect for him, saying he hadn't seen her talk so passionately about someone in a long time. In addition to the fact that the prince himself had begged for forgiveness, our hero understood Lena. The prince added that he would honor his pledge to keep what he had witnessed a secret. The fact that the prince granted our hero's request surprised him greatly. The royal family does not discard his word. The prince told him, and he never fails to keep it. Considering this prince to be a kind man, our hero thanked him once more. The fact that more people were aware of his abilities unnerved the young man, but they were, after all, members of the royal family. The only thing left to deal with was the destroyed office. The dragon case had already been resolved. Our hero chose to claim that he was not present when the explosion occurred and that he should go directly to Orsha and offer her wine when he got back. After our hero left, the prince told his soldiers that they could stop chatting and asked someone to get him a horse. He was completely taken aback when he realized that all of his warriors were on the ground and that something dark and horrible, full of danger and death, was behind him. When someone swallowed his body at that precise moment, our hero failed to arrive in time and snapped his fingers, destroying the creature attempting to devour the prince. As a result, the prince perceived total darkness all around him. Our hero then turned to his highness and inquired as to whether the young man was hurt. The latter merely gaped at Hermes. It would be terrible if the prince was harmed by the dragon, but it would be worse if he was harmed because of him. Our hero was happy that he could control his power. Our hero clarified that it was probably the dragon's magic power that had materialized, as the prince was now glancing at his subordinates to try to figure out what it was. The monster was still alive at this point and made another attempt to harm the prince and our hero. When the prince noticed that it was still alive, he told him that he would defeat it. But our hero understood that more issues would arise if he persisted in interfering. You could simply harm the prince, who would keep an eye on things to maintain control. Since he was still unable to restrain his power, he asked her to stop now, but the energy rushed out and it was too late. The prince declared to Baron Kano that our hero was truly amazing, and that he didn't understand where the young man had fired the beam from in order to strike the monster after he had destroyed it. Our hero came to the realization that he was exhausted and that he simply wanted to return home. A real prince on a white horse was standing in front of our hero from the kingdom of Egina. The prince then explained that he would not be deserving of the title of prince if he did not express gratitude to the young man for saving his life. Thus, I proposed that our hero ought to anticipate a present. When our hero came back the following day, the butler burst into his study, informed his master that the capital had delivered Zipho's second order, and inquired as to what our hero had done. When a gift was brought to him once more, he was completely taken aback. After defeating the Slug Lord, he was given a second order, and our hero was aware that he would soon be the subject of more gossip. Shocked, our hero lay on his desk. Our hero was now under 2 orders, to destroy the dragons and to assist Lena. Officially, however, they were both for taking down the Slug Lord. Our hero believes that they are undoubtedly working together. Medea burst through his door, interrupting his thoughts at that precise moment. When her sister arrived, Medea yelled at her mentor that she was desperate for him to train with her. The orders were visible to them. Then she told our hero he was amazing. She also made the decision to inquire about it with our hero's sister. Naturally, the girl concurred with her. She questioned why this order was given to our hero this time. However, our hero recognized that he still had no excuse. My sister yelled that it was for vanquishing the Dragon King's shadow. Our hero was shocked by his sister's knowledge. Our hero understood why he had said it in the first place and that no one had pulled his tongue. Now, he believed he had to think more rationally. The issue was not that his sister was aware of their abilities, rather, it was that Medea inquired about the Dragon King's shadow, and his sister questioned whether the girl was aware of it. The girl then assumed it must be a very influential person. That was too terrible, our hero realized. She will begin telling everyone that he defeated the dragon in 2 blows, like a little monster, if she is unaware of its true size. The young man told Medea that it was a secret and instructed the girl to keep the fact that he had vanquished the dragon a secret. She wouldn't be able to tell everyone how amazing our hero was, the girl explained. She was told by the young man that she would be kicked out of his class if she did. When Medea heard this, she became extremely frightened and told him that she would not tell anyone about our hero. She added that since she was unable to hear their crucial conversations, she would train. She shut the door behind her as she fled, and the girl bid farewell. Taking care of him, our hero believed that the place was quite chaotic. The girl, according to his sister, was very obedient. Medea could not tell anyone because she knew she was in danger of being banished when she left. Because they wanted to know why the head had been given the order, all of the maids were very interested in Medea and wanted to ask her some questions. They wanted to know, after all, she was his apprentice. The girl yelled that she was unaware that he had vanquished a powerful monster. She just could not lie, our hero reported, opening the door behind her. Nobody was aware that our hero was listening in. Then he yelled at the entire manor that they were to blame for shouting here. Medea started to flee from everyone at this point, and the maids declared they would apprehend her. The girl was then caught by a 1-year-old child who claimed that she was unable to flee. Our hero realized he would have to stop the others as they were about to cut through the manor's passages. He grabbed one of the girls by the cheek and inquired as to why he was unable to be questioned about it face to face. According to our hero, they must have a lot of free time. Those girls were having a lot of fun, the sister continued. The maid chased after Medea as she ran around the manor, asking her to tell everything because she was listening intently. She was told by the girl that she would not speak. She thought she would be saved when she saw a ladder the next moment. However, she was pursued by another servant girl who blocked her way by telling her girlfriend that she was unable to flee. However, Medea was able to elude the maids by slipping away and climbing the stairs. It is clear that Medea is the granddaughter of the holy swordsman because she did not give up easily when the maids attempted to catch up with her, so she needed to run faster. Medea attempted to hide from them at this point. She then noticed the butler carrying some papers that stated he would deliver them and that his work for the day would end at that point. However, Medea snatched his papers as she was passing by and offered to borrow them for a subsequent reception, and dispersed these documents so the maids could stack them on top of each other. Mimisu-san, who was relieved that they had not parted, accepted the girl's apology. After being informed that they would undoubtedly complete their business, they fled once more. Medea continued to try to flee from the girls despite their best efforts to catch up with her. The girl would flee from the maids whenever they caught up to her as they chased each other around the house. And so, with an amazing sound, it continued and continued. Then she was cornered and told she had nowhere to go. The frantic pursuit came to an end, and everyone was panting. The maids insisted that she explain her order of Zipho's award right away. The maids were completely unprepared for the girl to start crying at that precise moment. When the girl realized she was in a tight spot, Medea sobbed pathetically and said her mentor would reject her if she spoke. The girls heard this and started to console her since they had moved her to tears without knowing anything. According to the girl, she also felt compelled to express it as quickly as possible. Then they understood that he was the head and Nenasu was the master if he didn't comply. In an attempt to mislead, the girl claimed that nothing was incorrect and that there was no misunderstanding. Our hero then told her that he was unable to lie. Medea saw Lady Sora and the mentor. She even had time to talk about nanas at this point, the young man said. The young man said that the girl was too simple-minded, while his sister said that she was very simple-minded. Seeing our hero, his sister reasoned that it would be sufficient to exert pressure on the person carrying the confidential information to stop rumors from spreading. At this point, the maids all confessed their guilt to the master and begged for forgiveness, stating that they would not tolerate punishment, and requesting that Medea not be expelled, in particular concerning the students' subordinates. After giving it some thought, the sister decided that, in exchange for his respect and love, she would not punish them but would forgive them without reservation. She saw our hero declare that he would not expel the girl at this point. In exchange for not telling anyone, they were only required to tidy up the manor as a form of punishment. As she watched her brother, the sister believed that the family's best leader was present. Our hero is not at his best in the morning. The explanation is straightforward. Most people make snap decisions while they are asleep in the morning. For instance, they fall out of bed, punch the floor with their fist, and drink bitter coffee quickly, mistaking it for tea. When our hero entered the room and saw his sister getting dressed, he realized he had made a mistake once more. She began shouting that this was her room and asking why his brother was here as soon as she saw him. He made an effort to claim he was an accident. However, the girl shouted for his brother to immediately come out. She stumbled while putting on her panties and began to fall on our hero. Then their foreheads slammed together. When our hero shouted from his sister's body a moment later to check on the girl, she turned to Hermes and rubbed her forehead, saying that everything was fine. They became aware that their bodies had been switched at this point. They were unable to comprehend the situation or the reason Sora was in our hero's body while our hero was in the girl's. He claimed to have read that people's personalities can be changed by slamming their heads against one another. When Sora heard this, she found it hard to accept that this could actually occur. Our hero saw that she was in a panic and advised his sister to calm down because, although he wouldn't say that he would find a way to get them back right now, he would deal with it as soon as possible. The young man told them that it wouldn't take long, so they had to wait in that room. It's a great chance, the girl in our hero's body told him. The young man was unaware of her intentions when he heard this. Sora grabbed her body at that point and tossed it onto the bed. The girl informed Hermes that she was overpowered when our hero, seated on the bed, attempted to comprehend what his sister would do. She will use this power to accomplish her goals, especially positive ones that benefit the entire city. She greeted Mimisu the next time she saw him and informed him that she would be taking a long walk around the city. After the butler nodded, he noticed a nude Sora chasing after him and questioned the woman about why she was not wearing any clothes. Because he needed to catch up with him, our hero in her body asked him to let her go quickly. The butler had no idea where our hero was going in such a state. The young man inquired as to whether his manner of walking was prohibited. The butler then wondered if Sora would actually walk that way if he agreed. After changing her clothes, Sora felt that Mimi's had cost her a great deal of time. He was suddenly surrounded by people who turned to Mrs. Sora and asked him to give the man these flowers, vegetables, and other treats. They were discussing how much our hero had done for them the next moment. Mr. Paymerms picked up all the vegetables before they fell to the ground after they slipped while carrying a box of vegetables. The girl also claimed that bee monsters attacked her flowers, and the Lord scattered from all directions. Mr. Kerncity Hermes caught his balloon as it shot up into the clouds, according to a child who was standing close by. Our hero only needed to ask people where Hermes was now since he knew he couldn't keep up with his sister, who was in his body. As Sora, Hermes was currently coping with a bully. That's when our hero found him. She had already caused a great deal of harm, he realized. The merchant then emerged and urged the woman to control her temper. Even in a loud voice, that guy was obstinately lowering the price. However, Mr. Kang Hermes then emerged and pushed him away. The next moment, our hero saw Torados as a man, speaking to his grandmother, stated that he needed 2 Dorians. Additionally, he saw our heroes and gave them a very angry look. Since they hadn't seen one another in a while, Sora inquired about the young man's well-being. Naturally, the man did not say that very well, and he was a little taken aback as it was their first encounter with Sora. Our hero then stepped forward and inquired as to whether Torados was planning a sinister scheme. The young man told him that all the aristocrats now knew him because of him, but he did not understand the source of such politeness. However, because of his high level of intelligence, the job was not problematic. Everyone was thinking about how annoying he was to them right now. They made the decision to part ways the next instant, but the man turned to Hermes and said something. Since it was actually Sora, he requested permission to retaliate against him if there was time, and Hermes granted it. Our hero's sister asked him to stop being so stubborn in his body, but she also assured him that everything would be alright because it was improper to refuse in that situation. She was still upset with him for what he had done. After all, according to Torados, there are weapons, but they will only last 1 round, and magic cannot be used. There was nothing against it for our hero. As usual, the young man was holding his nose high, according to Torados. Regarding his opponent, the same wanted to say the same thing. They made the decision to fight at that very moment, pulled out their swords, and started fighting. Our hero asked Sora not to do anything needless while keeping an eye on his body. The young man considered how difficult it was for him as he was currently engaged in combat with his opponent. After all, our hero could not be opposed. Everyone could now see that the young man was being fought by the head. In his body, our hero was contemplating the next move. Although Sora in our hero's body didn't know how to look like a sword, she was thinking about how awesome it was because her body moved by itself. She was so light. The young man knew he had to form a group when she knocked the sword from her opponent's hand. However, Sora was claiming that he couldn't defeat him and that it was over. However, he appreciated that the young man was making an effort to unite at the end. When Sora was in her brother's body, she found such phrases intriguing. Torados gave her a look, considered how much the man had annoyed her, and told her that was enough for today. According to the young man, it was a prize, and he requested that these relatives receive it. According to Sora in our hero's body, the man isn't really that horrible. While he is in his body, our hero is observing her and has asked her to refrain from saying such things. But according to our hero, one must act morally because time is of the essence. When he ran again the next instant, his sister tried to keep up with him but knew that he would eventually catch up to her because of how strong his body was. At that moment, our hero believed that retaliation was warranted. He placed a variety of cakes in front of him and made the decision to consume a large number of them. He therefore made the decision to exact revenge on her for the harm she had caused to his body. They went back to their bodies in the morning. She broke up fights 6 times and caught thieves 10 times. Upon examining her scales yesterday, the girl realized that she had somewhat recovered from the results of his labor. In the kitchen, our hero was chopping vegetables. Namisu inquired as to why he had finally discovered our hero gazing into the kitchen. He had salt and tomatoes in front of him, our hero explained. What business did Namisu have with our hero? Dados was asking for a meeting with Hermes, Namisu clarified. When our hero heard this, he recognized the same merchant, the swimmer mage's primary supplier. He dispatched several of his subordinates to them at the time to look for magicians. Eventually, they left him. Then our hero considered what he now needed from him. What did this man want from him? The young man inquired. He was then told by the butler that this young man wanted to give him a gift. The butler wanted to know what our hero thought of it, so he asked what it was. Our hero told us that he would meet him after quitting his job. When he got to his friend's house, the latter said he was waiting for our hero and asked him to identify himself. He said he was happy to meet the young man and that his name was Dadeus Salamas. Our hero wondered what the man was up to after realizing that he was mistaken to act haughty. The young man inquired as to the merchant's line of work. "I would like to give our hero something," he said. Then he summoned the guards, and she brought a few things. Our hero asked what all the objects in front of him were. He was informed that several thousand years ago, a king known as the Strongest wore an unbreakable crown. The well-known statuette of an amulet from Mortis, a pendant shaped like a mermaid, crafted from rare stones found in a mine that has since closed. They were all extremely valuable. As a matter of pure courtesy, he also laid a large number of coins on the table in front of the young man. Our hero wasn't sure if he truly wanted Hermes to buy everything from him or be indebted to him. However, the man claimed that he had no such desires because, as he stated, they were straightforward presents, and he would be extremely delighted if the young man accepted them. He continued by saying that the birds had informed him that the young man had just been bestowed with up to 2 orders of Xiphos, meaning that he would soon be able to claim the title of Viscount. The young man understood that the title of Viscount was a step up from Baron when he heard it. According to the merchant, he understood that discussing it prior to the formal order was premature. Now that he had a better understanding of the situation, our hero finished the tomatoes he had previously sliced and surmised that it was a bribe. Given that they both received the same orders for defeating the Slug Lord, it is fairly obvious that their personal ties to Lena and Shaw are the reason. Astute individuals like merchants follow the rumors. Our hero discovered that the royal family loved him and gave him 2 orders for menial tasks. The merchant then stated that if the young man accepted this and our hero's patronage, he would be extremely appreciative. The man came to suck up to him because he had the exact same thought. Our hero accepted the bribe because he believed it was what he needed. An excellent chance to subtly deceive an untrustworthy boss. Then, in order to mimic the avaricious baron, even more had to be demanded. Our hero made the decision to try it, but for some reason, he had a feeling that everything would go wrong again, and that it would end up being another good thing he did. The bad things he would try would become good things once he was in charge. Thus, nothing needed to be tampered with by our hero, and that was what mattered most. When they inquired as to how our hero got the presents, the young man replied that he was accepting and everything was good. This merchant could go if he had nothing more to say. If he had been impolite to him in any way, the merchant inquired. According to Hermes, nothing similar had occurred, and he was free to depart if he was unable to hear him. This merchant had somewhat irritated him, but he let him go. Actually, letting things go was preferable. He then ran into his sister, who was observing him from the corner and telling him it was perfect. "What does it mean?" the young man asked. The girl claimed that was not what she meant, but it was simply items that Dedia had brought here. The reception was cold and perfect. After all, there is a more respectable and modest way to express emotion than asking for more money directly. Our hero had to remain silent to express his opinion. "Flawless," the sister said, turning to Hermes, while the interlocutor tries to figure out what's wrong and even tries to ask a question. Perfect aces were in our hero's toolbox. Since he remained silent, it was untrue. He must have believed that more presents were required. But that is absurd. Our hero received additional presents that evening. all of which came from unidentified donors. After noticing the presents, the butler suggested that they contact an appraiser. However, the sister stated that since Dedia's was a first-class merchant, he was unable to send such items, but it was still worthwhile to call an appraiser just in case. The young man believed it might be best to return everything, but the sister noted after looking over the items that this merchant did have a knack for acting quickly, and nobody understood why he was tempted to give it back if someone he didn't know gave it to him. In addition, he would receive more from the young man if he sent it. Our hero saw that the plan was perfect. That expression on his face had earned him a fortune, and he had no idea what to do with it. Since he was the hero head of the Kano family, and the Kano family was formally promoted to the rank of Viscount, everything had already been decided with the approval of His Highness Prince Shu and Her Highness Lena. Though he didn't anticipate it happening so quickly, our hero had a sneaking suspicion that this day would arrive. Remembering his brother and sister, our hero thought, "I realized that these two would think of something to keep him from escaping." The letter told our hero that Her Highness Shaw would be attending the ceremony the day after tomorrow. Benicia Sako would arrive first tomorrow to supervise the preparations, though. When Hermes heard this, he inquired as to who it was. The butler then revealed that the minister was well respected. Additionally, the butler mentioned that he had heard this individual was capable of handling practical issues. After hearing this, our hero paused to consider, and he met him face to face the following day. The man seated beside him inquired as to whether our hero was indeed Baron Kano, and the man replied that he was. He was unaware of Igina's future. It became clear to our hero that he was up against a very disagreeable man. Subsequently, the man informed Baron Kano that he comprehended the situation. It is impossible to give the Slime Lord 2 orders at once, and inquired about the amount that our hero had given them. Though he likely believed the young man was bribing, the young man realized that the man had gone directly into the open. Hermes remained silent. Now that it was irrelevant, the man asked. The young man now understood that the man wanted the same thing from our hero. However, our hero had not taken any such action and had no plans to do so. The next time, he inquired about the status of their ceremony preparations. However, the man felt it was rude. What was the man talking about? Hermes inquired. According to the man, he observed that the young man was happy with everything. The ceremony's day. Our hero inquired about the purpose of the large arena when he arrived, and the butler replied that it was for entertainment. To verify the title, he will also have to strike the Slime Lord once more. Afterward, Blin would formally announce the young man's promotion to Viscount. The prince and princess greeted him here and spoke to Hermes Kano. When the boys reported that everything was fine, our shore asked why they were here and if there were any complaints. We then asked our hero to come forward. When they inquired as to whether our hero had met Sak, he replied that he had, and the men verified that he had suggested the arena. Regretfully, there were negative rumors about it. He intentionally did it to apprehend our hero. They asked the young man to exercise caution because they were certain that there was something else behind it. The young man turned to face the Slime Lord as the butler instructed the opponents to stand across from one another. The same looked at the young man with his large eye, trying to figure out what was happening here at all. A man then came up to our hero and inquired as to whether or not he was certain. After being told not to interfere by the young man, he naturally complied with our hero's command and left the area. The prince and princess kept a close eye on this battle. When the butler ordered the start the next moment, our hero felt his body suddenly grow noticeably heavier. It occurred to Sokos that the Baron was incredibly stupid. To prevent anyone from breaking out and entering, a barrier was positioned inside the ring. Furthermore, human strength is 10 times diminished in this barrier, and monsters become twice as strong. Our hero tried to figure out what was even happening to him as he watched the Slime Lord change. The young man became aware that he did not feel the strength, but the Slime Lord seemed to gain strength instead. Hermes surmised that this man, who was currently observing our hero, had clearly done something. The young man was then seized by the Slug Lord, who began shaking him around the hall and slamming him against the railing. As this Slime Lord raised him up, our hero struck and realized that he had seen an obstacle, which was probably the reason for everything. The youth recognized the seriousness of his opponent. However, only our hero sympathized with the opponent, who was both weaker and stronger than normal. That was the ideal combination. In order to make equality easier, our hero chose to play a quick game with this slug. Then, in an odd turn of events, the Slug Lord became Sakos. We can see an exceptional Prime Minister in him. The monster himself is prepared to believe that he has a chance to win now. Our hero went up to Sakos, the human, and inquired about his experience of being frightened by a boy with a foolish appearance. Even as the prince and princess watched closely, he fell to the ground. The next instant, our hero stood up to his adversary. Additionally, the young man formally declared that Hermes Kano and his Kano family were the third prince of Igina Shazi, had been made a viscount, an honor. Naturally, our hero was unhappy about it, but there was nothing he could do about it because a royal family appointment of this kind could not be contested. Everyone was impressed by Viscount Hermes's battle, and a feast was planned and he was congratulated on his new title. Everyone understood, after all, that only our hero could use flames to control it. Naturally, our hero did not enjoy all of this attention to himself. Following the conclusion of the arena battle, the prince formally elevated him to the title and started a boisterous formal feast that would exhaust anyone. A portion of the event, to which his sister, the prince and princess, and other significant individuals were naturally invited. There were too many people, so it was a waste of time. Considering how annoying everything was to our hero, the young man greeted everyone on his own behalf. When he finally got sick of it, he went outside to the balcony and saw the princess. The girl inquired about his vacation experience. According to our hero, everything was good. They all congratulated him, saying that he was deserving of being the family's head or that they had always known the young man was a great person. That was good, the girl said, but our hero was not pleased. According to the girl, the young man would not say that he should act particularly with such a title because it was fairly obvious that such rumors and the compliments that went along with them would circulate among the nobles. When her brother waved to our hero during their conversation on the balcony, the young man waved back. Additionally, he told me that he could not function without tense greetings. The ceremony today was amazing, but the girl asked me to control myself. Our hero inquired as to whether His Highness enjoyed the fire. According to the girl, it wasn't true, she was referring to Sako. Rumor had it that he was clearly up to something. Perhaps he had bought off the majority of the guests, and they were conspiring. Looking at the man, our hero pondered what might have been and whether he was truly that dangerous. A position among the courtiers is necessary unless there is some degree of magic proficiency. He has little or no claim because no one knows what he is capable of. But only the courtiers should deal with this. Our hero pondered the brutality of this man, and the princess informed him that he is, in fact, a remarkable individual, saying that was sad if only it weren't for his character. As they were discussing this man, he was already getting close to the balcony, and the princess slipped away, warning our hero to exercise caution. Speaking to Mr. Viscount, Sakos emerged on the balcony and requested authorization to congratulate our hero again on his title promotion. Our hero understood that he had to shake his hand for something to happen, or else it would happen regardless. Taking his hand, our hero shook it. The next thing he knew, he was looking at a mannequin, or rather, a monster. In an attempt to determine what this dark area was and where the monster had disappeared, our hero deduced that Sakos was in control of the creature if teleportation was involved. He was certain that Sakos wasn't putting himself in danger by standing beside him. Thus, our hero questioned whether it was a delusion. After Sakos questioned him about it, our hero made an effort to determine the source of the pressure that was affecting him. Was that magic of suppression? For someone who is a courtier as well, that is power. Our hero was trying to figure out where he was the next moment. He became aware that the only things surrounding him were puppets, which appeared to be quite unpleasant and frightening. That his loved ones wouldn't suffer if he followed his instructions. Looking at his interlocutor, our hero realized that this man was directly threatening him. His opponent was grinning at our hero right now. As he looked around, the young man saw an illusion in which his friends' heads were severed by enormous scissors. It made me fearful and want to get out of this awful place as quickly as possible. It turned out to be a true illusion the next time he decided to relax. Sakos wants to portray him as terrified in front of everyone. Hermes didn't care. In fact, it would damage his standing as a deserving head. However, he had gone too far in being cruel. Then our hero himself tried his ruse on the adversary. Sakos understood our hero's actions and the reason behind his manipulation of the illusion. The young man clarified that he couldn't tolerate his magic because it was too weak. Did our hero truly believe this man was going to try his strength after being satisfied with his easy tricks? They were just wasting their time playing a pointless game, according to Hermes, who said that enjoying such cruel intimidation was too low and foolish. Sakos couldn't believe what he was hearing. The prince then showed up to defend our hero and inquire as to whether they had completed their conversation. Surprised to see Prince Shaw, Sakos warned him that he would remove the Viscount if they weren't finished. The prince remarked that it was unfair to divert the king of ceremonies' focus from himself. Sakos told the young man he was sorry. Then, leaving the balcony where he had just given our hero a horrible illusion, he requested permission to depart. After being left alone, Our hero nearly caused trouble here and apologized to his highness. Then I told our hero that there was no use in hiding anything, so he should not pretend or tell about it. Some claim that he can inflict a slow death curse on someone he dislikes, but others claim that he can inflict an instant death curse. In any case, this Sako's man is a real villain. According to the prince, everyone is aware of what he did. The young man, however, was the first to make him regret them and to question our hero about his specific actions. I was asked to tell him by the prince, who recalled how furious our hero was at the moment. According to Hermes, the young man had a demon-like appearance. The prince inquired as to whether our hero was bothered by the young man's question about whether they had been asked to do something that made him angry. He said that it truly disturbed him when he recalled the doll's severed heads. The prince asked us to let him know if our hero was bothered by the expression on his face, which he believed perfectly concealed something. The young man got up and told us that it would be hard for him, so it would stay a secret. Orsha was ecstatic to see the waterfall for herself, because Orsha hurried to our hero as soon as he stepped through the door of the brothel this morning with a crucial request to go see the autumn leaves, and our hero was powerless to refuse her. Her happy face alone was worth it, even though he didn't find it difficult. The girl was thanking him once more now. After that, while admiring the waterfall, our hero ensured Orsha was content, and added that it would be wise to locate a nearby wine-serving establishment. He asked the girl to move aside after hearing an odd noise, and a few horsemen were riding ahead of them the next minute. When the girl saw them, she reported that they didn't appear to be present. One abruptly stopped and inquired as to whether it was a courtesan and client or a couple. According to our hero, it was just that. Thus, the man remained silent, after which they were instructed to take the horse. Our hero had no idea why this was all happening. Then another man approached and made an attempt to learn the young man's purpose. He said he wouldn't flee if he gave up his horse. The young man then urged our hero to mount his horse and leave the area. When asked if our hero understood what had happened or what they had even done, Orsha replied that he was unsure. Our hero felt something the next instant. Something, he believed, was coming. Our hero realized why they were fleeing and inquired as to why they had given him a horse, assuming it was a monster. Orsha accepted the young man's bet after he promised to catch up with them. When our hero caught up to the men riding the horses, he asked them why they had given him one. More importantly, the men said they would be offended too and asked not to approach them. According to the girl, they were bandits based on their attire. However, the man remained silent. They then discussed how their brother, who served as their squad leader, was teaching them to ravage and steal, but not to murder. Their policy was to aid those in mortal danger. In addition, the young man mentioned that his brother had passed away there, so he advised everyone to depart right away. Our hero inquired as to why they were fleeing and whether they intended to exact revenge on him. They stated that although they naturally wanted to, he gave them the order to flee in order to save their lives. Despite his desire for vengeance, our hero believed that the troop was only fleeing because of his brother's orders. The young man yelled for our hero to go at that precise moment. Their brother's teachings saved them, but as our hero stood next to them, he saw that their eyes were exactly the same, so he asked the young man to go from here. After realizing all of this, our hero abruptly came to a halt. Orsha suggested that the young man was likely intrigued at this point. Our hero believed he was acting as though he didn't comprehend. Orsha asked if he would save them and told him not to pretend because it was obvious on his face. They made the decision to help the deceased boss even though they were in danger themselves. Our hero said that although he is a bandit, he is a good man. The girl had to act as though she was blind to what he was going to do. After giving it some thought, Orsha discussed how our hero would no longer be enigmatic. Our hero then told her that this was a very important request of his. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, our hero asked her to sit quietly. He saw a monster suddenly pierce the wall directly in front of them, causing all the stones to fall beside our hero. On horseback, Orsha was terrified and questioned how our hero, without a weapon, could manage it. She saw one of those large stones flying at her at that precise moment, but the young man quickly stopped it by tossing the stone aside. Orsha saw this and knew this question was foolish. The young man had a thought while discussing it and used magical energy when a giant monster began attacking them, aiming directly at our hero. The girl saw a giant hand materialize in the air as he used his power the next instant. Our hero attacked the creature in front of him with this arm, hurling it against the wall. He remained in the wall after he had defeated the monster. Orsha asked if our hero was capable of doing that as well. It was good that it worked out, the young man said, adding that it was his first time trying it. Our hero noticed that the creature's body bore a striking resemblance to the actual claw marks of the other monster. We had to keep this in mind for the future because no one would ever suspect that it was done by a human. Now that everyone else had returned, the team was attempting to determine what had transpired. When our hero looked at them, he was attempting to determine their purpose. The man claimed that he saw his brother's resolve on our hero's face, and that's why they returned. He stated that he had come to the conclusion that he could not be abandoned in this state. Our hero turned to Ms. Orsha and inquired about his facial expression. She described Hermes' face as mediocre when she heard him speaking to her. But who was Hermes, and what kind was he? Orsha revealed that he is the son of a god who came to Earth to destroy evil, and that he enjoys using the entrails of evil people to make musical instruments. Our hero interrupted her and told her to stop talking gibberish when she tried to add something more. Our hero asked the girl to stop talking after she started to laugh. When he and Orsha went to look at the fall foliage, he unintentionally had to save a gang of bandits who had discovered his abilities. Our hero considered how they ought to be tricked. The young man was shocked when he noticed a red stone on the ground while he was staring at the bridge in front of him. He picked it up. The next instant, our hero felt a powerful magic from the stone as it pointed straight at the young man standing in front of it. In addition to being difficult, it is not dangerous, though it is breakable. Our hero recognized that it might be a curse-related magic tool or attribute. Hermes had to come up with something for them for the humans right now, but he believed he would figure it out on his own later. Our hero turned to the men and asked them to leave peacefully, acting as though nothing had happened. They were shocked to hear this, and a moment later they were chatting among themselves. One of the men was now getting the horses ready. Our hero made an effort to comprehend their actions. However, the young man claimed that they were simply leaving without doing anything. They were asked why they were leaving by one of his subordinates. The young man went on to say that they were simply leaving because there was nothing left here. They were about to depart when they noticed our hero holding a rock, and everyone stopped to examine what he was holding. Then they turned to face the young man and said that it was their thing, and they asked him to give it up as soon as possible. Our hero was unaware that one of the boys was preparing to attack him while brandishing a saber. He was discussing simply returning it. At this point, our hero understood everything. This stone is considered a treasure because its owner has the ability to control the person on whom his curse fell. This stone was inadvertently discovered in ancient ruins. They were unsure of how to handle this curse because they didn't understand it when a monster unexpectedly materialized. After throwing the boss off, he went to them to get the stone they had misplaced while defending their bosses. The fact that only he was cursed became clear to our hero. Everyone understood that this man was the strongest member of their team and that multiple deaths would have been avoided had he not perished at the hands of the monster. Our hero summarized that in that scenario, his only option was to serve as the bait and give them time to flee. Everyone asked to stop talking about him because, well, what's the big deal if he is aware of all of this? However, the young man claimed that they would fight with one another in a challenging circumstance, observing these men and stating that they ought to have simply lived that way if they truly respected him. Despite their understanding that their comrade had died in the fight with the monster, our hero's haste prevented them from realizing anything. Our hero thought, such good brigands who don't kill people. The young man exhaled, turned back to face the man who had first drawn his saber and attempted to attack him, and threw him a stone while stating that he was giving it back to them as a token of appreciation for the horse. The guys said they were finally back because they couldn't believe their eyes. Orsha went up to our hero and told him how nice he was, and the young man asked her to keep quiet. According to the boy, who was carrying a stone, he appeared to have caused our hero some trouble. The young man, however, clarified that it was merely a thank you for the horse and asked that it not be misinterpreted. The boy then declared that he would not express gratitude. The young man said he had better break that stone the next moment. The boy was going to ask if there was a cave close by. Our hero needed to break the stone there, but he didn't see why he needed a cave. According to the young man, it was still a treasure. The curse and seal might not be broken for a month, during which time the cave would provide refuge. The boy wondered how much of the treasure there was after hearing about it. There was one close by, but there was a high chance of running into a powerful monster there, the young man said, glancing at the map. They also wanted it to be closer because the other caves were a little far away, but that was all that was left. Our hero understood that if he allowed it to die, he would not be able to sleep. He then approached the boys and requested that they give him the stone, which he then spread out with a flick of his hand. Those who witnessed this struggled to accept that our hero was such a person. If they had trouble forgetting what had happened today, he asked them to do so. He asked them not to tell anyone, at least. Due to their failure to follow the current instructions, the guys will not be able to accomplish that. They wouldn't tell anyone, of course, but they also weren't under any obligation to remain silent. Why they were so obstinate was beyond Hermes' comprehension. The young man went on to say that their brother was the only person they wished to see. Our hero understood that this individual was probably very important to them, and that much was certain. The young man who came up to him then told him that they might decide to change their minds if our hero agreed to be their brother. Our hero was taken aback. The men claimed that the man resembled him greatly and even used his words. They then claimed that he had told them to flee and that he would take care of the monster as his final remarks on the matter. Dealing with the monster later, they believed our hero had transformed into them. They felt that the young man might be the only person they could trust with their fates, he said. Hermes understood that becoming the ringleader of brigands would be difficult, but perhaps not too bad. A bandit is a representation of evil. If people discover that he is linked to criminals, he will have to step down as the leader of his family and territory and begin a new life. He therefore had one requirement. The young man explained that attacking people was reckless, but robbing them was not. The boys agreed that he didn't want to get himself into trouble. At first, they had carried out noble robberies at their brother's command. The young man believed that since he was now their brother, everything would be all right. The guys claimed to be a ghost squad, that they would always be with him, and that it was the right thing to do when they asked for orders. Orsha was shocked when she learned about the ghost squad. The girl was aware of them, Hermes realized. If they were the scariest, our hero inquired. Orsha had heard of these guys before, so she knew them. They would be more well-known than a lot of pitiful nobles, the continent's most well-known noble robbers. Our hero was promoted to leadership of the most intelligent covert criminal organization. The bandit remembered that they hadn't even met. He is Kuro's vice captain of the ghost squad. The girl asked to be called just Orsha. Hermes asked the same. Kuro's, of course, understands her, but he's not just Hermes at all. That's how they began their conversation in this tea house. They were normal guys, though noisy. Hermes decided to ask one question. He asked why they are engaged in such an annoying business as noble robbery. Orsha didn't think he was annoying. The lad didn't think so. Stealing from the rich and giving to the poor is another thing to steal from the rich for himself. To answer this question, Kuros would have to ask another question to him himself. For example, if Hermes were to become king, what would he do for his people? He asked him not to bother with the answer much. The boy realized that if he said something stupid, he would fall in their eyes. It wasn't that he didn't like them, it was just that he had nowhere to put them, nowhere to put their friendship with him. Should he tell them what he really does? Hermes is not a king, but the Viscount as a landowner is a reduced model of a king. If he tells them what evil things he does, they will be disappointed and leave. Perfect. Hermes finally replied that he would leave all the work to the officials and take a walk on the public money. The satisfied boy waited for them to show him their disappointment. Kuros realized that he was in charge of everyone, but he was not hung up on power, and had great confidence in his subordinates. Hermes did not expect such a reaction. The vice captain continued that there are a lot of aristocrats who save money without spending it. Because of this, the money circulating in the local economy becomes scarce, causing unemployment. But their brother is different, putting the happiness of his people above his. The guy realized that he wasn't catching the gist of what he was saying at all. Then he said he would make taxes higher than any other country. Kuros reasoned that he was making plans to increase the number of public institutions that would reduce unemployment. The rest of the bandits also realized that he was not only thinking about money but also about public employment, so he would help people who lost their jobs. This made him more and more resentful. The vice captain remarked that he did look a lot like his past boss. He too cared a great deal for the common people, and said that a king who does not think of his people has no future. He alone and started doing noble robbery. Orsha thought they had made up their minds together. Kuros said that they used to be the town's scum, dragging a miserable life, sitting and doing nothing in the mud by the roadside. But at one point were rescued by the boss. They were fools, and believed then that they had been rescued by aristocrats. But the one they met was a brother, so they believed in him and continued with him in his work. They help others only because they themselves have been saved. Hermes realized that they were pretty cool. As they finished their conversation, one of the bandits suggested a drink. Kuros picked up on his idea. No one listened to the guy when he said he didn't drink. Hermes reminded him that it was a tea house in the first place, not a brewery. The girl working there replied that it was okay to have a mug once in a while. He had no desire to. She realized that she had seen him somewhere before. Hermes remembered that they had been here with the sword master Perseus. Things would be bad for him if she remembered who he was. The guy realized he needed to distract her and told her to carry the wine. He decided to have a drink with the company after all. They spent that evening together in a cozy atmosphere. The next morning Hermes felt a headache. They were just swimming in wine. Eventually Kuros gave him a ride into town. He doesn't remember anything else. The Mizu burst into the room very inconveniently. The butler informed him that it was lunchtime, but the boy thought morning was when you wake up. The old man informed him that a ghost squad had appeared in Kano's domain. If they weren't dispersed now, there would be trouble. Hermes replied that he had already made up his mind, which he immediately regretted. Now Mimizu will think that he was the earliest to know about them, and took all the measures earlier. The butler asked the head how. The boy stated that he was tired and wanted to sleep all day. Mimizu begged to at least have lunch. He called for Kuro's. Guy was heading toward him and Orty in his pajamas. He inquired what the bandit was doing in Pindo's. The man was surprised that he didn't remember. He recalled that, according to Hermes, from now on they kept in touch through the brothel, and even gave permission to visit it. Orsha witnessed. She was so happy that now her sisters had regular customers. The girl was grateful for that, but the boy didn't remember such a thing. People noticed the chapter next to the ghost squad. Hermes understood them, so he asked them not to rob or do anything bad here. Kuros replied that they were noble brigands and didn't cause trouble to the common people. Then the boy thought it was all right. The bandit tried to calm him down. A brother's word is law. The nearby residents present, including the bandits, heard this. They also noticed his pajamas. The bandits joyfully surrounded the head. Two girls approached Mr. Hermes, and they did not leave his pajamas unnoticed. They reported that thanks to him they now had such a lively place, and expressed the lad's gratitude. They invited him over if he was available. The bandits have wine. They suggested that they continue last night. Kuros stated that he was going to have a drink with him, though Hermes himself did not recall such a thing. The others also joined them. Then, new rumors began to circulate that he was the boss of the most famous ghost squad. There was no way the guy could deny them here, which made them happy. Hermes read about the Ghost Squad. The Ghost Squad, a criminal organization on the mainland that engages in robbery. They are nicknamed the Noble Robbers, as they steal goods from the rich and then distribute them to the poor. However, calling them noble is rather difficult. Usually noble robbers rob bad guys, but the Ghost Squad, ignoring the definition of bad, rob all the rich people in a row. Among them are merchants who do legitimate business. The Ghost Squad is supported by only a small fraction of ordinary people, and to most, they are no different from ordinary robbers. The guy realized that they were noble brigands obsessed with commoners. Kuros said they used to be the town's scum. Hermes thinks the experience gained then affects them now. The problem, however, was prepared for him by their past boss. Hermes wondered what he looked like. He was startled to see the image of a pumped-up man. The guy couldn't think he looked like this muscular berserker, obsessed with muscles, just like his squad. Hermes doesn't want to look anymore. Sora burst into his office upon hearing someone screaming. She saw the naked man in front of her, her brother's tired face and his strange posture, and also a high-pitched scream. It finally reached her. The girl realizes that there are all kinds of people in the world, but he, being a viscount, does not think about heirs. She, surprised, asked if there was nothing wrong with girls. Hermes declared that she had thought completely in the wrong place. He explained that it was information about the ghost squad that Mimi's had gathered for him. Sora assumed it was the squad that was rumored in the city to be their boss. The guy didn't want to admit. He realized that his sister knew that they were in town as of late. She thought he had something to do with it. As she continued to look at the picture of the muscular man, she said she didn't want that. She would forgive it if Hermes were a common man, but he's a viscount. He needs heirs. Sora announced that she would have to join 48 girlfriends in Hermes' harem. This is a harem project for Hermes of 48 local young beauties. They're all being tested for no future birth complications, and they're also all virgins. To the guy, it all seemed a bit too. He decided it was time for him to leave. There was no stopping her in the flurry of her monologues. The girl kept saying that because of her, the lineage would last for 3 more generations. By this time, he had already escaped. Hermes was on his way to the brothel to Kuros to remind him once again what they must not do. Suddenly, a resident pounced on him asking for help. According to him, the ghost squad wants to kill him. The brigands were looking for him. They called him a rip-off, which surprised Hermes. Then the man pleaded guilty and promised to sit quietly and peacefully from now on. The guys in the squad don't care if he surrenders. They want to kill him and he doesn't want to die. The guy asked if he was honest about what he did. The resident confirmed it, by which time the bandits had already caught up with him. The viscounts and Kuros' eyes crossed. The bandit realized that he owned the land. Hermes assumed he would be exposed, but he didn't think so quickly. It would be problematic if they went against him. He contemplated whether to take them all down at once. The guy remembered their night together over drinks. Hermes declared that the rogue had surrendered without resistance. He, being responsible for him, would arrest him. Guy also thanked the ghost squad for finding the criminal, but asks that they not go overboard with catching criminals anymore. This merchant, other merchants and commoners are residents of his lands. He asks not to disturb them. otherwise he will take action. He asked to leave quietly. The brigands understood him and took his words to heart, to which he was very glad. He could be calm. The other day they had seen his true strength. They have no one capable of resisting his impressive power. Hermes felt that there were too many details. The locals were impressed. The brigands went on to say that blinded by the desire to do deeds of honor, they indiscriminately started doing things, which eventually led to trouble. The guy thought they were confessing too pure-heartedly. It would have been better to leave in silence. If so gracious he believes in them. The brigands asked for forgiveness. Amazed by the spectacle, the residents began to make their assumptions. The Viscount publicly pardoned them. Heroes told the lad that even among the aristocrats he was special, and he need not worry. Hermes did not see how he could be calm here. Suddenly the police arrived at the place, discovering the crook. The boy inquired why his sister was with the police. She replied that she was looking for him. Sora so knew he would be here not so long after looking for him. He remembered running away from her. People began to discuss the relationship between the Lord and the Ghost Squad. The girl realized that he was meeting with the Ghost Squad again and drew conclusions. Hermes again claimed that he liked girls. The sister decided to believe it. Then she asked all 48 candidates for Hermes' harem, to which he agreed. He was pounced upon by Medea, who wanted to practice. Sora asked him to give her at least 3 years. She was too young for that. But the guy declared that he had no intention of taking her there at all. When Medea inquired about it, he decided it was better for her not to know. Medea ran joyfully through the streets of the city. Suddenly she met a brigand, and they were about to have a sword fight. She was surprised that he was going to defend himself with that sleeper. Kyros declared that he expected nothing less from his brother's ward. He talked about how the local ruler. The girl asked how the man knew he was her teacher. As it turned out, Kyros had seen them interacting before. Medea realized that he had been peeking. The brigand remembered that he forgot to introduce himself. He is the deputy head of the Dream Squad, Kyros Mathmos. The girl replied that she was one of the granddaughters of the sword master Perseus, Medea Mukanai. Before he knew it, Medea attacked him. The brigand was surprised by her swiftness. The girl believed that the rumors about the teacher being the boss of the Dream Squad were true, and he confirmed it. Kyros would want to ask her a lot of things about him, and suggested finding a quieter place. They were attracting too much attention here. Medea replied that if it came to a fight, she would still beat him up. They had a friendly tipple. People were saying it was the same Medea and the guy from the Dream Squad. How many times have they chugged now? The girl asked for more milk. Kyros assumed that the fact that she had become his student was also due to the fact that he was a teetotaler. Medea replied that it was. And once he has a drink, there's no stopping him. That's scary. The bandit recalled that the first time they drank with him, it was not an easy task to stop him. He is only allowed to drink at home. But the very fact that he was able to send her grandfather into retirement once again proved his strength. Kyros had heard legends of the swordsman Perseus. It's hard to even imagine a power superior to his. But there is still something Medea is not satisfied with. He forbids her to give her name. So now she is supposedly a student of one Nanasu. Kyros seems to understand. He seems to be hiding his real power and identity for some reason. Really doesn't know why. He inquired who this Nanasu is. Is it even a real person or what at all? The girl explained that it's all made up. She uses it when she breaks someone in the dojo, or when she needs to introduce herself as a swordsman. And the real one he told her not to use, since he didn't forbid her to mention Nanasu's name. Kyros offered to make the name famous throughout the kingdom. They will say that the boss of their dream squad is Nanasu. They will do good for the good of the world, and their brother's name will be known everywhere. The girl doesn't mind. I wonder if he will be angry. The bandit is sure he will. Still, he wants more people to know about him. He's seen a lot of nobles rotten to the core, but brother is not like that. He can rule on the level of the common people, but Kyros cannot go against his will. So glorifying Nanasu is for his own satisfaction. He, of course, realizes that it is all selfish. One of the visitors was interested in what they were saying, but the bartender reminded him that it was not good to eavesdrop. Kyros asked not to worry. If she agrees, he will keep it a secret that Nanasu is a brother. True, he would need her help to do that, but he does not insist. Medea declares that she is on board. As his student, she too would love for people to know about him, so told him not to make such a face. Kyros decided she was a tsundere, and this got to her from the master. The girl asked how they could make everyone believe that he was the boss of the Dream Squad without being exposed in the process. The outlaw replied that this is where she comes into the picture. A girl on the street was approached by a man with an offer of only a drink. She should think of it as helping her neighbor. The girl does not understand what he means. Out of nowhere, the Dream Squad appears next to them. He is surprised to find out who it is. Medea transformed into the boss of the Dream Squad, Nenasu's brother. The girl doubted that this would fly. She was shocked by Kuro's idea. He thought that by becoming Nenasu, she would demonstrate her swordsmanship and there would be no doubt that she was the boss of the Dream Squad. After all, she's still swinging her sword here and there. At the same time, maybe they'll dispel the rumor that Nenasu is Nenasu's brother. Then maybe he'll be happy too, which Medea doubted. But still the girl agreed. The man assumed Nenasu was Medea's teacher, which surprised Kuro's. According to the stranger, everyone here knows he had even done this sword master a favor somehow. The brigand assumed that he knew him. It turned out they were facing someone who had recently gone on a rampage in a bar and was harassing everyone around them. The man replied that they had misunderstood him. After all, he was just kindly instructing the staff who didn't know how to properly greet guests. Kuro's thought, you say well, you leave a good impression. And then his girlfriend showed up and ruined the fun. It pissed him off because he was relaxing, drinking. The man was going to fight Nenasu. This time they would give them a grand show by the Dream Squad boss, Nenasu. Kuro's decided it was time for him to get the hell out. The stranger trashes that brat and remembers her mentioning Nenasu. Now they'll find out if it's really him. If he's weaker than his student, then let him expect no mercy. Medea knew that the teacher was not weak at all. He is stronger than everyone, even stronger than Grandpa. He is strong in body and spirit. Master Hermes, that is Nenasu. He's as strong as anyone. Besides, he trained her almost every day. The girl is getting stronger every day. Kuro's thought she had split the sword, but afterward realized that she had chopped it. The man became convinced by her wielding of the sword and this strength that she was indeed Nenasu. Kuro's addressed the people. He declared that with Nenasu at its head, the Dream Squad had become even stronger, as well as anyone who hinders the good in the lands of Kano. The Dream Squad will challenge. He's counting on his brother. They were sure that at this rate, everyone would know about him very soon. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting real brother was looking at a complete collection of Orsha's new works. Mimizu realized that the master was in trouble. It looked like a tax. Hermes figured it was sake, but the butler assumed salt water, to be precise. As far as the Viscount knew, there was no sea in Kano lands. Mimizu asked if he was familiar with a town called Hars. The lad had heard of it. The old man thought he should show a little more interest in his surroundings. Hars is one of those towns that the Kano family levies a tax on. It's a provincial town with stone houses, with a large lake in the center. Since their debts had been accumulating lately, Mimizu decided to find out what the reason was, and they handed it to him. Wait, they will pay as soon as they produce salt. From an economic point of view, salt is of great importance. If its production could be established, it would be not just a tax, but a major element of trade. Hermes wondered what it was like. The only thing left in the bowl was salt, of which there was plenty. The butler was shocked to see it. It has long been known that there is salt in Haris Lake, but because of the presence of a large number of impurities, salt production is not an easy task, and so much so that many generations have refused to do it. And the guy had just solved that problem. Hermes recalled that he had already done this long ago when he purified silver, separating it from impurities. He had just treated it just a little bit. Mimizu realized that there was a use for it. The guy really does become helpless when it comes to magic. The old man decided to immediately gather the wizards regarding the production of salt. Hermes tried to stop him. Amazed at the unexpected decision, he looked again at the bowl of salt. A few days later, the inhabitants thanked Mr. Hermes profusely for that time. Now also Hars could sleep well. Because of the salt, farming in Kars is to no avail. Of course they caught fish, but the catch was getting worse and worse year after year. The young people all left to earn money to make ends meet, and the villagers wondered what they would do now. But, thanks to the Viscount finding a way to produce salt, now it looks like they'll be able to buy vegetables, meat, and fish from others too. And the young people say they are coming back. So they said to him, "Thank you very much." It was not possible for a fellow to rejoice heartily. It was time for them to go off to cook dinner, so they were invited to join them later if they wished. Sora was proud of her brother. She wondered if he was busy surveying the lands, but yet he was here. Hermes explained that it was because Mimizu and the others were bothering him. The girl noticed that they were getting stronger. To think that he had invented a way to produce salt. The guy on the contrary thought it was strange that no one had thought of it yet. Sora knew that the idea seemed to be there, but from what she had heard, there was no way they could make up the production model itself, and he had solved that issue. Hermes still thought it was an accident. His sister replied that it didn't matter whether it was an accident or not. The smiles on their faces are a credit to him. She, by the way, sent out Har's salt throughout the kingdom. By using magic to draw only salt from salt water, one could create the purest salt of the highest quality that was nowhere near what one would normally have to boil. To not present salt of this level to His Majesty would be disrespectful. Hermes inquired about his answer. The girl decided to say bluntly that His Majesty was extremely pleased with his gift. As a reward, His Excellency is allowed to choose a name for this salt. They say to choose either the salt of Kano or the salt of Hermes. The lad chose the first option, but Sora had already replied that they had chosen the salt of Hermes. His name would be just as recognizable as the name of the salt anyway. So what's the difference? Guy visibly tensed up. The sister saw that he had something to hide. She realized that Orsha was right. According to her, what's in his heart is in his face. Hermes assumed she knew her. Sora said that they had gone shopping with her once. She couldn't even imagine it. The girl was waiting for him to confess what he was hiding. The guy realized that if she found out, he was missing. The day he produced the salt, he discovered something unexpected in its grits. It was mithril. Mithril is a mineral that can only be mined in certain mines and is on the verge of depletion. Being an essential material for the creation of magical items, its price does not compare to that of salt. Suspecting that if something like this were discovered, the whole furor produced by salt production would come to naught, Hermes hid it in a desk drawer. The girl pulled out a small sack. The boy didn't realize where she got it from. It turned out that Mimizu had run out of the room in a huff, so she decided to see what was wrong. He was hiding something in there, and she wondered what it was. Sora knew it contained mithril, and its contents, along with the salt, had gone to the kingdom. Hermes was very upset. The girl realized that not sending it would be no less rude, especially when it came to the mineral whose deposits had almost dried up. To this, too, they replied that the merit of discovering mithril, the finding of which outside the mines had hitherto been unknown, in water was inestimable. They are glad to hear this. They seem to have given the method of extracting salt and mithril a name, and the name seems to have been given by His Majesty the Prince. They called it the Hermes way, too, with flavor, and Sora replied that she was unanimous with each of them. Surely she could not refuse His Majesty's offer. Hermes replied that surely after all the decision was made in 2 answers. Next time he asked her to let him read it once before sending letters to the kingdom. The boys were called to lunch. Guy wanted to make sure she understood exactly what he told her. One man had a great hatred for Hermes. Mr. Ammon, read the report of Hermes Kano's discovery of the mithril. Did he do it after all? Hermes noticed that Medea was finally starting to keep her balance. He announced a break and she could go get a drink of water. She handed the water to the master as well. It seems that everyone had become aware that there was a possibility of the presence of the endangered mithril recently found by the guy in ordinary drinking water. That the very same mithril that has been mined in mountain mines for hundreds of years is flowing in ordinary mainland rivers. The royalty and other aristocracy, who were aware of the state of current affairs, had spread a rumor throughout the lands of Kano about whether a new mining site had been discovered, thanks to Hermes' method. Personally, the fellow would like to avoid further spreading the fame of Hermes' method. But no matter what he did here, it would affect the rumors like spurs on a horse. It's easier to forget about it already. He hopes that someone will invent something more remarkable and draw public attention to himself. The boys were met by Sora. Hermes admonished her that she was not doing a very good job of calling him brother. The girl reported that a merchant named Gon Ammon demanded an audience with him. This seems to be a big merchant that he owns the mithril mines throughout the kingdom. The desire of the monopolist of the mithril mines to talk to the one who discovered a new way to mine it is quite obvious, and that conversation is sure to be a pain in the ass. He seemed to be waiting standing. As Sora had said, if Hermes didn't meet with him, it would never end, so here he came. I can't wait to get this over with. The merchant is happy to meet him. His name is Gon Ammon. The boy thought that he seemed so gloomy because he was wearing a black robe. The merchant had heard that Hermes wasn't a fan of hassle, so he would get right to the point. He would like the Viscount to call him back his way Hermes. The lad thought so. The way of Hermes is little by little dragging down all the income generated from the mines so far. He couldn't just sit back and let it happen. Certainly, Gon Ammon is not asking him to give it up for nothing. If he agrees, he will pay him 500,000 gold coins. Guy realized that by becoming the head of the family, he inherited a debt of 50,000, and he was offering 10 times that amount, so there's a possibility of a profit later on. Should I play the role of the prodigal master? Hermes refused. The merchant decided that the sum was insufficient for the opening of the century, and rightly so. He offered 700,000. The fellow declared that it was not a matter of money. There was already talk around the country about using this method for mining. He can no longer stop this process alone. He He could certainly forcefully stop the process by using his right of possession as a shield. But then the Kano family's relationship with the kingdom as a whole might deteriorate, and that would be a real headache for him. Especially those two would definitely not keep quiet. Amon was ready to offer $1 million, but Hermes asked him not to make him say it twice. The merchant realized that there was nothing he could do. The guy noticed that something had changed in him. He placed the bezel he knew in front of him. Hermes remembered that this thing was on Orsha's head, and he thought it couldn't be taken off since it had always been on her. Hermes asked where he got it from. Laughing, the peddler declared that he knew he was driving a prostitute. After all, the Viscount had never been in business solely for money. It's a glass marble. He can break it and give his subordinates orders. And who knows what would happen to that whore. He asked the guy's opinion. Hermes wanted him gone. He suddenly kicked him with his foot. Just then the maid was about to serve tea to the gentleman. Suddenly an intruder flew out of the room. Other maids rushed to the spot. The merchant let him know that he would not get off lightly after such a thing. Sora and Medea also heard the noise. The boy instructed the apprentice to throw out this garbage and himself broke the window. The sister asked where he was going. Hermes replied that he was going for a walk. Medea persistently beat the man with a stick to get him to leave. Orsha did not realize where she was. She wanted to take a quiet walk because she had a moment, and here she was. What was the point of kidnapping her? The kidnappers were alarmed that Mr. Amon was delaying instructions. Maybe something happened. Maybe that Hermes guy beat him up. One of them told her that if Mr. Amon ordered it, they could have some fun with her. It seemed quiet to them. Perhaps the others had left their seats. They found their comrades crippled and realized they were alone. One of the kidnappers had also joined their number. Orsha realized that Hermes had come. The kidnapper stated that there were more than 20 of them. All of her Hermes can't take all of them, so let her shut up and don't talk nonsense. But the girl replied that it didn't matter how many. Hermes will never yield to lowlifes like them. No sooner had he pounced on her than he was struck down by the lad. Orsha knew he would come for her. Hermes apologized for dragging her into this. The girl was sure that they must have done something wrong after all. Orsha thanked him for saving her. She adored him. The guy could see that she was feeling much better than he thought. The girl suddenly clung to him. Together they froze in a warm embrace. Suddenly their reverie was unexpectedly interrupted by Kuros. The brigand startled them. He reported that according to Mrs. Sora, she was worried and asked to go after him. Hermes understood this, for he flew out so suddenly. Kuros suddenly wondered what they were forgetting in these ruins. There are also people lying around. The boy tried to explain to him. Hermes offered to soak them, which angered Orsha. What kind of thugs are they? She's certainly glad they are because of her, but they shouldn't be killing anyone. There was no point in getting so worked up over this filth. Better let Hermes get back to his usual image of a lustful slob. The guy didn't realize he was always so lustful. She's right, though. This really isn't like him. If this is how they want to repay them. Then the girl offered to do it her way. Orsha had an idea. Hermes didn't understand why Kuros was calling her sister. The brigand explained that all the prostitutes they get along with look like Kohai in comparison to her, and asked not to be offended. The guy didn't need that explanation, so he asked not to call her that. Kuros thought he was jealous because they were getting close. Hermes got angry. He was just starting to feel like he and she were related, so asked him to stop. They decided to get back to the topic, namely how they could teach this gone Amon a lesson. He kidnapped Orsha from Hermes and threatened him. He wants to catch him so that something like that won't happen again. Orsha asked him not to make that face. She has a great idea. She voiced the plan. The man approached the merchant, saying that he had bought a mithril tool from them the other day, but it was completely non-functional. He would like to exchange it. The merchant was sorry to inform, but they do not exchange goods. The buyer was surprised, but the warranty card they gave him when he bought it said quite the opposite. Two muscular men stood behind the merchant and he asked for a repeat. The buyer realized they were frauds. It turned out that this Amon was selling magical tools at exorbitant prices. The man didn't realize who they were. Kuros asked if the name of the Dream Squad said anything to him. People ran past in the alley and swept the girl off her feet. She didn't even realize what was wrong and was helped to stand up. The Dream Squad chased after them, and they began to mock them for falling behind. But the brigands had already caught up with them. They again rushed to flee. The first had already been struck down. He was easily dealt with by the head of the Dream Squad, Nenasu. The head claimed that Kuros had told him everything about the bloody lucrative business they were running. But since Viscount Kano has taken over, it can be said that their song is over. Now they'll pay for everything they've done so far. A servant informed Mr. Amon that all of their stores had been attacked by the Dream Squad. It looks like they are going to distribute their property to the public. Ammon was sure that the whore-crazed princeling probably had a hand in it, although the guy wasn't crazy. Need to meet with him as soon as possible and come to some sort of agreement. Suddenly a newspaper flew into his face. It was an emergency issue about the evidence of Ammon's many atrocities. It ended up in the hands of every resident. The issues were happily thrown around by Kuros and Medea. Ammon realized it was the Dream Squad. Kuros discovered Gon Ammon, and they escaped. He was approached by reporters to give the details of the recent incident. The others decided to join them too. The crowd encircled him. The girl also said that she thought they had come to a brothel, but he forcibly dragged her somewhere. How many interesting designs are there that mankind cannot fully comprehend? People began to treat him with contempt, and Orsha fairly watched. Kuros realized that they were required to surround each of his points and take his possessions. And if they also found him guilty of villainy, it would be even better. If the Dreaming Squad took charge, they would get to the target faster than horses. Hermes inquired what he should do. The girl replied that he didn't need to do anything. He should, as he usually does, act as if this whole thing was a pain in the ass for him. Ammon apologizes to the Viscount for his stupidity. He promises that he will henceforth no longer meddle with the ways of Hermes, and appeals to his mercy. The lad answered him coolly. Hermes explained that he had had enough of the rumors about his connection with the Dream Squad. He didn't do anything about it this time. True, maybe he had talked to someone who could have done it. But even if he did, the guy doesn't think he could make a difference. And even if he could, he wouldn't, since the whole thing is like a pain in the ass. That's it. And if he's got it all figured out, he can go. Ammon couldn't calm down. Hermes' sister entered the office. The girl said that the other day she had sent a letter to the kingdom on her own behalf, expressing her doubts about Mr. Ammon. And just recently a reply came back. Apparently, they are investigating the false reports of mithril reserves from Mr. Ammon. They were shocked by this news. It was probably the rumors that had been going around about Ammon-san recently that had caught their attention. She doesn't know how he's managed to fool everyone so far. But now the kingdom will never tolerate wrongdoing, because only His Majesty can be trusted. After this, the kingdom promptly investigated and found a discrepancy regarding the current reserves of mithril. After Gon Ammon lost all of his possessions, no one heard from him anymore. Orsha was pleased with their work. Hermes recognized that her strategy in Gon Ammon's case had been a winning one, a great victory. But the girl considered it his credit. It was because of him that the others had agreed to help. There was no way she could have done it alone. And the guy thinks it's all because of her. He didn't do anything. He's always bickering like that. The girl thought that he probably has no idea how much they love and appreciate him. Orsha recognized that she was doing well and offered to buy her a drink. He asked her not to get carried away. Hermes decided that Lena was here because of this mithril incident. The girl was surprised that it was the first thing he tells her. Mithril is an extremely rare ore that can only be mined in certain mines. Recently, a guy invented a way to extract this very ore from everyday water. And of course, Lena stopped by to ask him about it all. He thought Shaw would come too, since they wanted to hear the story. The princess explained that he had business to attend to today, so he couldn't. As he left, he repeated 3 whole times for her to question him properly about everything. Hermes thought, a younger sister is not easy to have. Lena assumed that she alone wasn't enough. The guy thought she was angry, so he asked her not to talk nonsense. The girl replied that she was just fooling around. He guessed, she's here because of the mithril incident. In the palace nowadays, there's talk of recognizing his merits. Of course, the princess could have told him by letter, but she wanted to see his reaction. Hermes offered to stop this recognition. The girl inquired as to the reason. In fact, as soon as he got mithril once, it immediately attracted all sorts of rabble like Gon Ammon to him. And as a result, Hermes had endangered Orsha. All this reminded him once again that it was best to live a measured life without attracting too much attention. The boy replied to her that it was a hassle. He doesn't need it. It's all just a pain in the ass. She explained that since it was a major discovery, he might be promoted to Earl, or perhaps even to a Duke. If he doesn't want it, there's nothing he can do about it. There will be no official statement that the discovery is his, just as there will be no recognition. Hermes was surprised that she gave up so quickly. Just thought she would be more stubborn. Lena stood up and decided that they were done. That was it for today for now. The guy apologized one last time. The princess decided to reassure him. She'll hold on to that title until he inadvertently goes public, so he should be ready when that happens. Hermes asked to be gentle with him if it came to that. Lena realized she was lost. After they parted ways with Viscount Kano, she thought it would be a good idea to look around here alone. Everything had been fine until she slipped away from the careful supervision of her subordinates. But it seemed she'd overdone it trying to hide from them. Nothing to do. I'll have to ask someone for directions. One girl approached her, thinking she was her mother. The child screamed. The princess looked at her wildly in fright. She neither smiled nor knew how to get along with children. The girl didn't know what she should do. Orsha came up to her, seeing that she was lost. She comforted the girl and became Lena's savior. Her sister is with her, so she has nothing to fear. If no longer afraid, Orsha asked, smiling with her sister. Lena noticed that she was doing a great job of laughing so carefree. Orsha told her not to despair. There's still a playoff for third place. Lena involuntarily smiled. But with that smile, she would fail the qualifiers. The girl thought, was it really that terrible? Orsha offered to wait here until her mom came. Lena was surprised that she wasn't going to look for her. Orsha explained that at times like this, parents would rush out to look for her. To avoid wandering completely into the middle of nowhere, it was better to stay in the same place. Then the princess will wait with them. The girl had originally approached her, counting on her help. Wouldn't it be more proper to stay with her until the end in that case? Lena inquired about their names and introduced herself. Orsha also gave her name. The girl cheerfully replied that her name was Anzu. The girls waited for her mother together. They watched the fish in the fountain and discussed men. All three had a great time together. It was getting dark. She was running late. Lena assumed something was wrong. Anzu was pining for her mother. Orsha held the girl close to her and said that she would always be there for her. The princess saw that she was doing well. Just as suddenly she noticed someone. The woman finally found her little girl. Anzu and her mom hugged. The woman realized that they had been with her all along, and she didn't even know how to thank them. Anzu also thanked her little sister Orsha, and afterward Lena. Everything is fine now. They said goodbye. Orsha noticed that this smile right here was adorable, but Lena asked not to be bullied. Orsha also did a great job. The girls got along well with each other. Suddenly Mrs. Lena was approached by the servant Momo and asked if she was satisfied. A realization came to Orsha. Lena introduced herself once more as the princess of the kingdom of Aegina. Orsha was shocked by this news. She apologized for not recognizing her. Lena understood her, for she hadn't even introduced herself. She asked for no formalities, except in places where they had to be observed. She could just call her Lena. The princess hesitated to say something else. Orsha decided that she wanted to be friends. Outside the castle, of course. Since she understood, then Lena would probably go. Then Orsha suggested that next time we have fun as friends. The girls agreed. A few days later Hermes received a package. The order of the third Xiphos he guessed. Mimizu realized he wasn't surprised. The boy assumed it was for the slime lord again. The butler replied that he was as perceptive as ever. Everyone in the palace knew that Hermes had discovered the mithril, so it would even be strange not to expect them to do anything. The guy was sure that they would react somehow. In any case, compared to being promoted to Marquis, at least being awarded the order wouldn't attract so much attention, especially since he'd already gotten a couple before. A smile appeared on the butler's face, which Hermes mistook for a smirk. There are, of course, rumors that the Third Order is given out for great contributions to the discovery of mithril. In the palace, from the beginning, there was a belief that those last two orders that remained unidentified were of the mithril rank. He seemed to be speechless. The guy thought that if one were to rake up the past now, obviously, these are unfounded rumors. How glad Sora is that as of late, people are beginning to trust Hermes more. Now the likes of this Lissa who takes advantage of her brother's authority, or should I say his fourth brother and other despicable individuals, should be reduced. These awesome feelings just need to be shared with someone. I wonder if Hermes is in his office. The girl happily opened the doors. In front of her she found an unholy mess of book stacks. But it was only Hermes. The boy said that he walked into the study, thinking about his own, and bumped into a bookshelf. The girl replied that he had to be careful. Hermes didn't hurt himself. Sora asked what he was thinking about. The boy replied that about his worth. Lately he can't stop thinking about why he's climbing higher and higher even though he's doing absolutely nothing. For better or worse, Hermes is always the center of attention. Sora can see for himself how much worry has been heaped on him. He's sick of it all. He wants to live in a world where no one evaluates anyone. The girl has made a decision. She decided to share with him a way to lower his grade. He could confide in her. The guy figured she was up to something, though what could he do with her? Her sister is certainly not keen on doing it, but the fact that it's affecting his health so much suits her even less. So just this once. Hermes replied that if only this time, and finally asked about the method. Sora replied that it is sexual harassment. Sora immediately stipulates that she is quite serious. Among the famous and great people, there are many whose merits have not been appreciated because of their propensity for sexual harassment. She thinks this is the quickest and easiest way among others. Of course, since such a thing is unacceptable to many, it would suffice to feel someone you know up the ass as a joke. The guy thought for a moment. Hermes decided that she was right. There was no easier and faster way to do it. He would do anything to lower his value. The boy set out to carry out his plan. His sister's gonna keep her fingers crossed for him. It was thanks to Mada that the maids had managed so quickly and were grateful to her. But for a girl, it's the easiest thing to do. Suddenly she felt a pinch. Hermes told everyone to get their asses in the air. The maids reasoned. The fact that he put his hand on them while surrounded by such pretty girls meant he was rejected. The guy replied that no one had rejected him and he couldn't settle down. A maid declared that she was the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings and was waiting for his attack. But Hermes handled her as well. They should try harder. The girls were shocked by what had happened. Hermes stormed over to Orsha. He wanted to wriggle her ass. The girl thought he was doing something stupid again. He was going to touch her anyway. Orsha replied that he could touch her anyway. She suggested that he choose another place. They had never done it with him before, had they? The guy didn't know what was wrong with her. The girl indicated that she was ready. Gradually she grew closer to him. The boys were interrupted by an unexpected visit from the princess, and she realized that they appeared to be acquainted. The girl apologized for interrupting. Lena had business to attend to with Orsha. The woman downstairs said they must be having fun, but it wasn't what she had imagined. The guy wanted to stop Lena, but she decided to leave the place in a hurry. Hermes had no idea they both knew each other. Good, if they were up to something. He thought about pulling himself together and continuing the operation. But who else was left? The guy met the dream squad. Hermes figured their asses fell into the familiar category too, after all. But he realized that was too much. But he no doubt wished he could dial down the degree of obsession these guys had with him. Hermes would do anything to bring down his price. How tired he is. But Hermes had followed the plan, and now he was sure to bring down his price at least a little. He remembered that in this room, Mada and the maids, 100% sharing with each other how he had fallen in their eyes. Mada was explaining to the girls that the master was out of his mind. Indeed, one maid thought he was amusing himself, but he wasn't even drunk. Mada is sure he's trying to keep them from something terrible. That's why he's pushing them away like that. Is he doing all this to protect them? It's in his nature, taking care of his family, even if it costs him his relationship with them. The guy didn't realize where this was going. The girls thought what a terrific host Mr. Hermes was after all. The guy felt guilty about the harassment, and as a result he was even more elevated in the eyes of others. The first thing he and his sister did was apologize. Blue skies, a white sandy beach, the sea. Hermes realized he had screwed up. A few days ago, he received a letter from Lena. She told him about a problem arising on the sea owned by the Aegina kingdom. They have a shortage of laborers lately, so she asked him to help. Without really going into details, since he was drunk, Hermes agreed. And here he is. The guy didn't understand why he agreed and was thinking about not drinking anymore. Sora decided to calm him down. This is a great opportunity to relax in the absence of all sorts of foul things. He should take advantage of it, especially since the preparations for his treatment have already been made. Hermes did not immediately understand what she meant. A group of girls appeared on the beach. The boy guessed what it meant. These young ladies have been rigorously selected to form Hermes' harem. This is part of it. Mada didn't like how nonchalantly the girls were approaching the master. This, on the contrary, pleased them, and a frightened Mada called them demons. The girls wanted to play with her, but she did not want the servants of Satan to approach her. Sora hoped the girls would help her brother get better. The boy inquired about the problem she was talking about as he suddenly heard Mada shouting to him about the monster. Hermes replied that it was rude to call girls that, but the apprentice was not talking about them. The monster terrified everyone with its size and sudden appearance. This was the problem Sora had told him about. An unclean thing had appeared in this part of the sea. It seems to appear every year, but this one is particularly large for some reason. That's the kind of thing she was asking him to do a sweep of. Hermes thought she spoke as if it were no more difficult than picking vegetables. The guy had to fight this monster. After defeating the creature, the admiring girls rushed to him. He ordered them not to say a word about today. Hermes guessed that there was more here, this being a sweep. It bored him. The girls surrounded him with excessive care. They decided to ensure that he had a good rest until the undead showed up. The boy wondered if he could finally do nothing. Everything was just as he had dreamed. He wanted it to last forever. But suddenly, more evil things fell on his head, interrupting his paradisiacal pleasure. This made Hermes furious, so he wanted to finish with them quickly. The guy didn't understand why these foul things always came out. He realized that being a master was a loss to himself. At the mere mention of the word master, a whole bunch of submitted work immediately popped up in the mind of the girl leaning over him. Sora finished all the work. Hermes was surprised, for there was quite a lot of her. His sister replied that that was why he could not worry about it and enjoy his rest. The guy was still worried about her. Medea happily informed the master that she had defeated one on her own. The Viscount saw that she had become strong. Sora thanked him for everything. It seemed strange to the lad that it was so formal. Had she eaten something or something? But the girl had just had a great opportunity, so she decided to say. She hadn't eaten anything. She's always burdening him with something, and that time he didn't look good either. Sora understood that, of course, but they were still too weak, so they had to rely on his strength and kindness. She too would like to be someone he could rely on someday. Thinking about it, she tries every day. Therefore, the girl asked to be allowed to rely on him this time. Hermes realized what she meant. Sora was surprised that he wasn't angry. The guy thought, it doesn't matter if they are strong or weak, they can just rely on him. Really, this time too, he hadn't taken the matter seriously yet. That's what he's all about. There were still a whole bunch of monsters waiting for him. Sora informed Hermes about the Princess Kick Festival, which he had heard about for the first time. The girl explained that it was a competition to see who could kick a pumpkin the farthest. It dates back to ancient times, when a wayward queen used to kick her servants if she didn't like something. And after a while, it became the festival of Kick the Princess. It's a must, because it's the duty of the aristocrats. Hermes agreed since it was a duty. He inquired about the location of the competition. The venue turned out to be the capital city of Letham. Viscount Kano was thanked for the journey. Until now, he had somehow avoided this kind of thing. But here he was, arriving at the palace. The registration for the Kick Princess Festival has been completed. The guy wanted to go back. One of the organizers had heard that he was right-handed, so he decided to prepare a pumpkin for his right foot. Sora realized that she hadn't told her brother about it. For the Kick Princess Festival, prepare the pumpkin accordingly to your dominant leg. If you kick the pumpkin with your dominant foot, it will fly well, but if you kick it with the other foot, the flying distance will be 10 times shorter. Hermes didn't understand what all this was for. The girl thought that it was a special holiday, so they wanted to spend it in a big way. She will go forward to the stadium. So before it started, she suggested Hermes take a walk around the palace. There was nothing to do anyway. Not to say that he can safely walk around the palace accompanied by guards. Apparently, he's lucky that he'll be the last one to kick the pumpkin. He'll assess the situation and kick it properly. It seems that for once, he can take it easy. In the hallway, he met a stern-looking man accompanied by guards. The boy did not realize that he was standing before the king and had to bow. He is a feudal lord of the Kano lands. His name is Hermes Kano. He is honored to meet his majesty. The guest sensed something wrong. The king replied that he seemed to be getting along well with his children lately. Hermes realized that he was referring to Lena and Shaw. Guy was very grateful to be able to meet their highnesses. The king fixates on the fact that the guest is happy to meet. He trusts his children, for they are very perceptive. But lately they have been acting strangely. For example, they petitioned Hermes for 3 awards for pacifying the Slime Lord, and the mithril he discovered is also suspicious. It became clear to the guy. The king thinks he is bribing their highnesses. There is nothing strange about it. Just as his majesty said, the public only credited Hermes with subduing the Lord of the Slimes. The king understood that the reward was a formality. He would not interfere further. However, he ordered him not to do anything to defame the reputation of these children. As expected, the king had the worst impression of him. Although this is a great opportunity for Hermes to show himself as the promiscuous head of the house. May his majesty remain so for the rest of his life. Their conversation was overheard by a man who realized that his majesty hated the guy. What a pathetic sight. Today, the Viscount often meets strangers. His name is Nex, but how would a now prosperous Viscount know a man like him? What's it like? Going so far as to make his own older sister his adopted daughter for the title. Don't play dumb, because he begged his sister for it. In fact, his sister was to become the head of the house. Hermes realized what he meant and hesitantly agreed. Nexus believed that he had gotten the orders of Xiphos in the same way. Just as his majesty said recently, his merit and honors don't correlate at all. Bribes? No, he used other nefarious means as well. did he not? For example, Hermes offered his sister. Nex saw his sister recently, and she's really beautiful, but inside she's a real bitch. They won the prince and the princess in similar ways, and they fell for it, because they can't see further than their own noses. The guard suddenly blurted out to Mr. Nex that even though his family is famous and has a deep relationship with the Aegina family, it is not acceptable to ridicule their highnesses. Hermes demanded to take back his words. Nex grinned awkwardly. The Viscount is also participating in the Kick Princess Festival, isn't he? No politics or subterfuge works there. And if the guy doesn't get caught cheating, Nex will take it back. After that, he deflected. Hermes sensed the negativity toward him. The Kick Princess Festival has been announced. The king observed the actions of the participants. Next to speak was the brightest participant of the day, participant Nex. He wanted to show Viscount Kana what he could do. Nex accelerated. With a light step, he lifts his right leg. He made a delightful kick. Contestant Nex set a new record today. It's time for the last contestant, Hermes, to come out and see if he can break the record. The competitor observed that he is standing very close to the pumpkin. Does he really think he will get out of it if he hits it without a run-up? Indeed, he only pays lip service to being the head of the family. The onlookers were shocked by what they saw. Nex thought he had lost his mind. This pumpkin is for right-handed people, and he hits with his left foot. His kick struck everyone. Somehow the guy equaled Nexus and shared first place with him. The king was surprised that both in first place and Viscount Kano kicked the pumpkin for the right-left foot. The flight distance should have been 10 times less, but they are both in first place. Hermes' easy victory had infuriated Nexus. The first place winners of the Kick the Princess competition were asked to come up for their awards. As Nex made his way through the crowd of spectators, there were some unpleasant discussions going on behind his back. During the awarding of one winner, another refused to give it up. The king wondered what Lord Kana was up to. Prince Shaw met with him at the palace. Since Hermes is here, the contest is probably already over. The fellow replied that His Majesty was now holding an award ceremony. The prince was upset that he hadn't seen his performance. Hermes inquired where he had been and where those wounds came from. As it turned out, Shaw was in the process of removing a stone meteorite. A lot of them have been falling all over the country of Aegina lately. Demons were coming out of them, so action had to be taken immediately. The prince was informed of another meteorite fall. 2 fell near a mountain range in the vicinity of Letham. The prince decided to eliminate them immediately. Shaw felt embarrassed, since he had been able to meet him with such difficulty. Hermes inquired as to the reason. Shaw explained that if something happened during the Kick Princess Festival, it was a serious matter, so it should be eliminated first. In addition, anyway, they fall over and over again. The Viscount felt it was better to interrupt the festival first, unless their highnesses and the others rested. The prince replied that it was all right. After all, he and Lena were the ones who declared that they wanted to hold the festival. Naturally, they should be held responsible. He was sorry that his companions had to take part in it as well. The servant replied that they would go to the ends of the earth for them. Whatever the situation, it was important that the people could rest. Hermes then decided to deal with the meteorites. Shaw knew that he did not like to be out in the open. The Viscount explained that that was why, let all the credit be given to the prince. Shaw didn't mind. Guy added that besides, after all, if another meteorite fell, the prince would collapse from fatigue. But Shaw wanted to go anyway. The two of them would make quick work of it. Right now, Lena and their comrades are fighting and getting hurt, so there's no way he can rest. It's a matter of his pride as an older brother and a man. The Viscount understands him after all. The lads agree. Hermes explained everything to Sora, and they discussed the plan with the others. If the knights are to be believed, he must be around here somewhere. The guy found a meteorite. We can do like when he met the old man, the sword master, chop up the meteorite and deal with whatever is in it. We need to finish it quickly and help Shaw. The bandits inquired what the Viscount was doing in such a backwater. Only following him proved to be a difficult job. The lad wondered who they were. The bandits apologized, but they would cause the Lord some pain. Hermes suggested that they introduce themselves. They were surprised by his naivete. They are here on business. They don't have to do that. The opponents rushed to the attack. Hermes deflected their blows. Let them remain nameless. He ensured the bandits a quick death as he suddenly heard a strange sound. If he was going to hide, let him do it to the end. He told him to come out. From his hiding place appeared Nex. He asked sharply what the lad had done. Hermes replied that it was nothing much, and inquired what it was he was going to do. His voice began to break nervously. Nex kept saying that he was pathetic, mocking him, and had beaten him. Hermes sensed this aura. Nex is the eldest son of a famous family, isn't he? The Viscount realized that it was a demon. This body has adapted perfectly, even though it's without training. This power is not even inferior to that of a divine. Still, choosing this body was the right decision. As Hermes realized, Nexus thought that with his influence, he would have quietly taken the first place without him being there. The demon was in a good mood now, so he told the guy to bare his sword and allowed him to strike him 3 times. But Hermes decided that wasn't necessary. Nex thought he was frightened. He smelled a familiar scent and realized there were more people nearby. And a lot of them. There are so many to kill. He will deal with Hermes and go straight to them. The demon kept waiting for him to attack so he could kill him immediately. The guy doubted that he could, and made a powerful attack. With such a powerful strike, Hermes wasn't even serious. Nex realized his guilt and promised to make amends. And the Viscount decided that his left hand was quite enough. Monster recognized that for a human being, Shaw was doing pretty well. But it seems there's nothing more he can do. This is an act of mercy. Suddenly Hermes intervened in the battle with the words that he was finished. He recognized Nexus. The Viscount realized that they knew each other. The prince inquired about how he had gotten here, but Hermes decided to tell him later. First, we must attend to his wounds. When they stopped at the tent in the evening, the prince learned that Nex had become a demon and attacked him. The boy was not injured, but asked Shaw to take better care of himself. The prince realized that he had caused him trouble. Hermes was used to being disliked, so it was no big deal. Shaw recognized that he was indeed strong. The Viscount asked how he and Nexus met. Shaw replied that he was his friend. Nex's clan and Aegena's clan had long had ties, and because of this they used to play together often. He was capable and hardworking, but clumsy and insulted other people, which made everyone annoyed. And then the people around him stopped taking him seriously. It was his own fault, but he was his friend. If Lord Kano hadn't stopped his friend, he would have had to kill him. He thanked the guy for stopping him. Hermes shook his hand in return. Suddenly he remembered something. As the prince had promised, he should attribute all credit for today's incident to himself, and no longer award the order either. Shaw swore by his name not to divulge Viscount Kano's involvement in today's incident, for which the lad was grateful to him. If a member of the royal family swore on his name, Hermes could trust him. The Viscount asked what to do about the meteorites. He destroyed his. Shaw thinks they'll figure it out early tomorrow morning. Hermes will take care of it then. If it's a credit to the prince, he'll do anything. Especially if he does it, they'll get it done faster. They said goodbye. Sora's mood was high. He had actively participated in the Kick Princess Festival. What could please her more? Hermes had unwittingly angered Nexus enough to create such a thing. Now, looking back, he thinks he should have done things differently. According to him, it happened by accident. But it went relatively well, right? Shaw did nothing after the meteorite incident. And at the Kick Princess Festival, the nobles only performed in front of the king, showing off their strength. Even if rumors spread, nothing more happened. By the way, rumors about the meteorite incident are spreading around the castle, and Sora asked his opinion about it. For his information, it wasn't her who blabbed it, but Baron Nex. He returned ragged, so the household began to ask what had happened to him, and he told them that he had dealt with the meteorite instead of Prince Shaw, who had chickened out. And Hermes, he said, at that moment turned into a demon and attacked him. To verify this, a reconnaissance team went to the site and found out that there was indeed a battle. They also followed the Viscount's trail and found 2 destroyed meteorites. The guy thought that if he wasn't exposed, then everything was fine. But he was the one who had dealt with them after all. Norrell continued that however Prince Shaw, involved in all of this, insists that he was the one who dealt with the meteorites. The king demanded answers and no lies. The prince confirmed that he was the one who destroyed the meteorites and awkwardly swore on the name of the royal family. The king continued to insist on this, but Shaw realized that he had given the man's word. So, apparently, he chose to remain silent. Hermes was moved by the fact that he kept the promise he had made to him. And then, juxtaposing all this, one rumor appeared. The boy had already forgotten about them. Baron Nex told it exactly the opposite. The prince and Baron Nex were in a difficult situation, and Hermes was said to have come to their rescue. Not that it wasn't true, but for some reason the guy has the feeling that everything is embellished. Since Prince Shaw, who knows the truth, is silent, the rumors hang in the air like this. Lena thought it was strange that Big Brother was in such a hurry. He needs some peace. He asked her not to ask anything and just hide him from his father. He wouldn't let her say anything and insisted on the request. The girl realized that judging from her brother's agitation, something serious had happened. He explained that his father was very angry with him, which didn't bother her. Shaw won't be able to explain everything in detail, but will do whatever it takes. The girl is lazy, so no. He replied that if it goes like this, he won't be able to keep the promise he made to Lord Kano. Lena realized that he was also involved, but Shaw could not give details. For his sake, she decided to help. even though he asked her to, but how could he escape? Lena said to provide it to her. How many times does he think she's escaped from the manor? Getting people around her finger is her specialty. Shaw realized that his little sister could be relied on. The guards had by now found them. The more Prince Shaw remained silent, the more everyone began to believe the rumors. In the end, Nex is to blame, but it can't be helped. The girl's name is Daphne. She is pleased to meet the head of the family. Hermes was surprised that she was a courtesan at such a young age, and that could be a crime. Orcia laughed that in his opinion it is a child. The thing is, Sister Daphne is half elf and half dwarf, so she's over 100 years old. Although, by elven standards, she's about 10 years old. Hermes realized that this was a crime after all. It turned out that Sister Daphne had much more seniority as a courtesan than Orcia. Until now, she had been away on business and returned last night. By the way, Daphne apologized, but due to old arrangements, she won't be able to keep company tonight. But Hermes was even glad, due to both the Kick Princess Festival and the meteorite incident piling up at the same time. He was very tired and didn't want to gather new information. Today, the guy had come to have a lot of fun. He was thinking of eating sweets and having some fun in the brothel. But first the food. Orcia inquired when Sister Daphne's client would arrive. The girl assumed it was about to be. Finally, Daphne's suitor appeared, who had a gentle voice. Hermes could not believe what he saw. This man turned out to be His Majesty. Their gazes met, and the king recognized Lord Kano. The ruler didn't understand what he was doing here, even though this was his land. The lad hoped he had confused him with someone else and asked Orcia who it was. The girl replied that it was Mr. King, a regular customer of Sister Daphne. He even has the fictitious name King. Except for important state events, King doesn't show his face anywhere. Could that be why Orcia and the others didn't recognize him? It seemed to the girl that this person looked something like Lena. Sister Daphne is very popular, so you have to have enough money to become her regular customer. Hermes assumed that she had discovered him. Orcia claimed that he was related to Lena. The king headed toward him. He asked to keep it a secret from Lena and the others. The boy would not be able to say anything about it. Meeting a friend's father in a brothel. That's the worst. They're in cahoots. Both pretended as if they already knew each other. The Viscount realized that they needed to separate as quickly as possible. The king asked Hermes for a sword fight. He had seen him perform at the Kick Princess Festival and allowed himself to make inquiries about him. There are many mysteries surrounding his merits, however, it seems that his talent as a swordsman is true. Since Queen Selene restored the dynasty, the future king of Aegina must necessarily master the art of the sword. The king surely wants to fight him once. It is not at all necessary to have a duel right now. He is also resting today, right? The girls didn't understand what they were talking about. It's the king's personal request, so Hermes can't refuse. Sooner or later, he will have to cross swords with him. Hermes really planned to have fun with Orcia today, but it would be troublesome to go back to it later. If Mr. King doesn't mind, he's ready at least now. King awkwardly thanked for such a quick response. Daphne will be here for a while, so they can take care of it first. Hermes apologized for summoning Orcia. The girl wished him luck and they parted ways. So he said, but what should he do? The king is probably a little weaker than the sword master grandfather, right? Hermes can win, but he doesn't look like someone who would tolerate such a thing. I mean, the guy can win, or should he give in to the king and lose? But he's the father of the prince and princess. If he finds out that they are hiding something, they will definitely be in trouble. The guy didn't realize whether he should win or lose. What would be right and look wrong? What is normal? The king decided to surrender after all. The guy realized his blunder. He knelt down before him and begged for forgiveness. He was too immersed in his thoughts. Hermes realized how he had blundered. The king already did not think well of him, and now he might even destroy the house of Kano. The king calmed him down. How could he allow the man who defeated him to kneel with his head bowed? He takes back the words spoken in the past. During the Kick Princess Festival, he was hard on him because of his complicated character. He said all sorts of things. He is sorry. Hermes thought that His Highness had said everything right, so he didn't worry about it. The king heard that he had saved Shaw on the same day. The prince still kept his mouth shut. But as he crossed swords with the Viscount, the king realized that it was probably true. He doesn't know why his children are hiding the truth. They probably have plenty of secrets as it is. But even that he doesn't know. Even though he is supposed to be a father to them, he knows nothing about his children. So since he is king, he has not taken them into consideration. He has a request to Hermes, an honest and strong man. He asked to take care of his children from now on. However, the boy noticed something. These two are hiding something so as not to disturb His Majesty. Hermes does that a lot too, so he can understand them. But he agreed that it was agonizing. The king proposed to end today at this point. They are guilty before the courtesans too. The king is also okay with Hermes having prevailed. He need not worry, there will be no bad consequences. They said goodbye. The Viscount was congratulated on assuming the position of His Majesty's fencing teacher. Such an honor had not been bestowed upon the family since the time of the founder, which is what Hermes expected. Since the king doesn't know that the guy is hiding his true strength, he thought it would be good to appoint him to the position. The king stated that if he became his teacher, he would turn a blind eye to his victory in the duel. Demons are growing in numbers throughout the kingdom, so Hermes understands why he wants to become even stronger. It all brings back memories of the founder of the family so much. There are about to be rumors of the reincarnation of the sword god. Does he seem happy? The cake has finally been cut. Everyone was surprised by the way the maid cut the cake. Sora thought Hermes was working, but the guy was writing a petition to the king for dismissal from his position as fencing teacher. She snatched the sheet from his hands. He hasn't really been teaching yet, has he? Hermes wants to quit before he starts teaching, and the girl didn't understand why. She decided to help him, so she asked him to explain the reason. Surely they could find a compromise. First of all, getting fired from his position on such short notice is like asking to exaggerate the rumors about him even more. Hermes wanted to make sure that she would definitely help, and Sora was sure of it. The boy decided to explain. The princess was showing her displeasure. Hermes did not understand why she had come here so suddenly and so sullen. Lena heard that he had gotten a position as the royal swordsmanship teacher. The Viscount didn't see it as a big deal. The princess recalled that he had told her many times about not wanting to get serious. He doesn't desire titles or prestige, she thought. But why did he accept the position of swordsmanship teacher so easily? Hermes thought she was jealous, and the girl became even more angry. Lena backed down every time the guy refused to show his seriousness. She put other people before herself. Does it really look like Hermes betrayed her but yielded to the king? The Viscount apologized to her but asked her to listen. He had his reasons. He would have refused, but His Majesty was serious. A mere feudal lord cannot oppose the king's will. He knows it sounds like an excuse, but he has nothing more to say. The girl concluded that for the king he was only fulfilling the role of a swordsmanship teacher. Hermes decided that everything else was probably not worth talking about. Then Lena said that if he only teaches swordsmanship, he doesn't have to become serious. It turned out that she had come here just for that. The princess entrusted all the work to her older brother. Hermes realized that her brother was also having a hard time. Lena reflected on the fact that as a feudal lord, the Viscount could not disobey His Majesty's order. He must save face before the king. And as a swordsmanship teacher, there's no way he can lose to a mid-level swordsman. It was clear to the boy from the princess's gaze. He realized that she was up to something. Lena replied that she would go find her master and demand His Majesty's title for him. Her master is ultra strong, so should get it. And after that, His Majesty will declare for the teacher to fight Lena's teacher. And while shaking identical toys, they will boast that their teacher is stronger, pissing Hermes off. Lena can't wait to see him serious. The Viscount concludes that is why. There's no way he wants to get serious in a sword fight. Sora decided that if that was the case, it was simple. She offered to make Princess Lena her apprentice. Princess Lena can't go against the king's will either, after all, so he can just petition the king about whether he can make Her Highness his apprentice. If they have the same teacher, Hermes won't have to fight anyone either. The boy thanked his sister. He decided to write a letter to the king as soon as possible. Sora saw that he had definitely stopped remembering personal space under the influence of Medea and Kuros, that is, immediately hugging and grabbing his shoulders. The princess was greeted under the auspices of Hermes, and she did not realize what that meant. The king explained that there was an offer from the teacher to make Lena his student as well, which made her angry. Shaw didn't understand why the delay. Wouldn't it be great to train under Lord Kano's superiors? The king reported that Lena's skills were at the same level as his. She beats up Shu every time. The girl's explanation was that he was always sitting at home. Or, the king believed, she didn't like his teacher. With gratitude and joy, Lena comes under his tutelage. From that moment on, the king trusts the teacher of a member of his family. The princess suddenly asked the teacher for one fight. Hermes saw that she was very angry. She asked not to be so nervous, they would just warm up a little. The king expected a good fight, and Shaw really wanted to keep this moment as a memory someday. Lena suggested that he throw an occasional punch, and Hermes gladly accepted her offer. In battle, the Viscount realized that she was that type. The king observed that it was not a fight but a dance. Finally, the battle was over, and Lena was completely exhausted. He moved so much, but as expected, he was not out of breath at all. The king told them that they were both inimitable and had performed amazingly. Shaw praised Lena. She did a great job. The girl invited her brother to join their warm-up. By the way, Hermes was amazed at how easily Princess Lena moved. It was because of her habit of escaping from the palace. She had mastered her skills well while escaping. For escaping, she also has many different places. The Viscount thought that he shouldn't let her escape. The king thought that no matter how he moved, it still turned out clumsy. There are strong demons appearing everywhere that they don't know about. If they encounter them now, they might suffer a lot of damage. Sooner or later, an obstacle will appear that she won't be able to overcome on her own. That worries him, and the fact that Hermes has asked her to become his student is a great good fortune. He asked the teacher to guide them well. The boy thought that everything had worked out in the best possible way. The number of onerous things had increased, but he was able to avoid showing his seriousness. That is what is really onerous. After Hermes became His Majesty's teacher, teaching the princess was just a bonus to the rumors. If you think carefully, after all, teacher is a lucrative position to gain the trust of the royal family. And if Hermes suddenly messes up, he can't be blamed. No one will be angry even if he abandons his duties as the head of the family. The guy didn't realize that there was such a title. The king declared that from now on, everyone would know from them how well their teacher taught. Hermes realized this was unnecessary and asked the princess not to listen. But Lena promised His Majesty to do her best. Would this title cause the lad even more trouble than he had imagined? Sora hurried her brother and asked him for the third time if he had forgotten anything. Now he would forget something. She noticed his hair, which she thought was tangled like this from sleep. But it's always like this. Everyone seemed to have gone ahead. Medea had been pushing it around since early morning. Sora is really in a good mood today. After all, today, festival. Kindo's is always bustling with life, but today it's even busier. They met with Mimizu and the maids, who had been given the day off today. The butler remarked that the festival is nonetheless a big deal, but there is money to be made. He had recently been informed that the Kano clan had received double the taxes. The reason most likely lies in the salt tax. The method of purification discovered by Hermes increased the efficiency. Also, one by one, wizards skilled in mining salt were found and prices jumped once. And then a problem arose. It was not clear what to do with so much money. The more money you have, the more problems arise. Anyway, the first thing I wanted to do was to give it all away. In the Kano family's domain, taxes had been balanced since a long time ago, so it was difficult to lower them. The Viscount didn't want to even mess around with it a bit because then there would be even more problems. And just like that, he was going over one thing and another. He needed to think of something he could spend the money on and without too much fiddling. The maids were having a great time accompanied by Mimizu. Medea had gone to the eating competition. The hostess decided to announce the contestants. Number 1. A man of perseverance, as you can tell from his physique, Tablesky. Number 2. He looks a bit puny at first glance, Kuchiro. Number 3. Youth is a strong stomach, what's he thinking? Mutshikui. And finally number 4. Even though she is so young, don't underestimate her. Medea. And commenting will be her, the daughter of a tea shop owner who is here on business. And today the contestants will challenge the Maritazo buns brought from an overseas country. Hermes realized they were delicious, but there were so many. The first one to finish them all wins. The hostess announced the start of the bout. Viscount and Sora cheered for Medea. The hostess found Tablesky eating 2 at once. Still, his physique did not deceive them. Kuchiro put his hands on the table and gave up. Why had he even come? Mutshikui was faint. Stomach strength and adaptability to butter are different things. Then Tablesky and Medea would fight one-on-one. The girl realized that she couldn't lose. If she won, she could get a prize. A certificate said that one could eat as many sweets as they wanted for a year and give it to the master and the others. They would definitely be pleased. They are both determined to win, but there is still a difference in body strength. Tablesky only has 2 pieces left to eat. He told Medea that his pride is also on the line. The moment has come when he must eat the last one. But the chair beneath him broke and he fell to the floor. Tablesky fainted, which means the victorious Medea. She asked Master and Mistress Sora to treat themselves to plenty. Hermes was left alone. Sora decided to stay with Medea for a while. He could look around while at the festival. He unexpectedly met Kuros, who was patrolling at the festival. There might be especially many criminals on a day like this, so they should be even more vigilant. One of the squad shouted to him that there seemed to be great prizes at the shooting gallery. The 2 outlaws felt ashamed when they realized that Hermes had heard everything. They declared that they were thoroughly doing their work. The guy replied that this festival was organized especially for the subjects of the Kano family, so they too could have fun properly. So they gathered at the shooting gallery with the lad, but Hermes had to go to Orsha. She had told him before where she would be. On the stage, there is a little time before the performance. He turned his attention to the prince and princess. This food doesn't suit their appearance at all. and they stand out. Hermes inquired about what they were eating. The boys were eating treats from the festival. Lena has snow dragon fruit taffy and Shaw has fried kraken. They thanked him for inviting them. Did he come to see Orsha's performance too? The performance began. The girls appeared on the stage. Orsha stood out in her dazzlingly beautiful outfit. She thanked them for coming and noticed Lena's brother among them. Shaw thought her grip was too tight. Hermes replied that Orsha is monstrously strong. The girl offered to dance together. There would be another performance in the evening. For now, she could practice with them. Hermes and Lena declined at the same time. She's a belly dancer, right? The Viscount knew that it couldn't be danced that easily. Orsha explained that there were elements for beginners as well. They will enjoy it themselves, or they don't like to dance. They realized that when she was dressed like that, dancing in front of everyone didn't feel like dancing. Then Shaw decided to dance, which shocked everyone. Orsha managed to beg the others. The sister finally found Hermes. The whole city is clearly visible from here, and Sora can't see in such detail. She's even sad that it's over. Here the festival has come to an end. She is sure that since Hermes arranged the festival with his own money, his prestige will skyrocket. The girl didn't notice how she hit a sore. Sora asked if he understood what she meant. Everyone's attention was caught by the fireworks. If you think of it that way, his authority does rise. Then why did he organize the festival? She found the answer. He wanted to please the close, caring, wayward, and reckless. He can say nothing. She understands everything. The girl offered to have fun at the festival with everyone again. Medea asked if the master thought it was strange. You shouldn't speak for yourself like that, of course, but she has merit in her, doesn't she? After all, when it comes to hopefuls, she won't lose out to anyone in that, right? She's not a juvenile, is she? The doors to the office were opened by Sora. She had already told her that it was useless to approach Hermes with this. The guy didn't understand what they were arguing about. Medea wanted to be added to the beauty team. Sora explained that it was one of Hermes' harem groups. The harem includes those who pay attention to their abilities, truth, those who value comfort, and tranquility are kindness. Those who value beauty are beauty. There are still many sections in the three categories. Those girls who have been to the sea fit into the beauty category. The guy is generally surprised that she ended up in Hermes' harem and inquired about the criteria. Sora told him that it has to be a virgin, no criminal record or anything like that. And the girls are chosen after several rigorous examinations. And of course she is responsible for everything from the examinations to the evaluation. If a girl meets all the criteria, then Sora does not look at age. Hermes thought, why are there teams of truth, kindness, and beauty, but no team of Orsha? The girl was surprised that he was asking that. He would only pay attention to that team then. Hermes replied that there would be no such thing, probably. Medea asked them to change the subject, and she was so eager to become the master's pride. Hermes realized that she was about 14 years old now, and she was at the age to be interested in this kind of thing. He replied that she was already his pride. Did it seem to the boy, or had he just gotten himself into trouble? Medea decided that she was his great pride, which she was overjoyed about. The woman thanked Medea. Thanks to her help, they finished quickly. It wasn't difficult for the girl. It was also part of Master Nenasu's teachings. People believed that if such a marvelous girl became a disciple, this Nenasu must be a wonderful person. Medea received a cookie in gratitude. Sora brought her the sword she had forgotten. Medea proudly informed her that she helps people. She is the pride of the master after all. So of course she fulfills his instruction every day, which she herself had written. Sora realized that she was very reliable. Medea was called again, and Sora asked to join her. She would not be in the way. She doesn't know much, and so is willing to go with her. Then Medea decided that for today, Mrs. Sora also becomes Nenasu's apprentice. Sora is counting on her older sister for help. The way she called her surprised Medea. They set out together to provide help to the people. The girls visited the flower market and in between pampered themselves with sweets. How they were praised by everyone. A crowd of children knocked Medea off her feet. These children were from the flower market. They asked to be told about Nenasu's teachings. Sora hesitated. To her, Hermes had always been the same as when she was a child, a sweet little brother. She had not noticed at all how Medea had grown up and become a fine student. Even if Hermes leaves in the future, she could definitely become his heir. But no matter what happens, she doesn't want to let him go. The girls returned home and met Hermes. He realized that they had walked together and asked if they had been doing anything strange. The girls remodeled so many things using Nenasu's name, and preached the art of Nenasu-style sword art, that's all. That didn't make the boy happy. Medea asked not to worry, she was only showing basic techniques. She doesn't fight anyone at full strength except the master, but that wasn't the point. Sora suggested to go take a shower, but before Medea would like to make an announcement. Master's #1 apprentice, Mada declares here and now. To become the master's pride, she will become the best in the categories of truth, kindness, and beauty, and become the best girl ever. So, she asked the master to wait. Hermes sensed something amiss. Everyone was shocked by the destruction of the meteorite, and the demons from it in the blink of an eye. The girl asked the shopkeeper if it would be okay if she paid back by destroying those meteorites. There was nothing the man could do, she wouldn't be able to fix the shop anyway. People were discussing the mysterious girl. She is the demon queen. The work is done for the day. Hermes got a bunch of things done, including listening to the residents' problems and solving them. Well, isn't he an excellent lord? The guy suddenly remembered that he had to play the role of a lecherous lord. For the sake of a carefree fun life, he must not forget his purpose. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a silhouette nearby. There was a girl sitting carefree on a bench in front of him. He was about to grab her by the throat, and the girl asked who he was. It was Hermes' question. This magic, who is she? The demon queen didn't have to answer and told the nasty type to remove his hand. The guy stated that he was the lord of these lands, and cannot allow dangerous creatures like her to be here. The two were noticed by a man. As it turned out, several other people were watching them. The merchant seemed to want them to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl asked the owner if it was really the lord. The man confirmed that Lord Hermes Kano is the owner of these lands. The demon queen realized that he was the fourth brother of Myros. The guy was surprised that she knew Myros. The girl replied that the demon queen knows everything. The owner confirmed that it is the queen of the neighboring country of Komodoria. The demon queen, Mrs. Kaori. Hermes offered to clarify again. To begin with, what does Queen of Komodoria mean? The girl explained that the kingdom of Komodoria is a great power neighboring the kingdom of Aegina, and she is its current ruler. Hermes asked about the demon queen. She is so called, but she is not a demon queen in the literal sense, just belongs to a species with a long life expectancy. By the way, she asked her nephew to call her aunt. He must be from the 10th generation of the Kano family, right? She is, in short, a second-generation half-sister of the head of Kano. Hermes was horrified at the thought of how old she was then. Kaori replied that a true gentleman does not ask a noble lady her age. Medea reminded the master of his promised training today. What is he practicing? He apologized, he has things to do today. The girl explained to the stranger that the master had promised her training. This did not please Kaori. She was about to direct magic at her, but Hermes deflected the blow. Medea flopped to the ground. It was as if she had relived every moment from birth to today. Her entire life had flashed before her eyes. This was what a battle between masters of equal strength. The demon queen rushed over to the guy saying that she had finally found. She kept waiting for someone who could stand up to her power. She waited for someone as strong as him. The girl realized that she could no longer wait or hold back her strength. She couldn't take it anymore and offered her nephew to fight. Hermes refused. The demon queen was upset. After all, she had waited and endured so long. He explained to his aunt that it was only her decision, and he doesn't want to do anything steamy, even if it's his aunt's request. Then she declared war on the kingdom of Aegina. In that case, the nephew will have to fight to defend the country. Then the first thing to do is to kill someone from the royal family, so he definitely can't avoid it. She decided that this would be more reliable. Hermes asked her to stop. People dear to him live in this country. He would not let her lay a finger on them. Kaori replied that she was joking. She's not exactly eager to kill anyone herself, but she will declare war. She wanted to declare war at least once. Hermes wondered if she was the one being toyed with. The girl asked not to worry. She would not touch people dear to her nephew. She said goodbye to him. The next day, Mimizu reported that Komodoria had declared war on the kingdom of Aegina this morning. The Viscount marveled at how quickly she had done so. He asked not to be taken aback. The butler reported that Komodoria had not entered into wars for a long time. It was the will of the previous ruler and stated in his will. Until a being of equal strength appears, nothing should be done, is what it says. It is most likely that an equal creature has been found, which is why such measures were taken. It turns out that the previous ruler was also thinking about how to keep this rampaging mini-general in check. However, he couldn't simply forbid her. Sooner or later she would have exploded, so he postponed the matter until later. As a result, Hermes, a man equal to her in strength, confronted her. And also as the head of the Kano house, the butler reported that he had one problem. It seems that someone noticed him talking to the Queen of Komodoria recently, and that someone turned out to be a member of the royal family. And as a result of that person spreading rumors around the country, Hermes is suspected of having ties to Komodoria. Some of the aristocrats propose to impose certain restrictions on the Viscount. That he is a feudal lord is suspected is very bad. Can't even guess what damage it will do to the Kano family. Someone at the door said don't play dumb. If they trust their lord, they should let them pass quietly. The servant said that the lord was behind that door. The girl apologized for the sudden visit. Lena stated that she had a conversation regarding the Komodoria incident. The princess stated that as long as they are here, her words are considered His Majesty's words. The conversation will be fully recorded on paper. Hermes must answer honestly. He knows that this morning the kingdom of Aegina received a declaration of war from the power of Komodoria. Komodoria has been dormant for several hundred years and has now suddenly pointed its sword at them. There is only one reason that could have motivated the demon queen of Komodoria to act. It was the appearance of an equal in power, and she began to act because she found such a person. That is what they found out. Lena said bluntly that the Aegina kingdom was suspicious of Hermes. It had reached them that he was seen chatting carelessly with the demon queen of Komodoria. They suspect that there is a special relationship between him and the demon queen. The guy wanted to speak up about it, but the girl declared that Viscount Kano would only answer when she asked a question. Lena asked why they were together that day. Hermes said that while patrolling the city, he sensed a dangerous aura and resorted to a surprise attack. The princess asked what their connection was. The boy replied that if one were to believe what the demon queen said, she was the second-generation bloodline younger sister of the head of the Kano family. There was no other connection between them. The girl realized that they were related. But before the demon queen told Hermes about it, he had no idea of her existence, let alone any communication. He means he had no reason to team up with her. Her Highness should know him well. Teaming up with a demon queen carries nothing but risks. The princess inquired about the opinion of her servant, Moro. He replied that Her Highness must have already made up her mind. Hermes confirmed the fact that they could trust him. Lena exhaled with relief. Apparently, he wasn't lying. She understood him and would believe those words. The girl ordered Moro to release the estate workers and apologized to the Viscount for this forced rudeness. Be that as it may, their country has never before been involved in a war of this magnitude. The entire palace, including His Majesty, is on its feet. Hermes realizes that this power has been amassing strength for hundreds of years and that caution is paramount. He is glad that they quickly came to an understanding. The princess was afraid he might say the wrong thing. After all, he's always digging his own grave. The Viscount noticed that she really knew him well. He admitted that her actions even helped. Lena replied that that was why she had come here, and that surprised him. In any case, the king will call a meeting today or tomorrow to discuss everything in detail. Preparations for war are in full swing, and people are being evacuated from villages near the areas bordering Komodoria as a matter of urgency. But there's something the princess doesn't realize. Despite the declaration of war, Komodoria has yet to do anything. Once she relays the information to His Majesty, an investigation will have to be made. Their conversation was interrupted by the demon queen who suddenly opened the door. Hermes asked what the aunt was doing here. Kaori replied that she made an important announcement and immediately rushed over to report to her nephew. The boy felt it unnecessary to come and report to him. She asked not to be so embarrassed. She and he are sworn enemies. No, they are mortal enemies. Hermes had never seen anyone say such a thing with a smile on their face. Lena was shocked that he had just called her aunt. This child is the demon queen. Who is she? Kaori grabbed her arm. Who is she? The demon queen realized that judging from her clothes, she was an aristocrat, and her facial features were noble. The daughter of a lord. No, higher up, from a royal family. She realized, she's a princess of Aegina. Don't they teach respect for the strong in Aegina? It can't be helped. Apparently, the princess is still too young. Kaori will personally teach this to her body. Hermes decided to stop this. He suggested that they just talk, without any manhandling. The demon queen replied that she was only joking. Obedient to her mother, she has never killed anyone outside the battlefield. Her special talent was that whoever her opponent was, he would need 3 months of thorough treatment to recover. Hermes stated that didn't mean she didn't try to kill them. Besides, she promised that she wouldn't touch the people he cared about. After looking at Hermes and Lena, a realization came to her. Hermes was talking about this girl. She is that dear person. Both of them were shocked by her statement. The demon queen replied that there was nothing to hide from her aunt. And her origin is noble, and her face is beautiful, and her figure is marvelous. She, when touched, appreciated, and understands why she charmed her nephew. Lena demanded his explanation, but the guy was clueless as well. Kaori even decided that he had an unrequited love. As his aunt, she wouldn't let that happen. Long ago, her father told her a story about confronting a demon king to protect his favorite princess. She can arrange that too. The demon queen waited for him to attack. She wondered, shouldn't the decisive battle take place in the demon king's castle? Yes, the location is an important element. Kaori declared that she would wait and disappeared. Hermes realized that she was furious. Lena admitted that she didn't dislike it at all, so she asked to be allowed to think for a while. Feeling great shame, the girl decided to return as soon as possible. The princess realized that she needed to clean herself up immediately. Shaw rejoiced when Hermes visited them. His Majesty summoned the prince as well, so he came as soon as he could. They went in together. Shaw Ejin, Hermes Kano, arrived at his request. The king apologized for summoning them so suddenly. He asked that their heads be raised. Today, they would discuss none other than the situation with the demon queen of Komodoria. He had recently received information from Lena and asked if it was true that the demon queen Kaori had started to act after discovering Viscount Kano. The guy realized that he was standing in front of the king. Only the truth should be told. He confirmed it. The thought of the demon queen's sudden appearance caused fear in those present. Everyone is afraid of the demon queen. The prince apologized for interfering, but the demon queen is not a creature that a human is capable of fighting. Rather than resisting in vain, wouldn't it be better to just capitulate? The king replied that, unfortunately, they could not do that. The message from the demon queen said that if they tried to capitulate without a fight, she would kill 30 million subjects of the Aegean kingdom. She graciously added that she was speaking literally. The king turned to Shaw. The prince reported that the entire battalion, including him, had been put on alert, for which the king was as grateful as ever. The king already knew that Viscount Kano and the demon queen were related. Hermes told him that she was the second-generation half-sister of the head of the Kano family. He told the estate servants to verify this information, and it seems that she didn't lie. The king knows that he too is involved in what is going on, and to pretend that he knows nothing is not going to. Hermes figured he'd be thrown in jail or sent to an island. The king declared that henceforth he would appoint him commander-in-chief of the demon campaign. Guy has a crucial role to play in the battle with the demon queen, and so he is giving him all the necessary, mostly military, powers. One of those present thought that this didn't sound like punishment at all. The king remarked that no one had said anything about punishment. He had said he was appointing to a position. Besides, let them judge for themselves. If they exile the Viscount to the island, what will the demon queen do? 30 million Aeginians will be brutally slaughtered, every last one of them. The man replied that the position of general is the highest position in the army, and Viscount Kano did not even have command experience. Then the king suggested that he name someone who was suitable for the role. Someone who is able to dialogue with the demon queen as an equal and has enough strength to fight. The king understands what the lords are trying to say. The Viscount has no experience in commanding troops, and as an aristocrat he probably has his own thoughts on the matter. But this time the battle is different from a normal war, and their opponent is a demon queen gone mad. So, he thinks, what is needed above all is not a commander, but someone who can stand up to the demon queen. But that doesn't mean that everything will be assigned to the Viscount alone, so Shaw's unit is assigned as a corps under the direct command of the commander-in-chief. Shaw's squad has a lot of merit and has plenty of combat experience, so the king quietly entrusts them to the care of Viscount Kano. Hermes didn't want to attract attention at all. The prince apologized. Everything had already been decided when he found out. All he could do was to declare that his troop would obey him. Shaw tried to cheer up the Viscount. His subordinates are also aware of his situation. They will support him with all their might. Finding himself in a desperate situation, Hermes accepted his appointment as commander-in-chief. Apparently, Shaw and the others have volunteered to be under his command and are willing to risk their own lives. And His Majesty wants to protect his own people with all his heart. Hermes cannot refuse them. The boy realized there was a way out. After he honorably accepted the appointment as commander-in-chief, he would immediately like to tell his plan. Why not turn this war into a martial arts competition? He and the demon queen would fight as two generals. In that case, both sides, especially theirs, will suffer minimal losses. And in order for the demon queen to agree, she needs to convey the following. He's lazy, so if there's a war, he won't take part in it. The demon queen's goal is a battle with Hermes. She wants to unleash the power she has been saving all this time. But it will not happen if Hermes does not take part in the war. For his participation, she must make this agreement. The king agreed that this was indeed better than war. This must be tested, so he ordered a messenger to be sent rather. There is no way for the lad to avoid a battle. In that case, it all depends on how much he can reduce the number of burdensome things. Speaking of formalities, most of them can be delegated to His Majesty and the others. All Hermes has to do is lose the fight honorably. It's not like they'll confiscate his possessions because of losing, and defeat is both peaceful and easy. The guards sounded the alarm as the demon queen appeared at the door. The girl couldn't wait to fight her nephew. As she was prevented from approaching Hermes by Shaw, she asked who he was. The guy introduced himself as the third prince of the Aegean kingdom, Shaw Aegean. He asked her not to come any closer to the Viscount. Even knowing that the demon queen in front of him, he maintains such grandeur, it pleases her. And it pleases her that he doesn't underestimate her. The king thought he should regard this as an announcement of the start of hostilities. Hermes tried to stop her. Kaori replied that she meant nothing of the sort. She was only following her nephew's trail and ended up here. In fact, she hadn't touched anyone in the palace. The king didn't have to send a messenger. He asked the demon queen to hold a martial arts competition. It was suggested by Viscount Kano. Hermes went on to say that he and she could fight against each other as generals. Whoever would score the most victories won. This conversation struck her as odd. If it would be a one-on-one tournament with her nephew, she agreed. Kaori admitted that all she wants is to see his power and fight. Other people don't interest her. The king stated that then she would enjoy his power to the fullest. The girl knew that even in the worst-case scenario only one would die. Hermes doesn't care, but let her not die. But he has one condition. To avoid casualties, why not of the battle without observers? Because he doesn't need anyone to see it. Shaw admitted that he wanted to observe the fight and learn something useful for himself. But if that's the case, I think he'll pass. Hermes was plagued by a guilty conscience. The demon queen has given him permission to come. She will set up a barrier to protect the humans, so he can watch. The prince was very happy about this. He was reminded that he was talking to their opponent, and the guy's reaction changed to one of restraint. The king realized that at least one man was needed as an observer. He asked the Viscount's opinion. Hermes agreed. He guarantees His Highness's safety, but could not other people from the palace stay away from the battlefield? That goes for Auntie as well. She must not bring anyone from Komodoria. The guy realized that Shu knew about his power and was on his side. So if no one else saw anything, he would have his hands free. The queen is already bored here, so she's going back. He tells Shaw to show her out. Hermes wondered, is she so reckless because she is a demon queen? Or is it a trait of her character? The king reported that Viscount Kano had successfully avoided a military clash and had risked himself to protect 3 million Aeginians. The success was astounding, so the king offered him some sort of reward. Hermes felt that he needed no reward for such a thing. The king made his decision and appealed to everyone. Henceforth, the title of Viscount Kano will be raised to count. It really wasn't enough. He apologized that he could only offer the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Demon Campaign. The king stated that he was expecting good news from Count Kano. The Demon Queen rejoiced when she met the brave man's companions who were not afraid to come. The place of their final battle would be the castle of the Demon King. Hermes wondered why they were then deep in the thicket of the forest in the territory of the Kano clan. Shu would become the observer, Sora would watch Hermes, and Medea would learn by practice. After Kaori declared war on the Aegean kingdom, she decided to have a one-on-one battle with her nephew. The boy asked why they were gathered in the forest. Does she want to play hide and seek? The demon queen thought that wasn't interesting. They had already decided to fight. Hermes saw that there was no good fighting in the forest. What will they do? The girl slowed him down and reminded him that she was a demon queen capable of anything. Something strange confined the 3 observers from the environment. Kaori explained that it was a defense cell. Those inside would not be harmed by outside attacks. Hermes really didn't feel any bad aura, but what about the place? The girl reiterated that she was a demon queen and capable of anything. Their location instantly changed to a gloomy location. She greeted the companions of the brave man at the battle site, the castle of the Demon King. It turned out that for the sake of this day, the Demon Queen had prepared the scene in secret. She is in a very good mood right now. They can call it a parallel world if they want. No matter how deadly the battle is, the outside world won't be affected. Therefore, she asked her nephew not to be shy and take the initiative. Kaori told the watcher to strike the gong to start the battle. She wants to see the serious nephew soon. Hermes leaned over her, holding her by the waist, and offered to give it a try since she wanted to. The girl realized that he had gotten a taste for it. The opponents dispersed to their places, and the Shaw watcher struck the gong. Immediately after the signal, the distraught demon queen pounced on Hermes, kicking him in the leg. She was noted for her agility and ability to think quickly. Her actions were extremely sharp and dangerous, so much so that Hermes thought she wanted to kill him. Immediately after repelling his attack, a huge slab of stone was sent in his direction. The guy shattered it into pieces with a single kick of his foot and headed toward her. Shaw thought he could learn a lot from looking at their fight, but it seems impossible for humans. The Demon Queen declared that of all the people she had fought, Hermes was the second most powerful. In first is her father, and for a guy, she's the strongest person he's ever met. Medea thought the master looked happy. One day Sora found Hermes sitting in a chair with a book. She thought he had gone out to party in the city as usual. Today he would not go. Her sister flared with rage when she thought he was being bullied. Hermes stated that it was not like that at all. No matter what he does, he's always easy. He's bored, so he's not going anywhere. Besides, he found something more interesting than playing outside. Sora wondered what he was reading. It was the Orsha collection. The girl realized that she was getting all flushed. She apologized. This is an official competition and she's hovering in the clouds. But Shaw is happy to see him happy too. By the way, will this fight even end? But an opportunity like this doesn't come along very often. While the opponents are having fun, they can sit this one out. Now that they've warmed up, Kaori decides to get down to business. They begin the endless massacre. The Demon Queen summoned the creepy creatures gathered around her. She magnanimously used her power as Demon Queen. These are her loyal servants. Kaori asked them to feel free to finish him off. All these creatures pounced on their opponent, and it became nothing but a morass for Hermes. They all appeared to be quite weak to him, so he easily dealt with them, but they did not become fewer. The guy was destroying the monsters in all different ways by climbing higher up their bodies. The Demon Queen was impressed by the way he jumped up here, chopping them down. She had not expected anything else from her nephew. He had something even more interesting to tell her. He's not serious yet. Shaw revealed that Lena is as restless as Hermes. The role of older siblings is to indulge the younger ones, but it can be the other way around. Medea thought that having a brother or sister was so great. The boys realized that she is the only child in the family. It is true that she has many cousins. Shaw reasoned that it's great to have a brother or sister. Even if you fight, it's never boring. Sora wondered if they were fighting. He replied that it's only over nothing and they make up pretty quickly. Brothers and sisters are the same everywhere. While they were having a nice conversation, the opponents were still fighting. Tensions continued to rise. Hermes and Kaori's devastating battle had consequences. Their fight couldn't withstand this flimsy ground. More importantly, he's fighting the Demon Queen, but still not at full strength, which was expected of a nephew. The boy thought that his aunt should do a better job of hiding her power. When he saw her outside the tea house, he felt her aura from afar. The girl explained that there were such delicious dangos that she lost control of herself. She suddenly froze and asked the prince what time it was. Upon hearing that it was almost 1 o'clock, Kaori panicked. She remembered her tasting. Today is the dango tasting at that shop. She had completely forgotten about it. Hermes realized that the dango shop was the one where she and her aunt met. She realized that she couldn't be late. If they don't come back now, everything will be taken apart. Hermes reminded her of the decisive battle, the war. The Demon Queen declared that they had a truce, and the declaration of war she withdraws, and to the royal family of Aegon let her convey the same. After these words, she left them. This situation made Hermes very upset. First of all, the king thanked Count Kano for his labor. The fellow thanked him, remembering that he was now Mr. King. The king had invited him here because he had fought to defend the country, and he would finally be able to meet Daphne. Hermes figured that's what he was probably really thinking. Shaw relays to the king that the declaration of war has been cancelled and an armistice agreement has been signed. Well done. He entrusts the earl with the supervision of the Demon Queen. Hermes only allowed himself to let off a little steam. It was nothing more than a small warm-up. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard claiming that she was his aunt. He got a bad feeling. Orsha entered the room along with the Demon Queen. She inquired what the king was doing here with his nephew. He also asked in response what she was doing here. The girl explained that it was her nephew. She didn't need any reason to see him. He recalled that also Lord Kano is his swordsmanship instructor. No wonder they decided to meet. Orsha apologized to Hermes for not being able to stop her. The boy realized that the aunt would have made her way here anyway. The girl inquired about the relationship between the two. Hermes briefly told her that it was his aunt, and that he was teaching Mr. King how to swordsmanship. She wasn't quite sure, but as an outsider she could say this. It's a love triangle. That's what it looks like. For Mr. King, he is a personal fencing master and a member of his family. His aunt is competing with him. It is because Hermes has a strong connection to both him and her that a no-nonsense battle breaks out between them. For her, as a spectator, nothing could be more interesting. Mr. King made a powerful argument that he and the teacher were having an important conversation, and Kaori had dared to break in here and now she was interrupting them. Laughing, the Demon Queen replied that if she were him, she would have backed off if she knew the reason why she had come. because she is an adult, but he pisses her off so she wouldn't do that. The man wanted to mercilessly punch her in the face with his fist. Orsha asked how Hermes felt about being in the middle of things. The guy stated that Orsha was the most annoying one here right now. If it weren't for Mr. King's position, he would have turned Kaori into a water flea right there. The girl offered to give it a try. They're currently in a truce, but she wouldn't mind resuming the war. How Hermes hates those two rulers. Orsha asked if he wasn't happy to be so popular. The lad replied that he would be glad if it were about two pretty girls. The argument was interrupted thanks to Daphne. She asked to be quiet. They could even be heard outside. No guests now, of course, but still. Mr. King rushed to the girl as if nothing had happened. This only made the demon queen laugh. So he's a lowly lover. It's nice to know that there are people like him who fall head over heels in love with little girls. He doesn't want to be told that by a pathetic demon queen who hasn't even grown up mentally. She turned to her nephew, claiming that he had called her stupid. Is Hermes going to let it go? Since he's a lowly lover, why shouldn't he fall down before her? She offered to take a closer look. He and this girl are a lot alike. Let him try to love her and fully accept her. The king replied that he pays attention not only to appearance but also to the inner world. Let him not underestimate people's fetishes. She was surprised by his proud expression. Everyone paid attention to the other person. Heroes appeared in the doorway. Hermes had not been at the Hermes Manor, and he appeared to be here. The outlaw reeked of alcohol. The king was surprised that Kuros called him brother. The boy sensed trouble. Need to change the subject. He asked what Kuros had come for. He had gotten some good booze and wanted to drink it with everyone. Hermes realized that no matter what their relationship was, alcohol made everyone friends. A drink would solve all problems. The rulers looked at each other. If the nephew invites Kaori, she has no reason to refuse. The human will be very surprised when he sees the demon queen drinking. The king wants to see it. He suggests we have a contest. We'll drink as long as they can stand on their own 2 feet. Hermes hoped they had calmed down when suddenly Orsha offered him a drink. He accepted it, and they had a good time together. Orsha had the request of a lifetime for Hermes. She repeated it again, and there was no way she could get to the main point. The girl remembered that he usually mumbled first and then listened to what the request was. The guy was curious about what she wanted this time. Orsha knew that this time her request might be a little strange. Hermes couldn't wait for her to already say. She told her that the bride fair was starting at the brothel. The servant girls are entertaining the guests in brides' outfits. It turns out that many men like girls in wedding dresses. Hermes won't say she understands them, but is she okay with it? After all, one day she will be ransomed from the brothel, and she will be truly married. He wondered if he should save the wedding dress. The girl put aside her food and hugged him. Orsha realized that when there was someone who could understand even a little, it was so great. Therefore, work is work. She must dress up and entertain the guests. Hermes asked what her request had to do with the wedding dress. Orsha asked if he had ever heard of Selene's sacred yarn. She meant the one woven by the silkworms that dwell in the mountains of Kian. It is a beautiful precious yarn that shimmers in the light. She wanted to make a dress out of it, so she would like to ask Hermes to bring it. Then the boy decided to go after her right away. He hoped she would go to the best atelier. Orsha replied that they would treat the yarn he would bring properly. But Hermes is not about. He tells her to go to a tailor worthy of her, but thinks such a one who really matches her does not exist. Hermes sets out on his journey, and the girl decides to see him off. He came to a cave in which a silkworm must dwell. In it he immediately met the creature. Hermes introduced himself and explained that he would like to take Selene's sacred yarn from him. Silkworm thought he had come to steal it, but the fellow had only come to ask him. His yarn is very much needed by him. The man dear to him wants to make a wedding dress out of it. The silkworm thought he was talking about his bride, and Hermes replied that he was not, but she was very dear to him, and he is not going to force him. The silkworm made his decision, and transformed from a large monster to his more harmless form. Hermes saw that this was going to take some time. If the guy was in no hurry to go anywhere, the silkworm would like to hear his story. He doesn't leave this place and knows nothing about the world outside. Hermes might consider it a payment for the yarn. The fellow replied that he would chat with him even if it did not count as payment. Above all, he is the 4th son of the Kano family. Hermes recounted everything from his life. At last the sacred yarn was ready. Fine, but very strong indeed. A fine yarn of the highest quality. Hermes understands why she decided to make her wedding dress out of it. He thanked the silkworm for being a great help, and the silkworm thanked him for the story. He still didn't understand what kind of person the guy was going to give it to, but he hoped he would be happy. Hermes replied, "The yarn is so beautiful that it will definitely make him happy." The girls looked forward to seeing Orsha in her dress made of the beautiful yarn. Hermes declared that whatever the dress was, it would not outshine Orsha's beauty. The girls realized that he was a true admirer of Orsha. Suddenly he froze in amazement. What everyone had been waiting for so long had happened. The girl was resplendent in her gorgeous dress. Hermes told her that she looked great. Her eyes shone. Orsha thanked him. One of the girls, realizing that Seline's sacred yarn was indeed of very high quality, asked how he got it. He explained that the silkworm was wary of everyone, and it cost a great deal of labor to get yarn from it. And if one tried to steal it, the material could be damaged and its quality would be greatly diminished. The girls were delighted that Mr. Hermes was good with sacred creatures. The guy realized that he really didn't do anything this time. He didn't want to become famous again because of strange rumors. Orsha also said that Hermes was incredible. For some reason it was hers that was unbelievable. Doesn't cause him to be repulsed. If she's got a crush on him, he asked her to put something on or she'll catch a cold. But the girls clearly didn't have that in mind. This day was marred by a thunderstorm. They say it is the strongest thunderstorm in several years. Sora inquired whether it was not possible to make the thunderstorm be carried away by the wind. Hermes refuted that. She knew it's impossible. To be honest, the guy only thinks it's impossible because he's never tried it that way. Roughly speaking, a thunderstorm will calm down when all the rainwater that has been accumulating in the clouds runs out. Then you can pick up all the rainwater before it falls to the ground and carry it somewhere. But Hermes decided not to resort to this solution, since the rainwater could cause damage to the place where he would carry it away, and it is impossible to control all the risks. He thinks they realize this themselves, but still, they'll all be busy when the storm is over, so he suggests they take a break while they have the chance. Everyone has gone about their business. Everyone waited for the thunderstorm to end. Mimizu was voicing a list of losses when suddenly Hermes stopped him. You don't need to tell him every figure now. He'll read the report later and study everything, so asked him to prepare it. More importantly, is there enough emergency food supply? Butler reported that they had distributed it to the warehouses of each region. According to their calculations, there was more than enough stock. Then first they should distribute food to everyone in need and clean water. After the disaster, infection began to spread. It is necessary to provide the cities with enough clean water and monitor hygiene. In addition, you need to deal with the arrangement of temporary housing. It's okay if there is a surplus. The main thing is to build the necessary amount. In no case should the necessities of life be neglected. Since Hermes is the head of the administration of the territory, he does not care about exact figures. Now the calculations can be approximate. It is necessary that the measures taken by him bring results. And Mimizu also said that requests for aid had come in from the regions of Grace and Tishiakis. The Count asked if there were enough resources. If the problem was only materials, Sora handed over an urgent letter from the royal palace. To make a long story short, they had sent people from the palace to help. There were rumors among the people that Prince Shu and Princess Lena had also already started the reconstruction work and would drop by here if they had time. Hermes felt that there was no need for them to do so, so he asked them to thank them properly from him. Aunt Kaori popped into the office in a hurry and said that she too had sent people from Komodori to help. She wouldn't allow only Ejin to have a good image. She's joking, but she's 20% serious. Of course, she will lend a helping hand if her nephew finds himself in a difficult situation. Auntie was very helpful to them. Then Hermes told Mimizu to count everyone they had been sent from the palace and from Komodoria, and send them and the humanitarian aid to those two areas. He would go as well, try to be back in 2 hours. The butler asked where he would go. Guy will assess the situation on the ground. If there are issues that require his final verdict, they should postpone them. He suggested that Auntie walk together. Hermes assumed an enigmatic look. Orsha distributed food to the needy. Heroes kept order and caught robbers. Apparently there was enough food, but a few offenses still occurred. And another problem. Hermes heard sobbing and discovered a crying child who was presumably lost. He asked the little boy where his mommy and daddy were. The boy is very wary. It can't be helped. Hermes is wearing that black cloak. He decided to use magic and the child cheered up. Hermes asked him his name. The boy's name is Ants. His mom is lost. The Count realized that the place was crowded and all the buildings were the same. Apparently, they missed each other. There is no choice. Using magic, he found the boy's mom in the crowd trying to find him. He held out his hand to him, and together they came to his mom. The mysterious man did not leave them indifferent. Mimizu replied that the other estates had also sent help at the Lord's behest. Sora asked about the financial situation. He stated that there was absolutely no problem, which surprised the girl, because the Lord had improved the mining conditions in the silver mine and discovered a new way to mine mithril. The estates had enough assets. Considering all that the head of the family has achieved in all this time, their position will become unshakable. So the Kano clan isn't serious yet. Suddenly monsters started appearing out of meteorites. The people are so far away from the capital. They have almost no one who can fight, they can't stand. Those who can't fight were asked to run for cover. The ghost squad will take care of everything. The king learned that the ghost squad was in charge of saving a village in the suburbs of Letham. He would like to personally thank them. Maybe he could meet them. Hermes stated that there was no way. The king didn't understand why. He explained that even though the ghost squad members were honorable thieves, they were still bandits, right? What would people think if the king expressed gratitude to bandits? The king heard that the ghost squad had recently settled in Count Kano's domain and still can't. The boy wondered if he was listening to what he was saying. He knew that there was no way the king and the ghost squad should meet. Of course, the opinion of the masses is a problem, but beyond that, another nuance is important. The ghost squad hates nobles, contact with nobles, and even worse with the king. Hermes doesn't even want to imagine how much trouble this could cause. Besides, it must be hidden that the gang's boss, Nanasu, is him, no matter what the cost. He doesn't want to give them a single reason to meet. Besides, the king is grumpy today for some reason. He usually knows when to push and when to back off. Has something happened? Not again. Is there really going to be trouble again? Hermes heard a familiar voice. Prince Shaw entered the king's study with tea. He is engaged in making tea. He was just free, he's on a break. Shaw asked if His Majesty was burdening Lord Kano with requests. The fact is that His Majesty is going through a period of grumbling. It happens periodically after His Majesty has solved some difficult matters. At such times one can only get a rude reply from him. It must be hard on them, because of the meteorite incident after the Kick Princess Festival, and with Komodoria, he didn't have time to rest. Hermes thought about vacation time, and remembered Daphne, so he was tense even while resting in the brothel. The boy wondered what was usually done in such cases. The prince said that he usually walks around the domains around the palace and travels to various regions. Hermes thought that the way he was being cranky and kept insisting on meeting the ghost squad was embarrassing. He suggested that His Majesty secretly go to the Kano family's domain and have some fun. By this he meant to visit Daphne. The king awkwardly replied that he would go to the Kano domain for a thorough inspection. He needed to change his clothes, so asked him to wait a little while. Hermes figured now he should forget about the encounter with the ghost squad. He noticed that Shaw looked joyful. The prince noticed that not only Lena but also His Majesty seemed happier lately. They were smiling more often. They have never been an ordinary family, so there are many difficulties in their relationship, and so he is so glad that there is Hermes. The boy was surprised that he was so calm to say such embarrassing things. Hermes doesn't need fame or status enhancement, but if they just come to visit, he wouldn't mind at all. He asked how the prince was looking forward to visiting his domain too when things settle down. There are many things he could impress His Highness with. Shaw is sure everything about Hermes is sure to be entertaining. Their sweet conversation was suddenly interrupted by the king. He had come up with a great idea. He grinned. They will secretly infiltrate the ghost squad and help the people. What's the idea? The boys were shocked by this statement. He complimented that no one would judge him in such a case. Secretly helping the people is just one of the king's amusements. This is the first time Hermes has heard of such a thing. Shaw remembered that there were indeed two princesses living in Syracuse who pretended to be commoners and worked in a shop. But their story was different from the plan that His Majesty had proposed. Hermes stated that it was very dangerous. There is Nanasu, a dexterous swordsman, in the ghost squad. Guy realized that he had said that for nothing. He had completely forgotten. The king even forgot about Daphne when he wanted to test his sword skills. Of course, he would be interested in a skillful swordsman. Hermes explained that this was not the case. In the worst case scenario, if they revealed His Majesty's identity, there was a high chance that they would spread rumors everywhere. They can't be trusted. Shaw joined him. The king has already been declassified once and spread a rumor about it. He didn't think joining a gang of robbers would be favorably received, even if it was about noble thieves. The king tried to object, but the boys insisted. The king decided to abandon the scheme of infiltrating the ghost squad, and both had time to rejoice when suddenly he realized otherwise. Then he would create a gang of noble thieves directly under his command. They asked if he had even listened to what they were talking about. The king replied that he had listened. In short, if we're talking about noble robbers who can be trusted, there's no problem, right? He seems to have interpreted things in his own way, and the king will call it the Royal Guard's Noble Robber Squad. Hermes thought Shaw was leaning toward him. Even if he says that he will create a squad, who will enter it? He didn't see that as a problem. There are capable and dedicated people who are, however, of unsightly appearance and therefore cannot get promoted. This is an excellent opportunity to appoint them to positions. This idea eventually took concrete form. But if you think about it with a cool head, there shouldn't be a problem, should there? The king is just having fun, after all, as long as it has nothing to do with the ghost squad. Then all is well. Oh, and Hermes apparently won't suffer any damage. He lazily got ready to accept his offer. Hearing this, the king appointed the teacher to command the squad. If he would be the commander, there would be nothing to worry about. Shaw recalled that Lord Kano had already been appointed as a swordsmanship teacher for the king and for Lena, and was exercising control over the lands. Doesn't he think the workload is too high? He had become the savior of Hermes. The king replied that until the venture with the robber squad was completed, he and Lena could train by themselves, so he asked him to focus on the squad's business. Hermes asked why it was him. There must be other suitable candidates for the position. To be frank, the king wants to make sure that he can leave the squad at the right time. Therefore, he wants to appoint the person he trusts the most and who has enough experience as commander. They realized that he was the best fit. And about this swordsman Nanasu of the Ghost Squad. As a group of noble thieves in Aegean territory, they would sooner or later encounter the Ghost Squad. If there was a conflict, and the king lost to Nanasu, only the teacher would be able to stand up to him. Hermes realized that this would definitely not happen. After all, Nanasu is he. Of course, the king swears that he will not reveal the teacher's name even if he has to die. The Viscount, who became the head of the gang, can't have people laughing at that. The boy reflected on the fact that his name would not be revealed. The king is counting on him. Shaw asked to be contacted if there was anything he could do to help in the noble robbery squad of the Royal Guard. Hermes sees that he is offering this and because of personal interest. Be that as it may. As said, it is only a whim. The king is only amused. When he is satisfied, all will be forgotten. It's a passing amusement. Just an impulse. The king took his hand. The noble robber squad of the Royal Guard against the Ghost Squad. He would make Hermes one of the two greatest noble bandits. Hermes thought that he should have said it was true, not this. The team's goal was this building, which intrigued them greatly. They set out to accomplish the mission. A few hours ago, the man believed he was the Viscount King was telling us about. His name is Emilio. Hermes also introduced himself, but they let them call him Pentas. The other one's name is Cosmin, Dino's girlfriend. And this is Murado, the silent one, but he's not a bad guy. Hermes is pleased to meet you, to meet the members of the king's created noble robber squad of the Royal Guard. Hermes traveled to the ruins in the suburbs of Ledham that were marked as the meeting place. As the king had said, these four were his old acquaintances. They were loyal and could be trusted. He didn't say anything more about them, to be honest, because almost nothing is known about their origins and what kind of people they are. The guy doesn't think he can easily find common ground with them. But anyway, the king trusts them because of the king's ability to understand people. He, for some reason, believes them. Even if they betray him in the worst case scenario, we'll have to act according to the situation, so it's probably worth taking it easy. No matter how much you think about it, there's nothing you can do about it. Cosmin suggested that Pentas change into this. When he's ready, Dino will put makeup on him. Emilio asked not to be outraged. He doesn't want anyone to reveal that he's a Viscount, does he? If he realized that, he'd better hurry up. After all, they still have a debut to make. Hermes didn't know what he meant. Hermes changed his image and was surprised by it himself. The wrinkles and everything else looked so realistic. Dino was pleased. Makeup is her specialty. That scorpion is also part of the disguise. Against a background of modest clothing, a bright red scorpion will stand out, right? If the people around him remember him as the person with the scorpion on his arm, then if the disguise is suddenly revealed, due to the absence of the scorpion, no one will know that he is Pentas. What surprised him was that she had thought this through so thoroughly. King had instructed them to take care of him, so of course they're thinking through the small details too. Also, it's too bad King couldn't participate. He suddenly had a meeting looming, nothing to be done. They'll try their best at the debut for King. Hermes thought, it's good that they believed it so easily. They didn't gather today just to get acquainted, right? They don't have that much free time either. Hermes was surprised that Murado had spoken. The famous loan shark Vistahamilos. He's their target for today. At first glance, he's an ordinary moneylender, but apparently he's into unscrupulous lending and debt collection. You get caught in his net, he'll rip you off. He's a real thug. They made it onto the property successfully. Wasn't that a little too easy? They passed the garden surprisingly easily too. Wasn't that strange? Murado said that caution wouldn't hurt. Apparently, there is no one here who might think there are intruders in the house. The first thing to do is to find Vistahamilos. Hermes will go ahead. They realized that Pentas wanted to lead the group. He explained that His Majesty had appointed him head of the squad, so he would be on the front lines. Cosman replied, "He is a reliable man. Today's tactics are as follows. They will get the key to the safe from Vista Hamelos, steal the gold and immediately escape. A very simple tactic. For this reason, Hermes wants to return home safely as soon as possible. For the sake of this, he must prevent problems from arising. He will scout the situation and give a sign if everything is fine. Then they'll come over. Surely there must be a reason for this spacious layout of the house. Are there traps or is there a monster being held here? About Vista's Hamelos, we have to assume the worst. The first thing to do is to get the key. A sword, which Hermes immediately recognized, protruded from the wall. He reported that everything was in order and told everyone to get ready. They decided not to go that far. Heroes asked who they were. Hermes recognized him. Cosman realized that they knew each other. Pentas explained that this is the deputy commander of the Ghost Squad. That is, these guys are the Ghost Squad, so they were here first. Intriguing. It would be fun if King was here. They're in full force. The commander stopped them, reminding them that they weren't here for a showdown. His name is Pentas, and they are their colleagues. They are also the Noble Robber Squad. That's why they came here. If everything has been cleared up, what will the gentleman from the Ghost Squad do? Kuros hesitated. Dino noticed that Kuros was looking at Pentas so intently. It became clear to him. He handed him the key to the safe. That's what they came here for, isn't it? Then they'll just go to the next place. It doesn't matter who does it, the Ghost Squad or them. Either way, the poor will get their funds, so there's no problem at all. They were surprised by his generosity. Kuros turned to Pentas. Kuros doesn't know why he is dressed like an old man, not even crossing swords with him. He feels great strength in him. Probably only their brother could match him. Hermes realized that he had been exposed. If possible, Kuros would not want to fight him. They would leave the rest to them. The squad members didn't realize what it was. Is Pentas that strong? They asked to show one fight as they want to see what he can do. In the end, it came down to this. He was revealed, and Kuros noted his abilities in front of them. He has the feeling that he won the fight but lost the war. The king rejoiced at the teacher's return and asked about the results. Hermes was very eager to lie about everything. There was a big explosion in the mansion they had snuck into and nothing was left of the gold. That's what he wants to say. But those four know the truth and will surely tell him everything. And Hermes doesn't know whether he'll be angry or pleased if they reveal his deception. The boy thinks it would be less trouble if he told him straight out and didn't try to be sneaky. He reports that they ran into the Ghost Squad. The king realized that he too had to go to meet their rivals. Hermes continued that the deputy commander was there as well. According to him, their commander is equal to him in strength, so he thought it was worth avoiding meeting him. The king asked if they had fought. Hermes said that they had threatened the Ghost Squad a bit and made them leave, though he could not assess their abilities. And, since they were able to get money safely, he left the distribution of funds to the people to those guys. The king was surprised that the teacher did not participate in the distribution. He replied that his appearance could not be allowed to be revealed. In this the king agreed with him. He too had something to offer. It would be good if he and the teacher were only involved in infiltrating the houses but not participating in the distribution of money. That is, just as he did now. For the sake of concealing their identities, Hermes thought, wouldn't it be better if His Majesty was the symbol of this event? The king didn't understand how he, the king of this country, could be the symbol. For the king to support noble thieves is like showing off his viciousness. It is somewhat strange to express gratitude for such a thing. All the circumstances of the incident should be investigated. Since Viscount Kano, Shu and the others are working hard, and he as the king needs to do his best. Hermes asked to take care of himself. Guy thought the name Pentas that His Majesty bestowed upon him had some significance. The king asked if the teacher knew anything about his first-generation ancestor. Hermes knew that in his lifetime he had been the strongest and all that. The king said that in his lifetime he had one single opponent whom he could not defeat. Nothing like that Hermes had ever heard of at home. It might sound pompous, but none of his ancestors wanted to pass on to posterity information about a disgraceful stain of this kind. No one still knows this man's name, but something is known nonetheless. It is said that he was granted titles simultaneously by all 5 continents, including Aegina. It is recorded that the then Prime Minister was very much lamented for bestowing the title later than the Kingdom of Moleculae did. This is recorded in several ancient folios, so there can be no mistake. States competed for the primacy of bestowing a title on this man. This alone speaks of him as a very distinguished person. And because he was honored with titles from 5 continents, he came to be called a fivefold nobleman. And in the ancient language 5 is pentas, so the king gave him the name associated with the fivefold nobleman. He is counting on his brother Pentas. Hermes realized that descent is descent. It has no effect on his advancement in the ranks. The king thought it would be a good idea to arrange it so that the title of fivefold nobleman followed immediately after the title of lord. Hermes tried to object. The king knows he's not going to recklessly increase a guy's responsibilities. He should improve relations with other nations to obtain the title of fivefold nobleman. Perhaps he should. Yes, it's worth working on it with the sphere of swordsmanship training. He tried to reassure the teacher right now he wasn't going to do anything. Let him wait a couple years. Hermes realized that he wasn't kidding. The king was informed of the ministerial meeting, and it was time for him to leave. If Lord Kana wants to, he can still stay here. Hermes didn't know what to do. This man never throws words to the wind. If the king has decided something, then it will be so. It was necessary to immediately think through his next actions. Shaw appeared from behind. He's glad he met him. The fact is that the prince's servants had stocked up on famous cakes from the city. He wanted to try them now. Maybe Hermes could keep him company. To be honest, right now the guy wants to go back home and think of tactics against being appointed a 5-time nobleman. He wants to, but the tactics will have to wait. Portia had the request of a lifetime for Hermes. The boy was going to quietly listen to her. The girl, frightened, declared that he was so strange lately. He replied that she was constantly having so much fun at his expense. Why is she saying that? Portia has noticed that he's been agreeing with everything lately. She's worried about him falling victim to fraud. Hermes asked if it was okay that she was veiledly calling herself a fraud. So much has happened lately that her request of a lifetime is already having a calming effect on him. He waited for her to tell him what she wanted to ask. In fact, the girl feels that she has been working too hard lately, so she suggested to rest somewhere. Hermes reminded her that she was now serving a guest. In what universe does a brothel worker ask a guest to take her somewhere where she can rest and not work? He realized something. Is she asking him to buy her out? Portia laughed. That was not what she meant. The girl thanked him for being so serious about it. She's proud of her work as a courtesan. As long as there are clients who appreciate her, she's not going to leave here. But even so, no matter how proud she is of it, she gets tired of it too. So she thought Hermes, as a master at doing nothing, could take her somewhere to rest. He thought the last sentence was superfluous. Places to vacation abounded. Where exactly would she want to go? The girl wondered. Someplace where no one would be there, she supposed. Not that they couldn't rest if other people were there, but it would be nice if it was just the two of them. He asked not to act like it was hard for her to say that. Portia replied that she wasn't lying. In that case, it would really be worth it to find a place where no one would be there. It wouldn't be a problem if only Portia was there, but if the two of them were there together, there was a high chance that someone would find them. He remembered the mysterious woman. Hermes would know where they should go. He asked to stand behind him. This is something the girl certainly didn't expect. It turned out to be a crack in the dimension. She noticed that it looked the same on the backside. The guy held out his hand to her. The guys went in there together. They looked around them together with admiration at what surrounded them. Perhaps they could rest here alone. The teacher had told him about this place, so perhaps she could get in here. But he hadn't seen this person in years. Portia was surprised to hear about her. She didn't know about it. Hermes had only told his sister about her. As children, they had met in the woods on his birthday. It was a woman dressed all in black. He doesn't remember if he even asked her name. But the second Hermes looked at her, he felt fear. It was a feeling he remembers well. But when he spoke to her, it turned out that she wasn't a bad person at all. She recognized a talent in him and helped him develop it. And after a few years, after graduation, the guy had never met her, so he said she probably wouldn't come here. Portia realized what the secret to his success was. She is so interested in learning new things about his past. Hermes also wants to know more about her past. Wanting to know about a courtesan's past is taboo. He just wants to know more about her. Portia replied that she would tell someday. Since no one is coming here, he can relax again. She called him to her lap. Hermes realizes that he is lying on her lap. But didn't they come here to rest? The girl replied that she was a pro, so she could rest in that position as well. The guy asked if it would be better to work then, but she covered his mouth. Portia said it was fine. He remembered saying that her request of a lifetime was already having a calming effect on him. The girl was so well rested. She felt better because of him. On the way out, they suddenly met Sora, Lena, and Kaori. Hermes realized that they had been found. And why did they have such strange facial expressions? The demon queen screamed and rushed over to her nephew. Lena suddenly asked Portia where the two of them had disappeared to. Sora decided to calm everyone down. Hermes did not understand this suddenness. Sora replied that it was not sudden at all. They disappeared somewhere for a few hours, and as usual Kaori was looking for her nephew to have some fun. In the brothel the magical trail unnaturally interrupted, and it occurred to her that he might have been kidnapped. And Lena came to visit Orsha and saw the enraged demon queen. The girls said she was with Viscount Kano. They figured the boys were missing the two of them. That is to say, they were very worried. Sora summarized what they were trying to say. They thanked them. If they didn't find them in the next few minutes, the royal palace would post missing persons notices, and so would Komodoria. Medea and the others are also searching, so they should apologize to them later as well. The demon queen inquired where they were in the end. Orsha replied that in a crack in the dimension. I think that's what it's called. Lena was shocked that dimension cracks really existed. Hermes didn't understand why he had such a bad feeling. Shaw told Lena that there are spaces in the world that are inaccessible to ordinary people. They are called dimensional cracks. Kaori confirmed this. To the human mind they are incomprehensible, a path to nowhere, a place where there is nothing and it is nothing. She had seen such places, and she knows of only two people capable of going to such a place, her father and her older sister. Upon realizing this, they were both shocked. The demon queen asked how her nephew had managed to master the ultra-high level magic she had studied for centuries. She was expecting a detailed account, which was expected from Hermes. Orsha thought she had said something wrong. In the end it came to this. The maids were concerned about Medea's behavior. Hermes asked what they were doing. The girls fidgeted at the sight of the master. They don't know what Medea is doing there. She's been like this since this morning. Even if you call out to her, she won't react in any way. Hermes thought that something might have happened. He decided to try too, but the girl did not react in any way. The maids realized that he just decided to have fun. He remembered that he acts on Medea at such moments, and the girl immediately pointed her sword at him. The girl became embarrassed and felt an incredible bloodlust. The maids were pleased that Medea finally looked at them. She didn't understand what had happened, but they should be the ones to ask. The girls had called out to her so many times, but she didn't react in any way. What was the matter if she was so sad? Is there anything they can do to help her? Medea was touched that they were worried about her. Hermes also asked what had happened. Could she share with them? The girl hardly decided to confess. Everyone was shocked to learn that Mr. Perseus' new wife was younger than her and had a child. Hermes didn't like the fact that this grandfather does whatever he wants. So she's her aunt now. Medea held out the picture. Both the wife and the baby are so cute. They asked the wife's age. It turned out she was 12. They are both very small. She's not bad. And yet, Medea doesn't understand how to relate to her. Hermes suggests that she give her a training session now. We'll take a short break. She starts thinking about something and dives too deep. There are pros to that, but there are also cons. It's important for her to do something interesting and distract herself now. Even if she thinks about this situation all the time, it won't be possible to find a solution. Medea's feelings won't let her down, so she shouldn't get discouraged. Besides, the maids are always there for her. She can rely on them, and it's not good to ponder everything alone. She'll think of something. One of the maids decided that she had overdone it. But still, Medea didn't see anything wrong with the last sentence. She agreed with them. Nothing would change from her thinking about it. The girl would do her best. Then she inquired about what they would do for training. Hermes held out the stone. Now her task is to chop this stone. Her grandfather had told her about a similar exercise. Hermes is not surprised. Every swordsman should try it at least once. They'll start gradually. He will toss the stone high and she will chop it. Medea chopped the stone without difficulty. Now he tosses it only slightly, and she tries to chop it. The stone is flying slowly, and she can see it perfectly. Chopping it will be even easier, but the stone flew past. Hermes asked if she realized why she couldn't chop the stone. When he tossed the stone high the first time, there was a pressure on it that allowed it to be in a fixed position and it was easy for her to chop it. But when he tossed it lightly, there was little pressure on the stone, making it harder for her to strike than the first time. She seemed to miss the point. Anyway, he suggested that she try to chop it, even though it would be difficult. It's entry-level basics, so gradually the difficulty will increase. Medea asked what stage in this exercise the master had reached. Hermes asked if her grandfather had told her anything. He told her that he chopped stones that grew larger each time. The last task was to chop a cobblestone. One wouldn't expect anything less from a sword master. Being able to chop a cobblestone is only the first step for an aspiring swordsman. She already knows that he defeated her grandfather in a duel. It's no big deal if Hermes admits to her that their skills are equal to his. Hermes told her that he was also able to chop a boulder at the end. This made her very happy. Hermes thought that for a swordsman, being able to chop a rock was the first step. She suddenly said that even her grandfather could not do it. Guy recalled that she had just said that her grandfather, a master swordsman, had chopped the cobblestone. Medea refuted that. Grandfather eventually couldn't chop the cobblestone. Earlier he lamented that he couldn't comprehend everything in this world. And Hermes had been told that chopping a rock was the starting point for a swordsman. The maids reasoned that if he was able to cut the rock, then he really possesses the true art of the sword. Besides, he said that it was only the first stage. Since that is the case, they would like to see the limit of his power. Hermes realized that they could have made up a lot of things. The girls replied that he had a bad reputation. But whatever the master was asked to do, he seemed to be able to do it all. He didn't realize who they thought he was. Things didn't always work out for him either. At first he didn't even know how to hold a sword, and of course he couldn't even cut through a stone in a stationary position. Hermes remembers being forced to swing his sword for days on end, while he kept saying he couldn't cut through that stone. So he had no time to cry or rest. He thought that the sooner he could deal with it, the sooner it would be over. And he kept practicing. Tears wouldn't help the cause, and besides that, he didn't want to do anything else. And he was full of ambition. The maids reasoned that the master had a teacher before they entered the workplace. To get strong as soon as possible and do nothing all his life. To live and not worry about anything. The maid concluded that in the end it all came down to him becoming the head of the family. Much would be deducted from her salary. There were hard times when he was weak, but he still put in the effort and now stands here before them. And so is Medea. She stated that she wanted to become a strong, reliable swordsman like the master, so she will not run away, she will try her best. Hermes supported her. Medea decided to visit her grandfather's wife. The girl was very happy about her visit. She said that afterward he kept looking at a butterfly that perched on his nose. Hermes realized that they were getting along. Medea thought it was all thanks to the master. He gave her courage. The guy doesn't really understand her, but he's glad. The next time he asked to speak plainly. Even if it happens spontaneously, he is still her teacher. Medea thanked him. Lena wanted to consult with her brother, which he was only too happy to do. If she was comfortable with his company, he was willing to hear her out. The girl nervously asked what love was. Feeling awkward, she added that it was not her interest, but her friend's. Her friend has a buddy whom she trusts very much, but, for some reason, she has developed a special feeling for him. In different books, this feeling was given the name love. That's what it was called. She didn't really understand what it meant, but thinking that the feeling she was having could really be love, so she felt embarrassed in front of her friend and felt that it was wrong. Lena wondered about her brother's opinion. Still, she should get rid of this feeling soon, right? Shaw decided to look into it. The friend is probably Lena herself, and the buddy is Viscount Kano, right? There's no one else that Lena could say that about that comes to mind. First of all, doesn't she think she should calm down and reflect? Take a little breather, have a hot drink. No need to ponder whether this is good or bad. Better to listen to your own heart. Besides, as far as feelings are concerned, Shaw thinks they are worth treasuring. Lena didn't see how she could treasure those feelings. Even if she listened to her own heart, what to do next was unclear. He stated that the first thing to do was to be more confident. Just walking with your head proudly up is already a big deal. And one more thing. It's worth getting to know the person you like better. Any knowledge will be useful to her and will light her path. They are sure to be her guiding light one day. Shaw realized that he was rambling. He hoped he had helped her a little. His sister agreed with him. It's not her style to back down. If that's the case, she'll ask him out the day after tomorrow and scrutinize Hermes Kano. Lena thanked her brother. She would look for something that would light her path. If she tires, he told her to come again. In the end, she could not completely hide that she meant herself. Unexpectedly, Kaori, who had appeared nearby, realized that they were on a date. Frightened, Shu shouted, to which the guards reacted. He told them that everything was fine. He had just fallen off the bed, that's all. The prince didn't understand what Her Excellency Kaori was doing here. She asked him to calm down and not try to understand the Demon Queen's actions. By the way, she climbed in through the window. He should be more strict with the guards. However, something funny is about to happen. The lady princess finally decided to make her move. She had been tense lately, so Kaori thought something was up. The prince realized that Her Excellency was worried about Lena in her own way. The Demon Queen decided that the day after tomorrow, while the Princess Sama was conducting her sortie, they would follow. She assured that everything would be fine. In order not to be discovered, they would follow behind, that's all. After all, he must be worried about Madam Princess. Shaw realized that following them was somehow impolite. Kaori declared that if she didn't come, she would declare war again. The guards couldn't hold back any longer and gathered to go in. By this point, the Demon Queen had fled. The prince, feeling uneasy, watched her disappearance from the window. The other day, Lena ordered Hermes to show up for a meeting. She told him to dress better and come to the appointed place. I wonder why. And it bothers him that lately, when they meet, she acts somewhat distant. When discussing work matters, she's distracted and can't concentrate. Is she hiding something from him like she used to? The princess has been waiting for him. She looks happier than he thought. He apologized for keeping her waiting. The girl thanked him for responding and coming. She decided to get straight to the point. The purpose of today's meeting was for her to learn as much as she could about him. Hermes suspected that she was up to something stupid again. Lena called him rude. She only wants to strengthen her friendship with him. His favorite food, music, entertainment, places he frequents, things of that nature she would like to know. In other words, she is going to accompany him everywhere today. Lena apologized for such a sudden request, but she hopes they will have a good time. The guy doesn't understand at all what she is trying to accomplish. Then he asked if she would mind if they walked to different places. The princess replied that she would accompany him everywhere. Behind them, hidden behind a newspaper, Kaori and Shu were watching. The demon queen saw that their atmosphere wasn't bad. It was time for them to move out as well. Shaw was eating enthusiastically. He's supposed to be a prince, but he's so greedy to eat something. Kaori accepted it. We should head out before they lost sight of them. Lena poked Hermes to see if he liked this kind of food. She also asked about the flower bed, the birds. And the flowers are beautiful and the birds are graceful. He takes everything surprisingly easily. The boy was not satisfied with this. When he wanted to see what the girl was writing in her notebook, she pushed him away. When he poked around to find out why she was taking notes, the head uncle was recognized by the girl. Lena asked who she was. Hermes immediately remembered her. He realized that she was the girl with the dorayaki and the stone. And he, by the way, is not an uncle. The girl remembered that she hadn't thanked him properly. The dorayaki was delicious. She said thank you to the uncle head. He warned her about her tooth's decay. The girl replied that she would eat lots and lots and grow very big. They said goodbye. Lena assumed he loved children. Hermes replied that he probably did. He hadn't really thought about it. It seemed to the princess that he was easily attached to them and often cared for them. But still, he loves children, doesn't he? Why? He has no reason to hate them. So, the girl concluded, he loves everything he has no reason to hate. Hermes hadn't thought about it that deeply. She asked not to be angry and would remember that. The guy didn't understand what she meant, but offered to go along. It seemed to the demon queen that the atmosphere made it seem more and more like a date. Shaw replied that, most importantly, they were having fun together. However, Kaori thought, lacking a little push, a chance to give them an emergency. There is a chance to bring disaster down on them. She had heard that a dangerous situation could have a psychological effect that would help the two fall in love. They need to be pushed, it is decided. Shaw did not realize the nature of what was happening as he was suddenly grabbed by a huge hand, to which the couple turned their attention. Just at that moment, the demon queen showed up. She attracted the attention of the crowd. Hermes asked what she was up to. Kaori said to get the hero his sword if he wanted to save the lady princess and the prince. The boy didn't understand what hero auntie was talking about or what she was up to again. Hermes didn't know what to do. Even if he takes the fight, there are too many gawkers here. Why should they stand around and watch? He should run. The guy had to fight off the monsters. The demon queen supported him. The lady princess will definitely like him. The people finally realized that it was better to run away from here. The princess wanted to ask the demon queen something. Kaori asked what she wanted. She is now fighting a hero. Lena asked if she really thought she could get away with it. She doesn't seem to understand. Will this farce continue and the people in Kano lands will only suffer more? What happens if the head of the clan is burdened with the hassle of rebuilding the lands? No doubt Lord Kano will hate her. Lena signaled him to tell her. Hermes declared that he would definitely hate. Kaori offered to end this silly fight. Shaw apologized for the noise. It was only part of the performance, they might not worry. Lena was scared for her brother. The prince realized that they had behaved so rudely and followed them. The princess accepted it. In any case, he was probably tricked by the demon queen, right? In response, he laughed awkwardly. Shaw inquired how it went. At first, Lena thought it was just unnecessary feelings, but thanks to him, she was able to learn more about the person she felt them for in herself, and it was fun. So now, she feels great. The boyfriend is very happy. By the way, she decided that it should remain a secret. And from His Majesty too, it will be their secret. Hermes figured somehow the situation was resolved, right? He doesn't really understand how, but it ended without much loss. How nice that the day passed peacefully. We can proudly say that today was a good day. How suddenly people started exclaiming that the head of the clan showed class. Even if it was a staging, it looked so realistic. And he wasn't even scared of the demon queen. They admire the Lord even more. Hermes thought he really didn't do anything this time, did he? Hermes' dream was interrupted by magic unknown to him. He did not understand why there was a crack in the dimension here. The boy realized that something was trying to break through here, a highly concentrated yet pure energy. He had never happened to see such a thing before. A weak-minded person would faint after barely trying to use it. The crack disappeared. He decided to deal with it tomorrow. The man who tried to break through to him realized he was out of luck. Butler and Hermes discussed that this was the third case of people mysteriously disappearing. Over the course of a few days, information about mass disappearance cases gradually began to arrive, occurring in small villages in the Kano territories. The strange thing is that only the inhabitants are disappearing, while their houses and fields remain intact. The case was immediately investigated with all seriousness, but they still haven't come to anything. And already the third incident has occurred. This case should be prioritized. If anything comes to light, the slightest detail, the butler should report at once. The guy wondered if the trail of the culprit would be solved by a simple search, and if the incidents had a connection to what happened last night. Suddenly something he had only thought of happened. It's the same magic that happened yesterday. The one who was trying to come out to him asked him to stop resisting. After all, they both don't want to be serious, don't they? A copy of Hermes, but older, was finally able to come in. He didn't want the latter to complicate things for him and decided to get straight to the point. He is Hermes 10 years later. The same emotional reaction again. Was he really like this 10 years ago? Hermes Jr. didn't understand why he should believe him so easily. Leaning over, Hermes Sr. reported that he still hadn't done anything to Orsha. He could tell everyone the reason. Guy asked how he looked at it. Hermes Jr. realized that only two people, him and Orsha, had to know about it. He couldn't believe that he was capable of blabbing about it. Is he really Hermes after 10 years? He chose to believe him. So what? Why 10 years later would he take advantage of a crack in the dimension? Hermes the Elder cut to the chase. 10 years later, monsters called Lakita would appear. Apparently Junior hadn't heard of them. Because everything would happen 10 years later, they would become the most horrible monsters in the world. They wiped out 10% of the population in 3 days. It was an unprecedentedly large operation. Junior realized where he was going. They had been defeated by Senior. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't let them do as they pleased. Hermes Jr. inquired about the reward. He received the title of King of Heroes. What a ridiculous title. Junior didn't understand why he was talking about it with such pride. Senior asked calmly, even after the passage of time, he is still himself. He came from the future to prevent himself from becoming the King of Heroes. Lakita love human flesh. The more they eat, the stronger they become. But 10 years ago they hadn't devoured that much yet, and so they were in the early stages of development. For now they are petty. We need to destroy the Lakita before they get stronger. There was no other way out if he wanted to avoid the title of King of Heroes. The younger one realized that they love human flesh. The older one thinks he should have heard from Mimizu by now. They agree that the mysterious missing people are the work of Lakif. There is a town called Kulkis in the domain. If he remembers everything correctly, it will be the 4th abduction site. Time is short, and it would be problematic if they ran into someone now. If Junior understood everything, they should go quickly. Suddenly on the way out, Senior was confronted by Sora. He grabbed Junior saying that everything was fine and they fled together. There are about 2,000 people living in the town of Kulkis. It is famous for its large number of sturdy young men. Because of its proximity to nature, the locals are able to navigate well in emergency situations. This town was destroyed in one night. Perhaps if Hermes destroys Lakif, the townspeople will express their gratitude violently. But it's still better than the title of King of Heroes. No title is worth lives. He asked how the boys had become after 10 years. The elder can't believe he asked such a mediocre question. He decided not to speak. Life is boring if the future is known in advance. The younger one didn't particularly like it. But, so be it, he will tell him only one thing. They all still make a lot of noise and laugh so much that the heavens are ready to crack. Junior realized that he was still just as far from being the prodigal head of the family. Finally, one of the monsters showed itself, and Hermes Jr. went on the attack. The strength of the shell is the same as the Slug Lord had. Then he decided to do it just in case. Lakith's body burst into flames. The people witnessed the Lord of Slugs massacre him in an instant. Everyone was very grateful to him for that. This is roughly what Hermes expected. He still thinks it's better than the title of some hero king. The older one approached him with the words that he ended up doing it all by himself. The younger one didn't know what he meant, but he said to listen to the end when he was spoken to. People noticed that he looked so much like Mr. Lord. Probably relatives. The elder asked what he thought he had come here for. He could take all the glory from the victory for himself. Hermes the younger realized that he had ended up doing nothing. The other wondered if he had been like this in the past. The residents wanted to know who this man was. Hermes Jr. realized that some explanation had to be found. The elder grabbed him to get away from the trouble. He doesn't want unnecessary trouble from talking to them. The younger one didn't understand why he had come to his house in the first place then. Would he have gone alone and everything would have been fine? He replied that he couldn't have pulled it all off without Junior. Let him learn time travel already. Hermes Jr. thought that if he did, he could teach him. Then he would go back in time himself and redo the whole thing. The other replied that it was too cumbersome. Let him find another teacher or learn on his own. The next day, letters of thanks came from the city. Sora had expected nothing less from Hermes. She wondered who that man had been recently. He still couldn't explain.